Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A wizard and a warrior stand in front of a large monster. The protagonist reflects on the fact that in 2025 a game called The Lands Abandoned by God was released, as well as that the abilities it granted were also valid in the real world. A flying man in a robe launches lightning bolts at high-rise modern buildings. Sheen thinks that since then, the world shaken by disasters has fundamentally changed. The protagonist and Xiao stand on the corpse of a monster. The guy looks up. He says to himself that, initially, he was only one step away from becoming the strongest. His sister plunges the blade into Qin's back. He is inwardly amazed that he will be betrayed by the person closest to him. A lot of red spikes stick out of the protagonist. He screams loudly. He thinks that he expected this from anyone, but not from her. The hero looks out the window with the words that this is impossible. A crowded night city is shown. The hero is surprised to say that the truth has been reborn, and declares to himself that thanks to the obtained sacred artifact, he got another chance. The protagonist closes the door behind him and declares that Xiao is no longer his sister. He adds to himself that this time he will take a completely different path. A white-haired guy comes out of the dark energy. Someone declares that he has become a shadow. A young man mentally talks about awakening and revenge. Qin's face is hidden by a mask and hood. He claims that he is now progressing 100 times faster than in his previous life, after which he states that he will find Feng soon. The hero in a jump pierces the eye of a huge spider. The young man mentally repeats about passing his path alone, a hidden blow. A black haze surrounds the protagonist's body. The guy mentally talks about surrendering to the darkness, a shadow walk. Qin frowns with a red dagger in his hand. He declares to himself that he is blackness itself. Lightning thunders over the destroyed structure. The girl holds a bloody knife in her hands and says that Qin is really incredible. The wounded hero sits on a pile of corpses. The lady states that even under 100 debuffs he was able to clear the ruins of the ancient god, but adds that the eye of justice will still go to her. The protagonist holds on to the wound and asks why she is the one of all, since he is her brother. Xiao holds eyeballs in his hands. Her face shows disgust. She declares that the guy is just a foundling who has nothing to do with her. The girl turns to Sun, who declares that she is saying everything correctly, then adds that her brother-in-law turned out to be very useful. The lady calls him brother. The blonde man holds Zhao's eyes in one hand and Zhao's shoulder in the other, and reveals that they wouldn't have been able to get this artifact without Qin, and then adds that he had to go through a lot to get all the life energy out of him, as it wasn't so easy to get the soul blade that sticks out of the hero's back, then asks the protagonist, as his engagement gift. Blood runs down the hero's head. He tells how he raised Xiao after the death of his parents, how he paid for her education, and how countless times he risked his life after the end of the world, then declares that he was mistaken. The girl smiles slightly and reveals that after the death of her parents, Qin only sprinkled and controlled her, then adds that he was still somehow useful when they needed protection with Faye, but after receiving the sacred artifact, they no longer need the young man. The blonde jumps into the attack and declares that he will take care of Xiao. The blind guy makes a furious face and says that even if they kill him, they won't get away with it so easily. The blonde cuts off the hero's head. A wizard and a warrior stand in front of a large monster. The protagonist reflects on the fact that in 2025 a game was released in which, as soon as a person fell asleep, he found himself in the game world. It doesn't matter if he wanted it or not, and the only value in this reality is life energy. The guy mentally adds that death further shortens, and defeating monsters increases. A flying man in a robe launches lightning bolts at high-rise modern buildings. Qin thinks about the fact that the strongest could tear apart tanks with their bare hands, cut planes with a sword blow and withstand nuclear attacks. Since then the world has plunged into chaos. A knight in white armor protects the girl. He says to himself that he did everything so that he and his sister could survive. The protagonist and Xiao are standing on the corpse of the monster. The guy reflects that after countless dangers, he was still able to reach the ruins of the ancient god, where he was able to obtain the sacred artifact of the Eye of Justice. The young man looks up with a smile, and mentally states that, in the end, he was worthy of it. The blade is stuck into the body. His sister holds the blade behind Qin. He is silently amazed that he will be betrayed by the person closest to him. A lot of red spikes stick out of the protagonist. He screams loudly. The guy lies under the rubble. He thinks that all his efforts have been trampled underfoot. Blood pours out of him. He declares to himself that if he could start all over again, he would only think about himself. The young man lies on the bed under the blanket. He opens his eyes. Qin abruptly stands up and speaks, wondering aloud that this is the real world. He clutches his throat and is amazed that it is 2025 and he is not dead. Qin looks out the window. A large and crowded night city is shown. The hero is surprised to say that the truth was reborn on the very day when the game appeared 9 years ago. Xiao bursts into the room with his foot. She looks furiously at her brother and asks why he doesn't answer the phone. She knocks over the trash can with her foot and says that she just wanted to support Fen and adds that it is very important to her. Qin mentally shakes that they had a fight that day because of the blonde. On the wall there are several posters with a blonde guy. The protagonist thinks that before the game he was a famous idol, while his sister was his fan. The young man notes that outwardly Faye is quite attractive, but in fact he is a scoundrel who pulls money and bodily pleasures from the fanatics. Xiao complains about other fans and reproaches his brother for that he was cutting her pocket money. The girl sticks out her index finger. Qin tells herself that in order for his sister not to fall for the tricks of the blonde, he forbade her to hang around him. but for this she accused him of excessive control. She reproaches her brother for pretending to be deaf and that it is his fault that her cute flew out of the top charts. Jean slaps her in the face. She falls to the floor. The girl grabs her red cheek and says that the young man really hit her. The hero makes a killer look and declares that he is not in the mood to argue with her, but if he does not shut up there, then he will shut her mouth himself, and adds that this money was left to them by their parents, and, no matter how difficult it was for him, over the years he has not touched a penny. The protagonist throws a gold bank card at her and declares that he is returning it to her. With a mug of coffee in his hand, he opens the door and says that in memory of his parents, he will not stoop to her level. The hero closes the door behind him and claims that now Sai is not his sister. With tears in her eyes, she clutches her cheek. He stands in a dark room and states to himself that in his past life he missed too many opportunities because of his sister, as he refused the most dangerous dungeons so that she would not get hurt. There are sleeping pills in Jean's palm. He wonders how far he can go without this watermelon on his shoulders. He washes down the drug with water and mentally declares that he will use everything he knows to become stronger. The hero puts down the mug and says to himself that his sister is now on her own. He sits in the middle of the purple aura and thinks about ripping out Feng's head himself. The protagonist stands in the blue arch. The young man looks around the room and says that he missed this place and remembers the time when he first came here and how much time he spent choosing a class, then adds that this time everything will be different. He looks at the image of the knight and says that in his past life he chose a warrior to protect his sister, but now he is not suitable for him and will be able to advance faster alone. The young man turns around and declares that mobility and reaction are most important. Jean stretches out his hand to the arch with the image of the assassin, saying that he will choose him this time. He makes a surprised face. A window flashes with a message that the sacred artifact of the Eye of Justice has been successfully tied. A golden eye appears behind the protagonist, and a sign with an inscription is shown that tells about this ability and its features. The young man turns around and says that the Eye of Justice remains even after his death, and since he is its master, it is useless to steal this feature. Dark energy pours into Jean's chest. He is enveloped in darkness. The voice of an unknown person declares that the hero has discovered a secret subclass. The protagonist's hand crawls out of the blackness. An unknown person says that the synchronization is complete and the guy has become a shadow. The white-haired guy comes out of the dark energy. His eyes glow yellow against the blackness. Jean says that the shadow is an assassin's secret build, then adds that this time his original strength is much higher compared to the previous warrior. He touches on the century and reveals that unlocking a secret class is incredibly difficult, but the power of justice has done it. The hero levitates in a yellow light in the middle of dark energy. A window is shown that tells about the primordial power of the universe, which surpasses any law, natural or human. The protagonist reads the message in surprise. The silhouette of an unknown person sits on the shoulders of a huge stone statue of a man. The guy says that in a past life, only after 7 years, a player appeared who was able to get into the lands abandoned by the god and get into the kingdom of law, but in subsequent years, no one was able to repeat his triumph. The white-haired young man looks straight and is amazed that at the very beginning of the game he received a primordial power that surpassed even the rule of law, then adds that he only needs to get into the realm of law and reach the status of a deity in order to gain complete control over it. A system window appears in front of Zinnia, asking for a name. The hero stretches out his hand to the blue sign and declares that since he has become a shadow, then his nickname will now be the same. The body of the young man is enveloped in black energy. The voice of an unknown person says that he is transported to the lands abandoned by the god and adds that this is a kingdom of ruins, which is filled with countless monsters that are eager to tear the protagonist to pieces and drink his life force, after which the unknown person recommends killing monsters to increase its quantity. Then adds that death will deprive him of half of the resource, then continues that the city is a safe zone, without monsters and where players cannot give birth to each other. Jean appears in the middle of a medieval city. The hero looks at the man, who wonders aloud where they are. The protagonist is amazed at how many people are in the game. The white-haired young man walks among the discouraged crowd with the thought that soon the big shots from the real world will be here and strip the whole game under himself, and adds that if he wants to be one step ahead, he cannot stay here. The hero covers his face in surprise with a mask from the blue glow. A group of people with a blonde girl appears in front of him. One of them says that he is in pain and states that after death they are returning to the city. The men make indignant faces and complain about the too much complexity of the game. They look at the blonde and ask her what to do. Jean watches the girl and notes that she may have received a secret build as well. Lee approaches the white-haired young man and offers to join their group and tells him that they alone cannot cope with those monsters. The protagonist mentally notes that they only have the experience of being killed, and aloud refuses the offer. The group looks after the protagonist and says that he builds too much of himself, even taking into account the secret build. The blonde girl touches the system window and notes that the young man is called a shadow and calls him a prim asshole. The protagonist leaves. The girl invites her team to follow him and see what he is capable of. Lee makes a malevolent face and says that they will watch the protagonist die. Jean walks along the road. The girl follows him after the tree. She notes to herself that this land is a very creepy place, but thanks to her extensive experience in games, she quickly formed a team. A red monster appears. The girl mentally says that the first monster defeated them. The guys stand behind the blonde and note the difference in the initial weapons, as well as the fact that the young man is faster than them. Lee looks at Jean carefully, and says to herself that he is not so simple, and if they follow him, then perhaps they will be able to learn something important. The protagonist turns around. The blonde hides and wonders to herself that he noticed them. Darkness surrounds the hero's body. It disappears. The team looks at the place where the protagonist was and wonders aloud in shock where he disappeared, and that already at the first level he has the invisibility skill. A transparent young man watches the group, who say that it's time for them to return to the city to figure out how to become stronger. The young man stands in invisibility. A window is shown that tells about the abilities of Shadow Walk and the Master of Invisibility. Jean is surprised that they cannot see him, then notes that this is to be expected from a secret build, as well as that the Master of Invisibility will not allow low-level monsters or players to see him. The protagonist goes into the forest thinking that there is nothing interesting in the shell and it is only a shelter, and in this game weaklings are only food for monsters. A system window appears in front of the young man. He notes aloud that the duration of the invisibility is short, and states that the cooldown begins immediately after use. He looks at the blue screen and says that all players start with the same stats, but the classes give their own bonuses, and adds that, compared to his previous life, his bonus has been added to all stats, and to agility as many as 8 points. A dark forest appears. Jean reveals that with all this, he can distribute 5 points and notes that most players lose all points to strength or intelligence. But this is a huge mistake. A window is shown that says 5 free points. The hero clicks on the blue table, with the text about plus 10 points to agility. A table appears that states that all free points were determined in agility. The protagonist's body is surrounded by a blue haze. He states that this stat is the key to everything and adds that at the beginning of the game, the only way to defeat monsters is to surpass them in speed. He looks up at the sound. A dark silhouette sits behind a tree. A clump of blue energy emerges from the monster's mouth, and a window pops up that says it's a first-level worm. The young man makes a piercing look and notes to himself that this monster absorbs life energy, and most likely it was he who killed those 4. The monster attacks the guy. He notes to himself that, judging by the windows, that group managed to hit him, then adds that when the monster absorbs enough life energy, he mutates. The guy dodges the attack. Jean is shrouded in shadow. He holds a blade in his hands. The monster approaches him. The young man finds himself above a discouraged monster. He falls on him with this. The worm turns into golden energy in front of Xenius. He notes aloud that he killed him the first time and his new skills are very useful. Windows pop up that say that the guy has earned 10 experience points, as well as the skill of sneak slamming. He looks down silently. Jean from a past life hugs his sister next to the monster's corpse. He reveals that in his previous life, even his strongest blow caused only 40 damage. The young man holds vital energy in his hands. The sister reaches for the sphere in the palm of the hero. A white-haired guy clutches a yellow light in his hands. He looks at his fist, and says that this worm killed 4 players and sucked it out, and a message pops up that he earned 3 days of exchanging life energy, then adds that he should have received 100 years of life, but only got 54. A golden eye appears above the guys. A message is shown that the power of justice has been activated and the skill of infinite mutation has been unlocked, as well as that when killing a monster there is a chance to get an evolution point. Golden energy is spinning around the hero. A table is displayed with the text that 5 points will be awarded every 24 hours. Jean reads the blue window and says in surprise about the endless mutation and that in his previous life he did not even dream of such a thing, after which he decides to pump up his shadow walk and sneak punch. The hero looks at the blue table. A message is shown that 4 mutation points have been spent and skills have been improved. The protagonist stands near a tree and says that with an improved Master of Invisibility, he will be able to stay completely out of it, and also with this skill level, he would kill a fully healthy worm. The young man gets wet in the rain. Someone behind him calls him a ragged man and declares that this game is not so difficult. The girl snuggles up to the warrior in front of Jean. She says that her cute with his physical strength will easily defeat a dozen people. The protagonist notices something. A monster is hiding above the couple in a tree. The stench offers to carry the tired protagonist. The guy goes into the shadows and notes to himself that he is a pastor. A man and a girl are standing side by side. They wonder where the young man has gone. A spider hangs above them. The couple raises their heads in shock. The warrior swears. The monster crushes a man and a girl. A window pops up, which says that this is a shepherd who summons spiders. Jean stands invisibly and says to himself that this monster is the initial boss, and there is no way for a beginner to cope with him. He makes a dash at him thinking it's perfect, and adds that it's time to see what he's capable of. The protagonist pierces the monster's eye. The spider screams loudly. The body of the young man is enveloped in darkness. The boss hits the air. A window pops up, which says that he was dealt 338 damage to a weak point. Jean hides behind a tree invisibility, and notes to himself that it was dangerous because one of his blows would have killed him, then rejoices that his attack did so much damage. The boss destroys trees. The hero makes a piercing look and mentally says that the monster is Wade, as well as that the local monsters are not so stupid and will not wait for their death. Splinters fly behind the protagonist. He thinks that the boss is destroying the space around him, and his minions are waiting at the ready, so he cannot act impulsively. The spider looks up in surprise. A projectile is flying. The stone hits the monster's body. A window pops up, which says that 299 damage was done. Jean picks up a new pebble. He holds it in his hands and notes to himself that most of the damage is done by the stealth skill, so even hitting with an ordinary stone will greatly injure him. The hero flies the projectile with his hand and declares to himself that the most important thing is to throw it at the right moment. A pebble hits the boss's head. The young man thinks that then the attack will collect a lot of bonuses. A table is shown with an inscription that 279 damage was done. The transparent protagonist hides behind a tree. He mentally says that it's time to use a shadow walk. The guy swings the stone with the thought that he needs to hide until the duration of the ability passes and attack at the very last moment. A medieval city is shown. A voice declares that the rating has been updated. A lot of people look up at the system window, which says that the shadow is in the first place. An unknown person says that he killed the shepherd and reached the second level first, and also that the rating of the shell is activated. The men look up in surprise. Someone is amazed that the shadow was able to defeat the boss alone. A member of the league group sweats and asks if this is the guy they met. The girl wonders how he was able to rise to the second level so quickly. Another says that they didn't even cope with the worm, and the young man defeated the boss. A couple of men in blondes look up. The warrior wonders who the shadow is, and his girlfriend notes that it is the same player they met. Golden energy pours from the corpse of the shepherd into Chin's palm. He says that it is a pity that he did not kill the little spiders, because they disappeared after the death of the boss. A system window is shown, which says that the hero received many rewards for killing the monster. The protagonist looks down and wonders aloud at the greedy hand skill that appears in the blue table that appears. He declares aloud that this is a very useful assassin skill. A group of players stands over a defeated monster. The young man notes that thanks to this ability, the amount of loot increases significantly, and also says that in a past life, one weak guy was able to become one of the strongest players thanks to this skill. The white-haired young man opens his eyes. He looks at his palm and claims that thanks to the mutation, he can increase the chance of falling out. Schoolchildren walked into the building. Lily turned to Xiao, asked if she wanted to apologize to her brother, and added that they had missed the exam to support Song Fei, and thought that brother Xiao would probably be angry. And Xiao indignantly asked why she should apologize, and noticed that because of Song Fei, they had almost been late yesterday, and added that he should be the one who should apologize. Lily, walking with her friend on the road, said that Song took care of her so well that sometimes she was even jealous of Xiao, and the girl replied that he was always meddling in her affairs, and added that he wasn't even her real brother, and the friend asked what happened to Dao's face, to which she explained that she just tripped and fell, and added that Song Fei was enough for her. Lily looked at the crowd and asked why there was such a large crowd outside their classroom. The girl pushed through the crowd of people. The guys were standing near a student lying on the desk. The heroine, looking puzzled at the strange phenomenon, noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Wei. He seemed to be transparent, and a classmate said that he didn't know what happened. But just now, Jiang Wei said that he wanted to take a nap, and when they returned, he was already like that. The guy was lying on the table and the girl said that this was not an isolated case. The whole internet is discussing that something similar is happening to people around the world, and explained that they say that when a person falls asleep, he goes into a state that looks like a ghost, and no one has yet understood what it is. A classmate grabbed the phone and advised her to call her parents and warn them, and also asked Xiao to call her brother, to which Xiao snorted that she wasn't going to call him first, and thought that he deserved to die. The guy stretched out his hand with the rings forward and the system reported that the greedy hand skill had successfully mutated into the greedy hand's bronze gold, and after defeating the monster, the player had a 70% chance of getting loot, and the skill level increased by 2. The hero clenched his fist and the system also notified that the greedy hand skill had been successfully activated. The player had earned 2 mutation points and 46 days of exchange life energy. The main character rushed forward and thought that it was not bad, and added that he also received 2 mutation points, and decided that he needed 3 points to level up greedy hands, and soon the chance of getting loot would rise to 100%. A magical orca appeared in the forest, and Sheen realized that by this time the world governments should have already taken care of what was happening, as more and more people would start to get into the game world, and he needed to develop even faster, and he thought that it was necessary to check what items he had, because soon people would realize that all skills and artifacts could be used in the real world. The warrior walked forward through the forest and thought that when this happened, the planet would be plunged into chaos, and the player would have to meet several conditions to do so, such as reaching the 10th level, a lot of exchange life energy, and decided to find a stronger boss. The guy stopped, and someone shouted to dodge. The hero came to the cliff and the voice screamed. The monster rushed at the mage. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that he was a fleet-footed maniac. The soldier was fighting off the enemy, and Qin thought it was a guy named Wang, and added that he hadn't expected to see him here, as he was rumored to have assembled his team. The guy frowned and activated the sacred shield. The man repelled the attack and the main character thought that his build is a holy warrior who has good stealth characteristics. The girl raised her fiery staff up. The monster was attacked by the flames. The main character stood and said that the mage's build is a prophet and that he deals double magic damage and has a unique skill of diviner's fireball. The archer shot at the enemy and Sheen reflected that he had double the characteristics of a regular archer in the build of the sharp-eyed shooter, plus a unique skill of rapid shooting, and the build of the cleric oracle had healing abilities that were twice as strong as those of a simple cleric, and from the very beginning of the game he was able to cast mass spells. Arrows flew at the monster. The guy covered himself with a shield. The archer looked ahead and the guy said that this boss was too strong, their attacks barely knocked down his health. Juan knelt down and asked the cleric to continue treating him while he distracted the boss's attention to himself while the others attacked the monster. The protagonist looked down and thought that lowering the boss's health a little bit at a time was too optimistic, and realized that Juan had forgotten that they were in the wild, and explained that in nature, other monsters would arrive at the noise of the commotion. The monsters surrounded Van. The player, running away from the monsters, shouted that he needed help. Chin looked at the battle and mentally exclaimed that it was a molester. The girl swung her sword and ordered the head of the squad to flee. She attacked the monster, and the protagonist reflected that he had never seen such a secret build. The girl looked at the creature and reported that its defense was too great. The monster spewed slime on her. Jia covered the heroes and they began to shout about the stench. The magician was running away from the creature. The protagonist evaporated. The enemy's body shattered. The archer stared dumbfounded at what was happening. The guy turned around. The warrior stared ahead, puzzled. The heroine turned and shouted that the molester was defeated in one blow, and asked who did it, and who decided to help them. The fighter leaned on his sword and was surprised that even a worm took them about 10 seconds, and a second-level molester was killed in one hit, and did not understand how this was possible. The monster's head flew off his shoulders. Wang, looking intently ahead, asked if the magician had seen who it was, and she replied that it was not, to which the guy said that fortunately this stranger was still on their side, and asked them not to be distracted and to continue the attack. The warrior attacked the opponent and added that only the maniac remained, and he needed to keep the line, and the system informed Chin that the player had killed 2 level 2 molesters, earned 40 experience points, 1 mutation point, received a scroll of the poison arrow skill of normal quality, as well as 8 days of exchange energy. The main character looked at the screen and thought that the poison arrow deals poison damage from a distance, and decided that it definitely needs to be leveled up, and the system showed the characteristics of the skill and explained that the poison arrow is an assassin skill that allows you to throw a poison dart at a distance of up to 14 meters, deals 120 damage, inflicts a poison state, has a cooldown of 5 seconds, and requires a second level, and the poison state deals 50% of the damage every second for 5 seconds. The monster pierced Juan's shield. The spikes pierced the boy's body. The mage raised his head from the book and noticed that he didn't have enough spell speed. Juan, turning his head to the command, shouted for everyone to run. A beam of magic rushed forward. He pierced the monster's head. The soldiers looked ahead and exclaimed that this attack had reduced the boss's health by half. Liquid poured from Varia's head. The monster was drenched in green blood. It fell to the ground and began to lose health points, and the system reported that the player had done more than 90% of the damage, so the loot belonged to him, because he killed the bronze maniac, earned 600 experience points, reached a new level, received 2 mutation points and 55 days of exchange energy. Chin stood up straight and realized that the poison arrow did not remove his invisibility state, and now he could attack without being noticed, and thought that now nothing would be able to interfere with him at the game level. Wang, looking at the corpse of the enemy, exclaimed that it was incredible damage and asked if the person who inflicted it was human. Wang, looking at the disappearance of loot, said that the glow of the loot was gone. The guy got to his feet and asked if he could find out the name of the rescuer, and thanked him for his help. The warrior looked around and the protagonist replied in a mysterious voice that in this world you should not be trusting of people. Wang, throwing up his hand, said that he understood and would not detain the savior, introduced himself as Wang and added that if you ever needed his help, you could contact him, and the heroine addressed Li Ji by name and offered to add the savior as a friend. The main character, walking through the forest, mentally noticed that Wang looks promising, and you can sell loot through him, since there is a government with resources behind him. He clenched his fist and the system reported that the player had earned 2 mutation points, 55 days of energy exchange, and had discovered and equipped the maniac's leggings bronze, an assassin's item that gives +9 damage defenses, +5 defenses from any damage class, and increases the reload speed by 15%. The required level is the second. The guy walked through the thicket and thought that this time he was developing 100 times faster than in real life, and decided that when he filled his bag to the eyeballs, he would go to the shell and sell everything he didn't need. The protagonist mysteriously narrowed his gaze and added that he would soon find Song Fei. The player, seeing the enemy, shouted that the monsters continued to arrive and told everyone to run. The guy looked up and asked why they froze. The creature rose in front of the soldiers and the character repeated what the hell it was. The monster attacked the heroes. Thorns pierced the warriors. The creature's spikes rushed down. They pierced the ground. The heroes were lying on the street of the city. The player, getting up from the floor, realized that monsters always appear in groups and do not allow themselves to be finished, and the blonde soldier realized that they needed to reach a certain level to get out of the game, but did not understand how to do it. The soldier looked at his comrade and said that 3 people were not enough, and offered to assemble a team of at least 6, or preferably 10, and he replied that he had seen a team of 10 people respawn, and warned that a large number of people would attract the boss. The city was standing under a blue sky, and the guy reminded him that recently a group of 40 people had attacked some cursed master, and he had killed 30 of them with one blow. The girl was sitting on her lap and the warrior asked what would happen if they couldn't reach the required level, and was worried that they would be trapped in the game as their consciousness had moved here after sleeping, and if they didn't get out, their bodies would die of exhaustion. The sister raised her head and said that this game was too complicated, and the fighter pointed out that they had already died 3 times and their metabolic energy had been reduced to 10 years, and clarified that if this continued, they would not be able to afford to die again. She looked up at the rating, and assumed that the player named Shadow had leveled up so much that he must have learned some kind of cheat code. The warrior lowered her eyes and decided to force him to tell this code so that at least they could leave the game. The girl clenched her fist and spread the news that he wanted the Shadow to help them reach the desired level, and said that she was willing to pay 10 million in cash when he returned to the real world, and added that the Shadow would not be able to ignore such an amount. The arrow flew into the head of the antagonist, and the system reported that the player had killed a level 2 molester, earned 20 experience points, and 1 mutation point. The main character raised his hand and realized that now he had enough mutation points to pump the greedy hand skill. The protagonist's hand was burning with magic and the system reported that the player had spent 5 mutation points, and now he had 0 points left, and the greedy hand skill became Platinum Emerald, and after defeating the monster, the player had a 160% chance of getting loot, as well as a 20% chance of getting high-grade loot. Chin looked at his hand and thought that now he would easily reach 100% chance of looting, and even 200%. The guy was taken aback by the sound from behind. The main character, looking at the approach of the boss, exclaimed that this is a cursed gentleman. The monster turned his head and the guy realized that the cursed master was a bronze boss who devoured energy to mutate to a higher status, and realized why he single-handedly killed a team of 40 people. The protagonist looked down and noted that his inventory was full, and he would not be able to collect loot even if he killed the boss, and decided that it would be better to mark this point on the map. The magic materialized at the edge of the forest, and the warrior thought that it would take him time to mutate, and decided to sell the unnecessary items first, and then return. The sun was shining on the city. The player, looking away, noticed that someone was offering 10 million to help the Shadow level up, and added that people were dying and losing their lives, and the rich were trying to solve everything with money again, and asked what ordinary people should do. The guy appeared to damage the city. He pressed the market button. The system flashed a window above the guy and notified that the time for selling artifacts was limited to 10 minutes. The player, seeing the hero, exclaimed where he came from, and noticed that he had 2 items equipped, and he was selling the other 2, and asked if this was the player who killed the boss, and noticed that his nickname was Shadow, and he was the first in the rating. People rushed to look at Chin, and the man assumed that he did not want to show his face, and asked how much he charged for the skill, and added that there was something wrong with the hero's nerves, because his appearance in the game should correspond to the real one, and perhaps he did not want to show off his ugliness. Grey Rose, approaching the hero, asked how much he charges for the skill. The main character, looking ahead, replied that the skill was worth 100 days of energy. Grey Rose, scratching her chin, said that 100 days was too long and asked if the price could be dropped, to which Chin replied that this skill would increase the cultivation speed in the early stages of the game, and 100 days was still for nothing. She looked up and offered to pay with real-world money, and the protagonist replied that if she had the money, she could exchange it for energy from someone else, and then return to him, and promised to wait for her if no one offered more. Grey Rose, standing in front of the warrior, asked him to wait a second. The heroine was standing in the middle of the square in the market, and in the team chat the character replied that he agreed, since with the spell they would be able to reach the desired level even faster, and the player added that they reached the second level only thanks to the hero, and were ready to accept any of his decisions, and asked to transfer their energy to him in the real world, promising to return everything with money. The girl raised her hand and reported that she had taken out 100 days of energy, and the guy mentally noted that the team of second-level players should have killed about 40 worms, so they should have a lot more energy than 100 days, and the system reported that the player sold the skill scroll spell and earned 100 days of energy, and the total energy is now 368 days. The girl ran to the guy and clarified that she had finally found him. Lee, standing in front of the warrior, gave him one chance and promised that if he helped her reach the desired level in the game, she would repay him in the real world. The man looked at the girl and was surprised that she offered such an amount in cash, and another soldier asked how it was possible to earn such a thing. Lee looked down and the protagonist revealed that in real life she was the leader of a syndicate that the state had already dealt with, and the perpetrator revealed that her father was the chairman of the Dejiang company and offered to check it online if the hero didn't believe it, to which the guy mentally noted that, according to the news, she seduced people, sold their energy for money, and then kidnapped and killed them. The main character, looking up, sharply replied that he refused to deal with such a creature. Lee, looking at the warrior, said contemptuously that he might be strong in the game, but no one knew how the world worked yet, and offered to join her and promised to provide him with a life full of cars, houses, women, whatever he wanted, to which the guy replied that if she wasn't going to buy anything, she should step aside and not interfere with him, and he added that cash would soon become worthless, and energy would become the real currency. The warrior twisted her face and exclaimed that he was joking at the chance, and added that if they were in the real world, she would have already taught him a lesson. The main character, his eyes sparkling, said sternly that if she said a word again, she would regret it. The warriors recoiled from the protagonist. Lee, threatening revenge, promised that she would kill him until his energy reached 0. Lee, leaving the place, announced that she was leaving, and the mage asked the team to wait for her. The guy threw his staff up and the system told the protagonist that he had sold the robe and earned 19 days of energy, and now his total energy was 546 days, and the guy noted that he had sold everything he needed. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that he would soon gather with his master, since no one yet knew that with the help of energy, skills can be used in the real world, and added that the lands abandoned by the god would plunge the world into chaos. The magus stood in the middle of the marketplace and thought that all these people who boasted of their wealth and origin would eventually become nobodies, and only their strength would matter. The girl leaned against the wall, out of breath. Lee voiced that this shadow had dared to threaten her, and added that as soon as she returned to the real world, she would definitely kill him. A man appeared around the corner and greeted her. The guy waved his hand and said that his name was Mao, but she could call him Old Man Mao, and he announced that he had already reached the second level and could share secrets with her, and the offer of 10 million was still valid. The girl clucked her hands on her chest and asked what secrets she was talking about, and he made it clear that he was not talking about it, but for her sake he would make an exception. The warrior smirked and explained that, for example, in order to level up quickly, she needed to invest all 5 points of leveling in agility. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and the hero repeated that if she invested all 5 points of leveling in agility, she could defeat the worm, and asked if she understood this. Lee, looking ahead, mentally exclaimed that she had pumped all her points into power, and said that he really knew something useful, and added that she had finally found someone normal in this game. The heroine threw up her hands and said that she would offer him 5 million as soon as they were out of the game, and Mao agreed, adding that the shadow was an idiot, since he refused 10 million. The guy leaned against a tree. The monster was walking through the forest, and Qin thought that it had mutated. The guy raised his magic hand up and decided that there were 7 or 8 hours left until the end of the boss's evolution, and he was too lazy to wait that long. He secretly attacked the enemy. Green blood flowed from the boss. The main character flew into the air and activated the skill of lazy walking. The monster was standing on the ground and the guy decided that his health was now 2 or even 3 times higher than that of an ordinary bronze boss. The monster threw up its paws. Thorns burst out of the creature's body, and Qin mentally calculated that 2 or 3 arrows would be enough for him to win. The hero flew near the monster. The creature was standing in the middle of the clouds of dust and the fighter mentally noted that it was attacking in an area, dealing damage, and barely had time to dodge, and realized that if the boss had hit him, then with his level of health and defense, he would definitely have died. The antagonist looked at the warrior with his own eyes. The monster launched a ball of magic at the protagonist. The main character, dodging the attack, mentally decided to wait for the end of the invisibility, attack at the moment when the boss is interrupted, and activate a shadow walk to avoid being hit. The creature lowered its head and grunted in pain. The fighter rushed forward and realized that he had to attack right now. The main character, attacking the enemy, noted a vulnerability of 659 units. Blood was oozing from the creature's head. The monster rushed to escape. Qin, watching the boss escape, thought in his mind that his health had almost dropped to 0, and his instincts told him to run, and decided that let the boss die in agony. The antagonist crawled slowly. The protagonist jumped on an opponent with a weapon and thought that it was too boring to kill a victim who did not resist, and the system reported that the player had killed the cursed master, earned 1,800 experience points, reached the 5th level, received 4 mutation points and 124 days of energy. The main character, looking down at the defeated enemy, exclaimed that he could not believe that he had leveled up 2 levels and earned 4 more mutation points. The guy clenched his fist and the system reported that the player had earned 4 mutation points and 124 days of energy. The main character looked at his fist and noted that he had tripled his bonus and ended up earning 12 mutation points and 372 days of energy. The aura glowed on the ground and the system notified that the greedy hands effect had been activated, and 1 piece of loot had increased its class, and Qin thought that it was not in vain that he had leveled it up, and now he had a 20% chance to increase the loot class. The head warrior knelt down and thought that the items had almost filled his entire inventory again, and he didn't want to run into the shell after each boss, although he hoped that there would be something like a storage ring. The guy stretched out his hand. Grey Rose, reborn in the city, exclaimed that she had finally returned alive. The team player, looking at the leader, reported that Juan was a good man, and thanks to him, they were able to reach the 3rd level, which was the result of their work. The heroine joined her fingers and said that it was a pity that time it was not possible to add that guy as a friend, because he did not want to contact her, as she looked like a, to which the fighter replied that if she had been in this dress, he would not have been able to refuse her. The system showed updated ratings and the girl reported that the shadow had risen to the 5th level. The player, surprised by the level jump, exclaimed that the shadow had risen from the 1st level to the 5th, and asked which boss he had killed in order to level up so quickly. The player, looking at the rating board at the top, said that the shadow had just sold loot and asked how he managed to get up so quickly, and the man added that his sister was turning 18 this year, and he would like to introduce her to the shadow, but he did not understand why he refused 10 million, and what he cared about his sister. The guy looked up at the scoreboard and noted that they had barely reached the 3rd level, and the shadow was already on the 5th. Juan looked at his comrades and announced that this was not the time to think about it, and suggested that they go to the real world and warn family and friends about what was going on here. The heroes opened the control screens and the fighter said that the world would definitely have a hard time, but they would at least try to take care of people, and ordered them to leave. The tiles lit up with light. The space shone brightly. The guy got out of bed. The warrior turned his head and the man next to him exclaimed that Brother Wang had woken up and told him to report it to the captain. The policeman, looking at the guy, said that Wang had no idea what he looked like, and added that they were all worried, and asked if Brother Wang was okay, and asked not to scare them like that, because he asked him to rest and someone else could follow the suspect. The hero frowned and ordered everyone to quickly gather, as they had a serious situation. The building of the police station was illuminated by the sun. The sun was shining through the windows of the police station and the boss asked if the guy had assembled a team and they couldn't do anything, but they were saved by a player. Juan looked ahead and replied that his name was Shadow and he was level 5. The boss narrowed his eyes and asked if that meant he was the strongest player, and how he did it, to which the soldier replied that he had killed the boss. The policeman looked to the side and asked why the Shadow had not returned to the real world then, and assumed that he had no relatives. Wang lowered his eyes and reported that it was possible. The girl raised her hand and assumed that he was simply reborn, and therefore he was progressing rapidly. The girl's face turned red with embarrassment, and she asked how they liked this idea. The official looked at his subordinate and scolded him for not being serious, saying that he asked her to read fewer novels, because this was not a situation to joke. The boss looked at the warriors and reported that Juan had told them the same thing that was reported from above, because research confirms that people die soon after entering the game. The policeman looked away and the head of the department added that they had managed to collect testimonies from the returnees, and they clarified that they had died several times in the game, and this shortened their lifespan, and exclaimed that it was real hell, and they concluded that if the energy in the game dropped to 0, the person would die in the real world as well. The boss glanced at his subordinate, and confirmed that this was indeed beyond their comprehension. The commander, sitting at the table, said that an order had been received from above to form teams to explore the lands abandoned by the god, and it was necessary to start forming an army. Planet Earth was spinning on its axis and the soldier reported that this phenomenon had affected the entire planet, and all states were doing their best to understand what was happening, and added that if they fell behind, they would lose the advantage in the race, and this should not be allowed. And Yu jumped up and the head of the department appointed her to the position, and announced that she would become the captain of the first team, and she replied that she understood and was ready. Juan looked ahead and the hero said that he would be the captain of his subordinates, and could choose his team, and the warrior replied that he was ready. As the protagonists walked through the forest, the leader explained that Wang had said that the Shadow did not appear to be a villain, and suggested that they try to recruit him, adding that Yu was appointed captain precisely because he thought her character would be suitable for approaching the Shadow. The commander, looking around at the soldiers, reiterated that he hoped they would reveal the Shadow's identity as soon as possible, and added that it would be ideal to make him one of them and learn everything that matters, but other than that, they should keep an eye on the stability of what was happening, and asked if everything was clear. The sunset descended on the metropolis city, and the commander said that they were free. The building stood under the sunset sky. The girl lowered her eyes to the phone and the heroine thought that Jian said that if people fall asleep in the same area, then in the game they appear in the same village of beginners, and the classmate decided that it was necessary to warn the parents, because they had never played such games, and the student added that perhaps it was better to develop first, and only then to involve the parents. Xiao, looking at the screen, thought that something serious was going on around her, and there was no news from Qin Feng, and he didn't even come to apologize to her. The girl threw up her hands and thought that every time he tried to find an approach to her, but this time he hit her, and even her parents did not allow themselves this. The heroine frowned and thought that she had just skipped class to go to the concert, and added that if the damn Qin Feng didn't apologize to her 1,000 times, she would never forgive him. She looked up with relief and noted that she had met brother Song Fei yesterday, and she thought in her mind that this game would make it more difficult to arrange such meetings in the future. The guy was dancing in a club and the heroine imagined how close Dream was yesterday. The guy blew a kiss. Xiao, looking up, mentally admitted that she missed him so much. The heroine was sitting on an armchair. The girl lowered her gaze and realized that if they got into the game as soon as they fell asleep, then brother Sun would also be there. The girl covered her mouth and thought that if she got there, she could meet him. The heroine undressed and remembered that Jiang Wei had already reached the 3rd level and decided to ask how he had achieved this. The guy picked up the phone and the heroine asked if he would share the secrets of the game. Jiang Wei, looking at the screen, exclaimed if Goddess Xiao had condescended to him, and thought that this was a chance to get her. The girl looks at the screen and he explains that if she wants to be a mage, at the beginning of the game, she should invest all the leveling points in agility, otherwise she will not be able to dodge monsters, and added that agility is useful even for a mage in the early stages of the game, as it will increase the speed of her spells, and the apprentice asked if she could win even if she did so. Qin clenched her fist and the guy wrote that she shouldn't worry, because a player who had reached the 5th level was able to open a teleporter to the city of beginners, and advised him to join someone to level up, and then summon him, and they would reach the top together. The girl fell asleep and thought that these losers were not so useless, and said that when the guy entered the game, he would see that she had become stronger than him, and would bite her elbows, but she would not get help. The protagonist, looking at the item, exclaimed what it was, and the system noted that the curse ring was suitable for any class, giving a bonus to all stats for 8 points, a materia resistance for 26, and a point attack bonus for 1.5 tenths. Qin picked up the ring and added that it made him stronger at the 3rd level, and the materia resistance could be useful against some monsters. The main character, looking at the screen, noticed that the attack bonus had increased, and saw the Shadow Carnage skill scroll, which attacks in one direction at a distance of 15 meters, triggers an invisibility state for 5 seconds, deals 3 hits to each enemy in the radius, has a cooldown of 12 seconds and requires a level 4, and the length of the cut is 2.1 of a meter. Each cut deals 100 damage and counts as a sneak attack. The protagonist stood in an aura of magic and exclaimed that it was a great skill and thought that he needed this skill. The guy clenched his fist and noted that he still had mutation points left to invest in greedy hands, and the system notified that the guy had spent 8 mutation points and had 4 left. The warrior raised his hand up and the system reported that greedy hands now gives a 220% chance to get loot after defeating a monster, as well as a 40% chance to get high-end loot. The protagonist, looking at the hand contentedly, exclaimed that now for 1 monster he can get loot as for 3, and decided to invest the remaining mutation points in the Shadow Massacre and spent 3 mutation points, after which he had 1 point left, and the system reported that the Shadow Massacre now attacks in one direction at a distance of 21 meters, invisibility for 7 seconds, deals 5 hits to each enemy in radius, has a cooldown of 12 seconds, and requires level 4. She added that the length of the cut is 3.1 of a meter, each cut deals 200 damage and counts as a sneak attack. Qin brought his finger to the screen and thought that the cooldown hadn't decreased, but the skill was already good. The guy clicked on the screen and noted that everything else was garbage, although the war cry scroll could be sold for a good amount. Sounds rang out behind the hero's back and he looked down. Red monsters swooped down on the guy. The protagonist, fighting off the worms, said that the 4th level centipede worms appeared on time, and decided to test the Shadow Massacre on them. The warrior flew through the corpses of his enemies and activated a Shadow Massacre. The corpses were cut up and the system reported the results of the battle, because the player killed a level 4 centipede worm, earned 80 experience points, and 5 days of energy. Qin stood in the middle of the corpses of the opponents, and noted that the attack had increased again, the battle time had decreased, which meant that there was less chance that something would happen to him, and added that he had 618 days of energy, but it would take him at least 2.5 years to transfer all his skills and artifacts into reality, and thought that if he sold all the junk, perhaps he will be able to save the necessary amount. The young man turned his gaze and decided that then he would only have to reach the 10th level. A man in a black cloak walks through the forest. He looked to the side. The stranger man said that the mistress had reached level 3. Now she had to fulfill her promise. A crowd of people gathered around the girl. She says that the mercenary in front of her should not worry. Since the Dejiang company has 5 million, she will immediately go to the real world. And the man can also sell the exchange energy. Pays 10,000 for each day. The guy in the sweater smirked and said that he agreed to the deal. He was convinced that the Shadow was a complete idiot, since he missed such an opportunity. They would discuss everything in the real world. The rogue smiled and thought that since this daytime energy affects lifespan, he could earn energy in any way he wanted and exchange it for real money. What a genius he was. Medieval houses stand on the street. A person's hand exudes blue energy. The man is facing the portal and said that the space gate of the shell has been activated. The system congratulated the hero on the opening of the spatial channel, and said that he had earned 1 reputation point. Once a day he can move for free. Repeated teleportations will require the cost of exchange energy, and concluded that at the moment there are no other gates in the lands abandoned by the side. Qin looked at the gate and realized that a one-way portal was essentially meaningless. He would have to wait for someone from the other rookie city to reach level 5 and open a channel so that he could teleport there. As far as he remembered, Song Fei was supposed to be in Firefly City. He was going to set up a notification to be notified as soon as that channel opened. The hero comes out of the backyard of the house. He concluded that it is not so important. The main goal of this game is to reach level 10 and enter the wasteland. The tower rises above the ruins. The protagonist said that this is where the real lands abandoned by the god begin. Qin sat down in the square. Above him was a sign that said that there would be a sale of artifacts for 10 minutes. A crowd gathered around the guy. They say that the Shadow has reappeared. One of them has accumulated 150 days of energy to snatch something this time. Last time he sold the ice spell to Grey Rose, thanks to which she came in 2nd place in the rankings, hoping that this time it will bring something useful for magicians. The guy, opening his mouth, said that he was taking the goods from the hero. A system window appeared with the inscription that the exchange was completed. The hero earned 300 days of exchange energy. A group of people was standing in the square. One said that some scroll of skills was really worth it. Another man from the crowd said that with such a skill, the effectiveness of the warrior's attacks would increase significantly, and these 300 days could be earned in 2 days at most. The light rays of the sun fall on the houses. People shout the names of goods. Qin holds a glowing screen, says that he sold everything within a minute and earned idleness. Now there are 2,174 days in total. He thinks that this is not enough to transfer everything he has acquired and transfer it to the real world will take even more. The people standing next to him say that they didn't get anything this time either. They beg him to sell something else. The genius will come here. Qin is standing in front of the girl. She says that she has something interesting. A red-haired sorceress, Holding a ring in her palm, the system window says that this is a ring of space, contains 12 additional inventory slots. The hero looked ahead and thought about this ring. The protagonist stands in the square next to the girl in white and says that the exceptional value of the ring is that it is not a vault, of which the player can only have 3 at a time, then thinks that although it can drop from any monster, this chance is extremely small. What a lucky girl. He asked her how much she would sell it for. She replied that in a previous life, this thing cost at least 3,600 days. A girl with red hair is standing in the open air. She says that she doesn't need energy, she just wants to add the hero as a friend, then says that she asks to join their team to kill one boss. The interlocutor, tilting his head, agreed. The system sign informs that the player Black Plum has been added as a friend. Jean walks forward with the girl with the staff and asks who the boss is. She replies that he has a gold status, then says that she couldn't see the name, it was too far away, but there was a nickname of something like a battered boat. The protagonist's gaze rushed forward. He thought that the name of this boss was related to the boat and had a golden status. In the forest in the rain, a boss with gold status sails on a boat. The sorceress says that this is a rather rare boss. Useful artifacts drop from him, then adds that every time he appeared, a real war broke out between different guilds, and since he appeared near the city of beginners, he should be no higher than level 5, which means it will not be difficult to defeat him. A girl with a staff is standing against a background of buildings. The protagonist thinks that she is a member of the vending team, was able to find the ring of space and stumbled upon a useful boss. A bright orange fish jumps out of the water. Jean explained that this is one of the legends of his past life, a koi fish. A man in a dark cloak looked at his companion and asked her where she found the boss. She replied that she had done her business in the real world and then decided to wander around and noticed a boat. A masked man appears and says that there were rumors about a girl from the Wei Lich team with the luck of a koi fish who could find the rarest things just by wandering around without a purpose. Then explains that at first he thought it was just a legend invented to hide their way of obtaining information. The partner's face flushed. The hero concluded that all this was true. She asked why the genius looked at her like that. The silhouettes of a mage and an assassin are removed from the city. The leader of the mercenaries squatted down and said that under his command, his fighters should not be afraid. One of his subordinates noticed that the guy and the girl had already left the city. The man with gray hair turned around and said that it was logical. No man would be able to refuse such a beauty. He ordered his men to perform. Jean, stepping on the stone tiles, said that if he could help defeat the boss, if the items of suitable partners fell from him, then she could take them for herself, but he would take the rest for himself. She objected that as for Captain Wenming and the rest, the shadow replied that her team would hardly be able to cope without him. So why should he do it for free? The girl agreed, but on one condition. The red-haired lady turned to the hero and explained that if there was anything useful for her teammates, would he be able to sell it at a discount? The guy in the cloak, walking along the path, replied that of course he would help. The companion said that they should wait for the vending to enter the game. She clarified where they were going. The hero replied that they were going to fight the golden boss. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. She, trembling with tension, said that a genius was an assassin and could become invisible, but she would not survive the boss's direct attacks. He replied that he alone would be enough. The girl clutched the staff in her hands and thought that the guy was really going to kill the golden boss alone. Of course, he was strong, but this was some kind of mockery. The protagonist went underground, turning into a dark blob of energy. His partner, walking along the path, repeats his name. The mercenaries hid behind the trees. One of them noticed that the shadow had disappeared. The leader said that he had deceived the girl and left her to her fate. They came out of the ambush. Several of them said that a happy life would await them with him. The girl herself would come into their hands. The hero stands in front of them using the invisibility ability. Dark streaks run through the bandit's face. Blue and black cuts appear in space. The main character uses the skill of shadow carnage. He stands behind the already defeated mercenaries crumbling into yellow particles. The hero clarified that the loot from these people is the same as from the weakest monsters. The system window says that he killed 5 players and received 12 days of exchanged life. The girl, turning to the left, asked where the main character had disappeared. He explained that there was a tail behind them. He sent him back to the city. The sorceress jumped above the ground and said that she thought that the hero was in a hurry. He could become invisible. It must be so easy for him to relieve himself. Could he do it anywhere and not be afraid that someone would notice him? The partner asked to take him to the boss as soon as possible. Houses grow in a medieval city. A dark-haired girl stands with a magic staff in her hands. She walks along the main square and notices that everything is real here. The rookie looks at her new weapon and says that she was lucky to get a hidden victim build, then adds that it must be something very strong and hopes that Brother Songfei will like it. Then asks how he is doing and if he knows the secret about starting points. She frowned and with full seriousness in her words stated that before that the idiot had followed him with his tail, and when the critical moment came and he was not around, then she adds that she wonders where he wears him. With a secret build and the promised help of Aizen, he will level up very soon, then says that then he will show up in his brotherhood properly. The girl looked at the glowing sign and asked if it was a rating, then added that the first player was already at level 6. She clutched the magic weapon in her hand and said that Jiang Wei was boasting of his level 3 skill. Then she noticed that the real expert seemed to be the same shadow, then reasoned that if she joined him, she would advance much faster than with a stupid classmate, and at the end she wondered where to find him. The warriors from the guild, having gathered together, talk about how they cannot contact their teammates. The guy with dark hair, scratching his head, said that they could not wait for him. The members of the squad replied that they could not fight without a healer. Apparently they would have to look for a replacement. They turned back. A rookie girl approached the adventure team and asked that it seemed to her that they needed a healer. She just had a hidden build victim. The hero and his companion are standing on the cliff, which is washed by a gray and sultry downpour. A ghostly boat floats through the swamp. The hero noticed that this is the boat he was thinking about. He dissolved in a dark blue bundle of energy and explained that he would deal with the boss himself. His partner agreed. He jumps off the ledge. The system window says that under the influence of the ghostly threat, this place acquires the status of a blood domain. The rate of loss of vital energy is increased 100 times. He looked up and thought that 15 minutes spent in this place was equivalent to 1 day of life energy. It wasn't the harshest blood domain yet. A 5th level ghost rook appears with the status of golden special residual time of 45 minutes and 25 seconds. The hero is enveloped in blue magical energy. He says that such special bosses exist for a limited time, then remarks that he is lucky to have 45 minutes left and that this should definitely be enough. The dead man's boat is pierced by shadow daggers. The protagonist has used the skill Shadow Carnage. The skeleton is hit by Chin's blue aura. He jumps into the air and, spreading his arms, used the skill Poison Arrow. The arrow hits the ball on the bow of the rook, critical damage. The hero steps aside and thinks that one of the main difficulties of this boss is not understanding where his weak point is. Many think that it is the skeleton itself or the boat, but in fact his weakness lies in the ghostly bells hanging on the bow. The boss swings an oar to strike. The hero explains that if you hit them, the boss will begin to interact with the water surface. He swings his paddle in the middle of the green swamp whirlpool. Chin adds to unleash a terrifying attack. The water streams stretch under the water. The cloaked guy concluded that the water pillars cause tremendous damage. A rookie in armor even of silver status is unlikely to be able to survive a direct hit. It is lucky that because of his secret build, he has incredible agility. Otherwise he would not be able to dodge. A dead man sails through the swamp in his boat. A large number of corpses come out of the swamp thickets. The protagonist explained that after a large-scale attack, the ghost will summon 12 water monsters, each not lower than silver status. The hero is under the influence of the invisibility skill and adds that they will fight mercilessly, leaving no chance to escape. The main ghost will summon a new dozen every 3 minutes if the players do not have time to cope with them. Their number will only increase, which will most likely lead to the complete destruction of the group. The hero stands in front of the enemies. He explains that from the very beginning he was in a state of invisibility, so he cannot be detected, then adds that all that remains is to find a suitable angle. Shadow lunges forward with Shadow Carnage. The girl looks at the battlefield. She opened her mouth and asked how strong the shadow was. It appeared and disappeared in a split second. The boss did not even have time to counterattack. The protagonist, escaping from the blows, declares that he will actually die soon. He turns around and says that the girl doesn't need to do anything, just let her wait for him to be reborn. The sorceress hugged her staff and asked if the genius was losing, and since when she was now black, she explained that she was not black, but a black plum. The boot is on the ground. The mercenaries go forward. They talk about that girl with red hair. A young man in a light sweater pointed his hand to the right and explained that he had found a shadow and a girl. She was hiding on a rock, and the hero was fighting with a monster. The bells on the boat glow with a green aura. A cloaked fighter advances forward. The dead man begins to summon purple storm clouds. The protagonist explains that when the boss's health drops to half, he will produce a colossal spiritual release. The purple spirit circles spread across the battlefield at a tremendous speed. Chin adds that at his current level, he can't even bear the consequences and will freeze for 5 seconds. Her partner covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. A column of water rose up near the hero. The wave rises into the air. The hero is dead. 2 light yellow orbs appeared at the place of the protagonist's death. The system window informs that the protagonist has lost 326 years of non-exchange life energy. He has lost 1,057 days of exchange life energy. The bandits, standing on the cliff, say that the guy in the cloak decided to deal with the golden boss alone on his own. They quickly approach the prey that is left of the protagonist. They say that the monster has only half of its health left. Now they will finish it off and take so much energy. The mercenaries were covered by the white light of the starry sky. A view of the city buildings opened. The guy closed his eyes and asked how the shadow was able to knock down half of his health. This boss is inadequately strong. To which the others added that it was some kind of nonsense. They died as soon as they came closer to him, and there were so many little things that they would order to fight with all this. The man gritted his teeth tightly and said that damn, they are going back. He refuses to believe it. The man jumped up. He landed on the water. Standing at attention, the hero said that he had returned. Where did so many spheres of energy come from? To which he was answered that he was fast. There was a bunch of noisy guys, but they were all killed by water pillars. Looking straight ahead, he said that it was clear that they had overestimated themselves. And then he thought that in his past life he had also suffered from ghostly boats. The skeleton was sitting in the boat, and the protagonist thought that the boss can only use an immobilizing spell once. After that it will not be difficult to bring his health to 0. But there is one difficulty. When his health is less than half, there is a chance that when he takes damage, he will teleport to another place. He knitted his brows and objected. The poisonous arrow rushed forward. Purple particles appeared in the air. MC looked away. He used the skill and thought that he had studied his habits too well. Standing on the ledge, the man shouted that he should take a look. This guy was fighting the monster again, to which he was told that it was great, they would kill both of them. The girl looked down and said that these idiots again, they should not interfere with the genius. Lightning appeared around her. Raising her staff in the air, she shouted about the divine lightning. People looked frightened and shouted that the hell who was attacking them was that sorceress. The mage frowned when she heard that this bastard wanted to die. She began to run away screaming for help, to which the bandit shouted that she was going to dance with them. The man was standing behind the tree. He stared away in silence. Jean looked ahead viciously. The monster was standing on the boat. The thought arose that he was almost dead. Although he was only level 5, it was still not so easy to fight him alone. He did too little damage, which caused the fight to drag on and attract unnecessary spectators. The bandits ran forward rapidly, to which the hero thought that some guys on the rock, apparently those who died here recently. People were hiding behind trees, and he added that another group was hiding in the forest, seemingly waiting for him and the boss to kill each other in order to take all the loot for themselves. The skeleton's eyes lit up brightly. Standing in front of him, the protagonist thought that it was a good fight. A view of the mountains opened. A notification appeared that the Shadow is the first player in the north to kill a boss of golden status. Received 3 reputation points. People looked in bewilderment. There was talk that where did he get so much strength? People from which region did they get into the shell? Such a person simply had to be a native of their great country. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that he had recently dealt with the bronze boss alone, and now he had reached the golden one. Why the difference between them was so great. And the girl thought that this Shadow was definitely the strongest. If he helped her level up, very soon she would be able to see sun. Luminous spheres appeared in the air. Smirking, the guy said that how much loot. That person had become invisible, apparently noticed them. Let him use his skill and find him, kill him and take all the loot. The young man aimed his bow. He abruptly used the ghost eagle skill. The bird flew into the sky. Feathers fell down. Looking to the side, the MC mused that the ghost eagle didn't think that these guys possessed a skill that deactivated invisibility. Now it was clear why they were so hoping to take all the loot. However, his skill level was higher than theirs, so nothing would come of it. Turning around, the player said that he was not there. Apparently he was scared of them and ran away, to which he was told that he was not so stupid. Walking forward, the guy said that for now they need to protect the loot. Let them be on the alert. That guy's ownership will expire in 5 minutes, then it will all be theirs. They smiled broadly. Suddenly, they were hit. Chin's eyes lit up. Standing at attention, he said that now it was much quieter here. By the way, where had the gone? Okay, he would find it later. He had enough points to pump his greedy hands. He would do it before collecting loot. The hero looked in the direction of the lightning. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that 100%, what a huge bonus, would start. Raising his hand up, the protagonist exclaimed. A bright glow appeared in the middle of the forest. There were reports that he used greedy hands, and received 7 mutation points. Looking at his hand, he said that it meant that even artifacts could double, and then he thought that bells were not considered equipment, but an item, so they only took up 1 slot in the inventory. MC frowned upon hearing that he should save her, to which he asked where she was. He looked away when he heard that they should not touch her. Standing in front of the magician, the young man said that she loved to run, and the other added that there was no further way. Let her go to them, they would give her fabulous pleasure. Lowering her head, the girl exclaimed. She jumped off the cliff abruptly. The priest flew down. She fell to the ground. Looking at her, the player said that she was a determined girl. She jumped like that. Chin froze when he heard that there was no need to save her anymore. She had already returned to the city. How painful. It was good that all the exchange energy of the team was stored with the captain. To which he replied that it was clear. Let him wait for him there. Raising his hand, he said that now he had 3,115 days of exchange energy and 21 mutation points at his disposal. He would continue to pump greedy hands. Looking down, the hero said that 210 points. So it's not that simple. The higher the status of the skill, the more resources are needed to level up. Then he will take up attacking skills. So he will be able to kill stronger bosses and get better loot. Bright rays appeared around him, and skill notifications appeared. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that the damage from the Shadow Massacre has increased by 1.5 times. Even without the invisibility state, he will be able to deal more than 2,500 damage at a time, and if he also uses a sneak attack, the damage will increase to 6,000. Looking at the notification, he added that usually a gold boss drops 2 to 4 silver level artifacts, and the chance of dropping something gold is very low, but thanks to greedy hands, he obtained 11 gold items and scrolls, 2 platinum artifacts, and 1 platinum skill, 3 of which are not bad for an assassin. MC held the weapon in his hands. Lowering his head, he said that this feature was of little use, since he used skills most often, but the basic stats of these daggers were not bad on their own. Increasing the attack speed would also increase the speed of applying skills and their cooldown. Watching the glow, Chin said that leveling up hasn't increased his physical condition yet, but with this armor, he will be able to increase his health to 769. Now most players won't even be able to scratch it. Pointing to the notification, he added that so, it's better to make the armor invisible, then other players will think that it's in the basic assassin's equipment. It's time to see what kind of skill it is. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that he finally had a skill to reduce damage, but in his previous life it was considered of little use, since it was extremely difficult to increase the percentage of passives. He had to completely forget about the level of other artifacts, and this was like mortal danger. Standing at attention, he reflected on the fact that he was different, that he could pump his skills directly, which meant that he would not have to sacrifice anything for the sake of increasing the percentage. Going forward, the protagonist said that everything else belongs to the classes of warrior, cleric or archer. He will sell it to Juan with a 10% discount, although it is unlikely that his team will have enough energy for this. Knowing his character, he can safely give it to them on credit. After all, he has become much stronger thanks to the black. He will have to thank her. People were walking from the other side of the forest. MC froze abruptly. The guy looked at me in amazement, and shouted that let them run. The guys began to run away shouting that they should not interfere, they should not leave him alone, let him not approach them. A glow appeared around the hero. Suddenly he struck at people. Chin lowered his head down. The man looked at him frightened and said that he was guilty. This would not happen again. Let him go. Asked not to kill him. He had only 1 year of life left. To which the hero replied that it was unlikely that he thought about it when he attacked others, so. The player clutched his head and screamed in pain. A red glow appeared around the protagonist, and he thought that he didn't care. He had ghost bells for that. People looked at him in amazement. The girl frowned and said that the shadow returned after killing the golden boss, and the player added that he got so much cool loot alone. Standing in front of the hero, the young man said that he should stop. Smiling, he said that as an apology for what had happened, they had bought this assassin's skill for him, asking him to forget what had happened between them. MC looked at the book after hearing that it was a melee skill. He turned around and replied approvingly. Gritting his teeth tightly, the lad said that he had killed them, and they had killed him for it, to which he was told that it was true why they should allow them to be treated like this, and he added that they would gather everyone they knew and attack him all together. He would not be able to stand against 100. Looking at them, the young man said that they understood a lot. This guy must have some kind of secret. If they found and kidnapped him in the real world, they would not only learn the cheat codes, but also turn him into their slave to collect life energy. He gritted his teeth when he heard that it was clear, not a bad plan, to which he replied that he would send a woman to ingratiate herself with him and find out information. It was clear from his speech that he was not from their circles. It seemed like a poor man, such as he would definitely fall for a beauty. Stretching out his hand forward, Jean said that he should keep his share, to which she replied that thank you, only she is not a black plum, but a black plum. Holding the staff in her hands, the girl replied that it was amazing. This skill and the necklace increased her power and increased the rate of mana replenishment. Thank him very much. She opened her eyes wide, hearing that now she should give the ring, as agreed. Smiling, the magician said that by the way, while she was running away from those idiots, she came across a cave. Maybe this is the entrance to the ruins. He is interested. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that first the ghost rook, now the entrance to the ruins. It is quite useful to be friends with her. His generosity paid off. It is unlikely that she would have told him about it if he had not given her 2 golden items. Thanks to the ring, there are now 27 slots in his inventory. Looking at her, he asked where Juan was. As soon as he sold them things, he would head to the ruins she said he had, to which the girl replied that it was fine, but the captain and the others had gone to train the new cleric. They wouldn't be back soon. She looked at her in amazement, and said that she had marked the entrance on the map. He would find a stone slab in the bushes. She moved it when she tried to hide, went down only a couple of steps, but was frightened when she heard screams from there. The mage turned around when she heard that it was clear that he would go there and deal with Juan when he returned. Black particles were flying in the air. They flew forward rapidly. The thought arose that at first he wanted to look for some place to farm, but now he won't have to. There are 3 types of ruins near the village of beginners: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they were all jam-packed with bronze and silver monsters, and for him it was a sea of energy and mutation points. He was standing in front of an underground entrance. Going down the stairs, MC thought that there are 3 types of ruins near the village of beginners: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. There is a lot to say about tombs. Usually they are inhabited by hordes of small monsters, and at the end of the game there is a golden boss waiting for the players. Looking to the side, he added that the monsters in the ruins are cursed by the ancient evil gods. Perhaps they were humans in the past, but after dying for some reason, they became ghosts. The temples are inhabited by monsters who were once people who worship the ancient gods. Temples are usually the most confusing type of ruins. As he stopped, Chin thought that if he successfully cleared the last 2 types, he could obtain a special item or a skill scroll. Then it was still a temple of faith. He furrowed his brows and added that the drawings looked very familiar. Taking a step forward, the hero thought that this was the temple of the ancient god of justice. It had the same roots as his eye of justice. A view of the dark forest opened up. The guy slid along the ground. Suddenly, the monster pounced on him. He struck a blow at a person. Turning his head, the young man shouted that he should heal faster. What is worth? The girl looked frightened and asked what and how. Holding the weapon in his hands, the fighter shouted that damn, he was attacking again. Let him use his skills. Xiao grabbed her face and shouted that she was scared. Birds flew in the air. A glow appeared around the people. Raising her hand up, the girl said that how quickly he returned. The shadow had not returned yet. She would have to wait for him. The young man looked furiously and shouted that he had never seen such a fool before. He did not know how to defend himself. He did not know how to use skills either, she knew at least something at all. Stretching his arms to the sides, the player asked what she was rowdy. It was her first run. It was not scary to die for the first time, to which he replied that to the side, he would tell her everything. Raising his hand, the swordsman said that they were dying for the third time in an hour. Grinning, the mage said that well, then now she is with them. The genius just gave her two interesting things. With her their team will not die. The guy looked at her and said that okay, the Black Plum was right. He hoped this time everything would go well, and they would cross paths with the genius when they returned. Looking down, Xiao said that she should forgive, she would try better, and then thought that they screwed up themselves, and they blamed her. If it wasn't for their connection with the shadow, she wouldn't even come up to them, infuriating. A bunch of stupid freaks. The protagonist left the dungeon. He looked to the side when he heard a sound. The dead were lying on the ground. MC looked at them and exclaimed. Suddenly, he used the Shadow Massacre skill. As he watched the undead, Qin mused that even with using a sneak strike and breaking the invisibility, they had lost a negligible amount of health. Although what else could one expect from the Tenter Silver monsters? If their forces were added together, they would be more terrifying than a golden ghost rook. Lowering his gaze, he added that they were bowing again, but why in his direction? He was invisible. The zombies were kneeling in front of him, to which the hero thought that they could feel the aura of the Eye of Justice, so they didn't attack. The monster stood up when he heard that the two of them knew the way. Let them lead. Looking at the creatures, the protagonist thought that it seems that their consciousness is so damaged that they have become no smarter than animals. Now all they need to do is take life energy from people. The undead's eyes lit up and they screamed. They rushed forward abruptly. Standing in the middle of the passage, the man shouted that he was careful. There were monsters there. MC looked to the side when he heard that there were two silver monsters. They couldn't even deal with one. Why should they flee? Let them run immediately. The mage raised her head up. Standing behind the zombies, Qin thought that this group, it seemed to be the Grey Rose that had bought the ice spell from him, didn't think that this temple would be discovered so quickly, although none of them would have the strength to clear it in the near future. He crouched down to the glow and said that there were more than 100 days of exchange energy, quite unexpectedly from people like them. Standing in the middle of the hall, the hero said that why can't he find anything, no traps, no treasures, can only these two idiots be here? Holding the blade in his hands, he added that it was okay. The blades flew into the zombie's head. Stretching out his hand to the side, the protagonist shouted about greedy hands. He opened his eyes wide and added that the epic level was incredible, 32 mutation points, 1,504 days of exchange energy, 4 gold artifacts, and 10 silver artifacts. Looking at his hand, MC said that there was even a trinket for an assassin. A glow appeared around him and he added that the increase in reload speed was a cool thing. The period of invisibility was reduced from 22.6 to 19.2, the period of poison arrow from 4.3 to 3.7, and of shadow carnage from 10.4 to 8.8. The rest of the items would have to be saved and sold later, since no one would be able to use level 8 items at the moment. Qin looked sharply to the side. A lever appeared next to him. Turning his head, the hero said that it was clear that in order to activate the mechanism, he first had to kill all the monsters in this hall. Looking down, he thought that it was a hidden mechanism. Standing in front of the mechanism, the protagonist heard a click. The slab beneath him shook. He began to descend. The platform from above began to close. Standing in front of the lever, the MC said that finally, it seems, he had descended 300 and 400 meters. He looked to the side and mumbled. Standing in the middle of the dungeon, Qin said that the temple catacombs. Looking ahead, he added that they could not be found in every temple. But in his previous life, he had managed to explore several similar places. There were a lot of traps. But since the people in this game could be used as cannon fodder, they wouldn't be too difficult. The only thing was that the whole thing would take a long time. Lowering his head, the hero said that with his current level, he would die from any of them. But luckily, he had this thing. He stretched out his hand to the side and summoned the condemned man. The protagonist pointed at the undead and said that he should go. Crossing his arms, he added that it was much easier to explore the catacombs with him. But the danger was still not zero, so it would be a good idea to improve his stability. Looking down, MC said that great, he still had enough points to level up the Shadow Carnage to an epic level. Frowning, he added that in order to level up the Massacre to the legendary level, he would need 10 times more mutation points. The higher the initial level of the artifact or skill, the more profitable it was for him to level it. For example, if the item initially had an epic level, leveling to legendary would be the first for him and would cost only 1 mutation point. Standing behind the zombies, Qin said that even if you consider that with such a high level, the cost increases tenfold. 1 multiplied by 10 will still be 10, so if he manages to find an epic skill or item, he will be able to level it up very quickly, not only for the legendary level, but also to the mythic, ancient, or even immortal level. So now any of his abilities will be no weaker than this level. Looking at his hand, he continued that there were only 11 points left, which was enough to level up his Shadow Walk. Thanks to the cooldown reduction item, they ended up with 16.3 seconds, but it was still too long, and the stealth attack bonus wasn't too big. He would have to remember to level up this skill in the future. The monster pressed the plate. A huge stone fell down. Standing in front of the boulder, the hero said that he would have to wait to summon a new one. This is quite slow, but the only safe way. He hopes it will pay off. The top floor of the temple appeared. The players peeked around the corner. Closing his eyes, the man said that those two monsters had disappeared, to which the girl asked again. Turning around, she said that their life energy was also gone. Apparently someone had killed those monsters and taken the energy. But who could it be? To which she was told that it seemed to him that only a shadow was capable of something like this. It seemed so, but now at least nothing threatened them. Putting her hand to her face, the Magus thought that when they got here, she caught a glimpse of a man. She even thought that he was talking to monsters. So it was a shadow. Did he really have a skill that could enchant monsters? This guy was frighteningly incredible. The monster was attacked. Looking at the glow, the protagonist said that he had been wandering here for 3 hours. This must be the end of the catacombs. If he hadn't had the medallion, it would have taken at least 100 human lives here. He raised his hand sharply. MC followed the zombies. Stopping in front of the gate, he said that he should open it. The undead began to open the doors. Frowning, Jean thought that he couldn't. Strange. He put his hand to the door. The gates suddenly opened. Gray smoke began to emanate from them. The hero looked forward angrily. The chest stood among the towers. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that the chest was all covered with vines, and some NPC was standing nearby. The girl closed her eyes. Standing in front of her, he added that just question marks. This was the first time he had met such a mysterious NPC. Nodding her head, she said something. A bright glow appeared around her. MC froze and asked what was gone, as well as the vines. The chest lit up brightly. Furrowing his brows, Jean said that even though he didn't know anything about her, he could feel in his gut that she was somehow connected to the Eye of Justice. Watching the chest, he added that the chest was glowing golden, which meant that there was something epic inside, but he had to be careful. It could still be a facial expression or a trap. Stretching out his hand forward, the hero said that he should open it. The zombie abruptly opened the chest. Wide-eyed, the protagonist shouted about an assassin's skill with an active and passive effect at the same time. Bright rays flew around him. Looking down, MC said that the passive increases damage when hitting the enemy's weak point, but the active effect is even crazier. Standing in front of the chest, he added that if his next attack dealt 300 damage, the enemy would be debuffed, which would take another 900 health points from him in the next 3 seconds, and in total, he would deal 1,200 damage. Lowering his head, Jean said that Shadow Massacre type skills deal multiple hits, but Flesh Tear only needs one. Besides, this skill has an epic class, which means he only needs 10 mutation points to level it up to legendary. Excellent Harvest. Its damage has increased exponentially. As he was leaving, he continued that he would sell the rest of the mob to her company. It was time for him to move back. Let him tell Juan to return to the city. He had something to sell them, to which the girl asked that he had already finished exploring the ruins. They were moving out. A view of the city opened. Lowering his gaze, the hero said what it was. People lined up in front of him shouting that the shadow was here. He was the one. He was the chairman of the bands from Shanghai, who wanted to officially offer him a place in their company. Raising his hand up, the player shouted that he should take them as assistants. He is even ready to share his wife with her. The protagonist frowned, thinking that it looked like the portals to other rookie cities had finally begun to open. Now he could go to Firefly City for sleep. Suddenly it evaporated. As he left, the MC listened to the cries that he had disappeared. It was all their fault. Why was it necessary to move him so much? Let him look at himself. How dare he present his freak sister to a genius? The mage turned her head when she heard the address. The guy shuddered when he heard that the genius had returned. Jean froze in bewilderment. Xiao smiled broadly. Looking at her, he thought that how could she fit into Wang's ranks? His team would collapse because of her. The hero was lying on the bed. The thought arose that he had to be careful. The whole world now knows about the shadow. He cannot reveal his true identity until he can use his powers in the real world, where even an ordinary kitchen knife can kill him. The girl's cheeks turned red and she thought that this is a shadow. From one glance it is clear that he is the strongest. Compared to him, Wang's company is just garbage. If she manages to make friends with him, she will be able to meet Sun in the near future. Pointing to the notification, the protagonist said that these artifacts and skills are suitable for their classes. For all he will take 2,200 days of energy. To which the youth asked what is so expensive. They are all silver and gold class. They can't afford it. To which he replied that it's fine, let him pay later. Gritting his teeth, the player said that he was thankful. He did not know how to thank him. If he ever needed them, let him say only a word, they would do everything in their power. The knight took his hand behind his head and said that the shadow was simply magnificent. He would have a golden artifact. To which one replied that his DPS had tripled, and he sold it to them on credit. He trusted them so much. Lowering his gaze, he asked that there was nothing for him here, to which the young man replied that he would get by with the experience he got from them. Looking at the hero, Xiao greeted her, and said that she was a priest from Team Wang. He had something for her. Suddenly she opened her eyes in surprise. MC looked down. Suddenly it evaporated. The girl looked at her in amazement, and asked what he had gone, to which she was told that most likely this time he simply did not have anything suitable for her, and it seemed to him that he deliberately ignored her. Jean moved towards the building, thinking about how he actually had golden artifacts and skills. There was a glow around the objects, and he added that why would he give such valuable things to her? Going forward, the hero thought that over time, the amount of unnecessary equipment would only increase, and the sale device in the square would take too much time, so establishing ties with Juan was a great decision. She should not interfere with him in this. They needed to find another priest to replace them in their team. Furrowing his brows, he added that Miss Shui should come over. The image of a girl appeared. The thought flashed through her mind that she was the leader of the God Slayer Guild from his past life. She had a hidden priest build that gave her a familiar that could heal and apply buffs. In his memory, she was the only priest who could kill the golden boss without help. They had gone through a lot together. Compared to her, Sha was just trash. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that, by the way, Shui from Firefly City seemed to be just like Dream. Looking straight ahead, he added that if he found her, he would ask to join Wan's team. MC teleported into the city. He looked at the buildings, gritting his teeth tightly. The guy shouted that they were running back. They had already taken half of that silver boss's health. If it went to someone else, they died in vain. Today he would definitely kill him. Watching them, Chin thought that it was a piece of cake. He looked at the quarry. Walking forward, the hero reflected on the fact that this is a 5th level area, the Valley of Weeping, where the demons of heat and prisoners live. He peeked around the corner when he heard that he should attack and not touch him. The creature stood in the midst of the flames. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the two-headed demon of heat was a silver-level boss, but this situation was strange. Watching the battle, he added that most of the players are fighting each other. People stood in front of each other. Sleep stared silently ahead. Gritting his teeth, the guy shouted that last time he framed him and stole the life energy. This time he was finished. And the other added that he thought he was safe, hiding under the skirts. He had the anti-magic skill Closed Jaws. Striking with his staff, the priest shouted that he should not dare to touch his brother. MC looked angrily, thinking that he had a mage class, and Nick was a heaven-defiant god of magic. In his past life, he forced his female fans to choose this class, and then took their artifacts and skills to level up faster. The team can't consist exclusively of mages, but they found a solution. The man held the staff in his hands, and he continued the thought that some spent all the points on pumping intelligence to become damage dealers, others on dexterity to distract the enemy more successfully, others invested in health, becoming human shields. The rest pumped strength and became sub-warriors fighting in close combat. At first it was an invincible team stealing the life energy of players left and right. The young man stretched out his hand and shouted that they were very smart, praying to God that the monster would die soon and they could rest. The world should be filled with love, not violence. Pointing to the demon, the priest replied that he suffered the most. This horror should not have touched him. They would kill this reptile. He would not dare to wound their idol. The creature swung its arms, and someone shouted that sleep would reign over the mad creatures. The whole world at his feet. They would always be at his side. He let loose flames. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. Crouching, he turned to the girl, to which she replied that they were ready to do anything for him. Closing his eyes, the young man shouted that forward. If this creature is killed, his brother will become the first in the ranking. They must show the shadow his place. Holding his staff in his hands, the man shouted that the heavens should open at the will of his brother. Lightning struck the point. Frowning, the guy thought that finally, even if it is so difficult with silver, how could someone defeat gold alone? He definitely uses cheats. There are so many assistants around him, but he is still at the 7th level. How does he manage to level up so quickly? Pursing his lips, he added that but as soon as this bastard died, he would get the 8th level. The shadow was stuck at the 9th level. Very soon he would overtake him and become the first in all the lands abandoned by the god. Suddenly someone grabbed his face. The hero tore off his head. He used the Shadow Massacre skill. Blood flew out of the young man's mouth. The members of the squad looked at him in amazement. They were hit sharply. Blue rays appeared in the air. The players froze, shouting that he killed the boss with one blow. A blow for 1,000 damage. What the hell? His strongest skill deals a little more than 100. Standing in front of the loot, they added that it was also an area attack. He had destroyed them. Who was this assassin? Could it be a shadow? And who else could it be? The protagonist looked to the side and thought that they were just afraid that they would fall under his arm. In a previous life they would all attack him. A view of the city buildings opened. Looking at his hands, Dream asked that he had died. The shadow had killed him. What was he doing in Firefly Town? Out of all the places, he had chosen him to steal his boss from him. Standing in front of him, the squad members shouted that why did the brother die with them? It was a shadow. But why did he need to kill them? To which he replied that it was understandable. He was aiming at the silver boss. How low? He attacked them when they were engrossed in battle. He is a real trash. The archer put her hand to her chest and said that she could join him. She had an eagle eye skill that revealed invisibility. Standing in front of her, the young man replied that he only needed magi, and the other added that her DPS was too low, she would ruin their ranking. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the player said that love can overcome everything. Taking the girl's hands, he added that he felt her love, that she was an archer. It didn't matter, let her join them, they would become stronger together. The shooter began to cry, saying that she loved him. Smiling broadly, the girl said that she was an assassin, she could become invisible, wedge with wedge, and the mage added that he had learned a spell that applied area control, he would be able to freeze it. Smiling, Sun said that there would be enough love for everyone, they would be together forever. Closing his eyes, the user said that he was a real gentleman. People raised their hands up, shouting that this shadow kills people on a whim. What a dishonest person, he will pay for harming his brother. They will grab him so that his brother will kill this bastard with his own hands. Frowning, the guy asked what was the noise he was again, to which he was told that he did not hear, he had just been smashed outside. Gritting his teeth, he added that with such an army of girls protecting him, the murderer was a shadow, and an explanation was still needed. Smirking, the young man thought that it was great when he killed this bastard in front of so many witnesses. The whole world would understand how insignificant some pitiful lone assassin was. Compared to him, he was nobody. A huge fist appeared in front of the MC. Lowering his gaze, he said about leveling up the skill of the gift of mercy. A person's body appeared. A phrase flashed by that 200% of hitting a weak point means that its area itself doubles. If the skill becomes even stronger, half of the body will become a weak point. Then even a shadow massacre will touch it. Clicking on the notification, Chin said that it only took 10 points to level up from epic to legendary. But to reach the mythic level, he needed 100 times more. In order for the gift of mercy to become mythic, he would need 200 points. Standing at attention, he continued that then for greedy hands, he needed 210 points for evolution for the legendary, and 3,400 for the mythic. The 9 remaining points for sure, but that would not be enough. If so, then he would pump up the blow on the sly. Looking at the notification, the hero said that killing the boss and players in total gave him 1,400 days of exchange energy. The business was over, he could go back. Suddenly the assassin swung at him. The protagonist turned his head sharply to the side. He looked at him in surprise when he heard that he should die. MC deftly dodged the attack. Waving his hand, the warrior asked what was why. He fell to the ground and shouted invisibility. Standing on the hill, the man shouted that he was surrounded. Let him surrender. Raising his hand in the air, the priest shouted that they would avenge brother Sun. Chin used his shadow walk skill. Pulling the bowstring, the archer shouted that it was useless. They would find him anyway. Feathers fell through the air. The man took a step forward. Frowning, the players shouted that they would hit him with their strongest attacks. Loyal fans would not tolerate disrespect for their idol. Arrows rushed towards the assassin. An explosion thundered below. Clenching his fist, the priest said that well, she wasn't even a mage, which meant that she had never really loved her brother. Let her use her eagle eye again. The hero held ghostly bells in his hands. The archer looked at her in amazement, and asked that she couldn't move. Black particles were flying among people. The protagonist used the skill of shadow carnage. He walked past people. The young man looked frightened and asked what was going on. It was as if they had fallen into a meat grinder. It was the work of the shadow. But if he attacked, he had to see him. He froze in amazement when he heard that he was a corpse. Stretching his hand forward with himself, Dream shouted about the magic shield. Suddenly, the shield in front of him collapsed. He fell sharply to the ground. Standing in front of the spheres, the MC said that this guy had a lot of life energy, as many as 2,000 exchange days. Looking at them, he added that but the girls had almost nothing. Did they really give everything to this idiot? A canyon appeared. A phrase flashed by that when they realized that they were not playing with toys here. Brainwashed fools. I even felt a little sorry for them. Now all these centuries of non-exchange energy will go to feed the local monsters. A view of the city opened. Looking at his hands, the guy shouted that he only had 500 days of exchange energy left. This bastard. Why the hell didn't they find him? The archer rolled her eyes and said that she had used the skill, but for some reason, she only found their sister, to which she was asked if the shadow could have a higher stealth level than her skill. Sun frowned when he heard that she could only detect those whose level did not exceed the first, and if the opponent was stronger then she would not see him, to which he asked what and how he would order to fight him. Lowering his gaze, he added that but why was he so with him, and the boss had stolen him, and even killed him twice. Was he jealous of his beauty? Raising the staff up, the mage shouted that for their safety, they would change farming places. They would follow him anywhere. Chin was standing in the middle of the city. Looking around, he said that it was strange. His company was not here. They would go to another city, or even left the game. The young man looked frightened when he heard that he did not know where Dream had gone, to which he exclaimed. Stretching out his hand forward, he replied that they went there, asked to kill them. But he has one request, let him spare his girlfriend. Her nickname is a Feibao kitten, to which the hero replied that he would change the girl if he were him, and then thought that for some reason he was sure that his girlfriend was the one with the anti-stealth skill. Lowering his head, the guy said that he had been looking for a soulmate for so long. As he left, the protagonist thought that although he knew the approximate direction, the exact distance to them was unknown. It would be foolish to waste time searching blindly to find Shui. Suddenly he looked away in surprise. The lady walked forward, and the thought arose that it was her. Standing in front of her, the MC asked if she could help him, to which she replied that he was a shadow. Stretching out his hand, he added that he had heard that she was able to track a target within a wide search radius. Let her find Sun for him, and as a reward he would sell her this golden artifact on the cheap. Smirking, Shui replied that but how did he know about it? She hadn't told anyone about her ability yet, and Chin said that it didn't matter. The question was whether she needed the artifact or not, and she added that of course she did, but she wasn't sure if she could afford it. Standing beside her, he said that she didn't even have 500 days. The normal price would be 700 or 800, to which the girl replied that she had that much. A notification appeared that the transaction was completed. Lowering her gaze, the mage spoke about the golden thing. The hero hit her on the head. Looking at the girl, he said that he should hurry up. Holding the staff in her hands, Shui thought that she was meeting him for the first time, but his aura seemed familiar for some reason, and then asked that he wasn't afraid that she would just take the artifact and run away, to which he asked that she didn't hate Song. Looking away, the priest said that he even knew that they knew each other in the real world, but his voice was unfamiliar to her, to which the protagonist asked that he would try to guess. Letting go of the bird, she said that come on, it was not so important. The mage opened her eyes in amazement. The bird flew over the city. A quarry appeared, the words were heard about what I had found. There was a glow around the beast, and someone said that they had found it, but it was unlikely that they would stand still and wait there. Rushing forward, MC said that he should add him as a friend and continue to track them and report on their location, to which she asked what and for how long she should do this, and he added that it was quite a little. Jean suddenly stopped. He knitted his brows. The hero looked around the corner, hearing that he had stopped. Standing in front of the tree, he said that he should look around, there are other similar trees in the vicinity, to which he was told that he should give her a second. The trees lit up red, a phrase flashed that there was one in front of him 100 meters away, and another one to the left of it, also 100 meters away. The protagonist put his hand to the tree. Standing at attention, he asked what this symbol was. A sign appeared on the tree, and the MC asked if there were any guesses. A glow appeared in the middle of the canyon. A jade treasure chest appeared in front of the MC. Lowering his gaze, he said that he didn't think he would find the blessing of the old gods near the newcomer village. Lucky, this time a jade chest appeared. A cave behind a tree appeared. Words were heard that the blessing of the ancient gods can appear in any part of the lands abandoned by the god. To unlock it, you need to find and activate all the symbols. Some summon bosses, others hordes of weaker monsters. Treasure chests and unique rewards can also appear. Looking at the chest, Jean heard that it was incredible. Such a chest was equivalent to 1,000 days of exchange energy. It was about 10 million yuan, to which he thought that this was still a good rate. In the previous life it was 1 in 10,000 by this time, and on the second day it had risen to 1 in 50,000. The bird flew forward, and the thought arose in his head that the genius simply ran his fingers over the symbols. He needed to memorize them. With his search skills, he would be able to find more. The hero looked at the chest in surprise when he heard that he had obtained the Blooming Curse skill scroll, to which he asked again. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he thought that he had heard about this skill in his previous life, but he didn't know what it was called. Killing players with it, he would be able to drain them of energy to zero. Going forward, the protagonist thought that he was in trouble. He would kill him until he logged out, and when he reached the 10th level, he would go out into the real world and kill him for real. Lightning struck the monster. He fell to the ground. Smiling, the guy thought that they had come this far. The shadow would not be able to track them. Yes, he had enough of the boss's theft and his 2 deaths. Rolling his eyes, he added that if he raised the level, he would get what he deserved. Stretching out his hand to the side, the player shouted that he should watch if someone was fighting the boss. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that they looked familiar, and by chance they were not the same fans. Closing her eyes, the girl shouted that they would do it again, when they calmed down, and the other girl added that if they attacked, they would not dare to spoil the rank of their beloved son. Holding the shield in his hands, the fighter said that great, they had reinforcements, they almost killed him, they would finish him off together. Suddenly the staff flew over his head. The man struck a crushing blow directly at him. The priest looked at her in amazement, and shouted what they were doing. They were completely crazy. Looking at her, the mage replied that this was their fate. Frowning, she shouted that she had no idea what it was about. Suddenly, arrows flew right into her head. The guy looked frightened and turned around. The archer looked angrily and shouted, "What a brother, let them crush these scum!" Shots rushed towards the creature. Screams were heard that the whole world would submit to him, their hearts beating in unison. The attack hit the monster. Stretching out his hands to the sides, the young man said that he was very grateful to them. He almost died at the hands of these cruel followers. Closing their eyes, the members of the squad shouted that there was no need to thank them. The whole world was at his feet. The man was standing on a hill. The hero watched them silently. Suddenly it evaporated. Sleep froze with fright when he heard his name. He opened his eyes wide when he heard that he was a corpse. Suddenly, the protagonist chopped off his head. The magi looked at him in amazement and shouted about him. MC was standing behind him. Looking to the side, he cast the Blooming Curse. A plant appeared from the head of a person. People looked frightened and asked again. The young man moved to the city. Frowning, he shouted that he was a shadow again. What was his point on his murder? He was jealous of his fans. Falling to his knees, Sun added that damn, it seems that he came to the Firefly only for him. Maybe his beloved is one of his fans. He annoyed him with something. Wide-eyed, he asked what his exchange money was being spent on, a penalty for dying too often. Suddenly, people began to appear near him. The guy looked frightened when he heard that the shadow had grown some kind of flower on him, and he seemed to be sucking something out of it. Frowning, he asked what this flower was sucking energy out of him, and then he thought that he really wanted to kill him. He had to log out, or he would lose everything. Raising his hand up, the player shouted that it was time for them to quit the game. In the real world, he would buy energy and exchange it for equipment. When they became stronger, they would return, and then the shadows would be in trouble, to which he was told that their hearts would follow him everywhere. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that let him wait. Nothing is over yet. He has been training for 2.5 years to reach his current position. He refuses to believe that he will not be able to break him with money. Red plants appeared. Behind the hero lay a corpse. Jean lowered his head when he heard that he had killed too many players, so he was getting the 4th level of assassin status, to which he replied that another 1,000 days. This gang had farmed quite well, but the sucking stopped. They were out of the game. The bird flew in the air. The girl looked at her in amazement, and thought that this was also the power of the first in the rating, a nightmare. Raising his head up, the hero asked that Sun had logged out, to which she replied that yes, like his fans, and he added that it was fine, let him be on the lookout and let him know as soon as he returned. A glow appeared around him and he asked that he had the golden skill of the divine justice sword, if she needed it. A view of the canyon opened up, the words were heard that of course he was needed, let him wait for him in the city. City buildings appeared. Holding the book in his hands, the protagonist said that this thing was worth at least 500 days, but he would sell it to her for half the price on one condition, to which Shui replied that she would not pay with her body. Looking down, he said what nonsense, he wanted to ask her to join one team as a permanent member. The young lady opened her eyes wide and replied that it was fine, but she would complain if they turned out to be weaklings. Standing in front of her, the MC said that don't worry, they are worthy of her, he will contact them. In fact, the blow came. The young man swung his weapon, and words were heard that they had finally finished them off. He turned around and shouted that he should defuse the poison, to which Xiao asked, and he added that all priests have such a skill, let him do it faster, he won't last long. Smiling broadly, she shouted that yes now. Pulling out her staff, the girl used defuse. The attack hit a tree. Putting her hand to her face, the priest said that she had missed. The player fell to the ground. People were standing in the middle of the city. Putting his hand to his face, Juan pondered that they should replace her. But where to find a priest with a hidden class? Everyone standing had already joined the other teams. Looking at the notification, Xiao thought that this game wasn't that difficult, she had reached the 4th level as there was nothing to do, fine, if she continued like this, she would soon meet Brother Song. The captain looked at him in surprise when he heard that he wanted a white bird priestess to join his team, she was quite strong. Closing his eyes, he replied that since he recommends her, of course they will accept her, to which the hero said that it is good, she is a firefly in the city, there are not many people here, so let them go here, there are a lot of monsters here, and the guy added that no problem, they just wanted to change the farming place, because the shell is already overcrowded. The priest looked at him in surprise. Standing in front of her, the player said that there were too many people in the shell, so they would move to another area, but it was too dangerous for her, so she would not go with them. Smiling, she replied that but she still could. People rushed forward shouting that there was no time, they had to run, let them take care of themselves. The girl gritted her teeth angrily and thought that they wanted to throw her out, she should have said it directly, and not wagged. Well, she herself is already fed up with him, she will find a genius and will pump up with him. Raising his hand up, Juan turned. Looking at the notification, he said that this was the previous equipment, they owed him another 500, but Captain N would give it to him when he entered the game, to which the protagonist thought that Captain N was the one, and then said that it was okay, let them get acquainted. They looked at her in surprise when they heard that she was there. The player raised her hand up and smirked. Looking at her, the MC thought that it was true, the execution of justice with a hidden build of the Dragon Knight, one of the 20 strongest in his past life, the colossus of the official forces of China, a nightmare for foreign factions. After shaking his hand, the knight said that it was nice to meet him, she had heard about him, to which he thought that for the first time he was meeting someone who had surpassed him in a past life. Raising her hand, and said that his leveling speed was incredible, he had some kind of secret, somehow she even joked that he was either a time traveler or a reincarnate. Looking down, Jean thought that but as far as he remembered, she wasn't in Wang's team back then, it seemed that she was powered by the Shanghai authorities, the Dragon Knights were incredibly tenacious, so it was quite safe to store currency in her. Looking at him, the lady said that if he wanted to sell anything in the future, they would buy everything, and also, all the life energy of the Shanghai authorities was in her now, he would not kill her. Standing in front of her, the hero replied that no, he was not so stupid, he would benefit more from cooperation, and she added that she did not doubt him. The thought flashed through her mind that the trap was in every sentence, she was playing a naive fool, but in fact all her actions were very reasonable and strictly verified. How good it was that such a person would become his intermediary. A view of modern buildings opened. Looking at the phone, the girl shouted that they saw this statement, the life energy from the game is absolutely real, and if it reaches 0, they will die for real. Frowning, the gamer replied that it was not a game, she gave all the metabolic energy to Sun. Closing her eyes, the player shouted that she herself had only a couple of years left. Because of the murder of other people, she received the status of a killer and began to lose twice as much. Lowering her gaze, the young lady said that it was impossible, she had died only 3 times, why so few, then she had very little left. Holding the phone in her hands, the user of the game said that being a tank, she killed the most, and she herself died no less, she had only 1 day of energy left. They would die if their energy reached 0, no, this cannot be true, she does not believe in it. Suddenly she froze in bewilderment. Sitting on the bed, the girl shouted that her brother was buying life energy, great, if she asked him, he would definitely help her. Throwing her clothes up, she added that she needed to dress in a full suit of his fan, she had just snatched his new super tight lingerie. The lady lifted one leg up. Rushing forward, she said that he should wait for her. City buildings appeared. Standing up, Xiao said that she was back in the real world, the line in her head blurring. Looking at the phone, she added that at the current exchange rate, she could sell a day of energy for 15,000 yuan. Now she had 200 days, that is, she was like a millionaire. The girl's eyes widened. Inside the building, a cry was heard that the shadow was hunting Brother Song. having already killed him 3 times. She put her hand to her face. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she had been told that if the game life energy reached 0, a person would die in the real world as well, even if they originally had 100 years of non-exchange energy. After so many deaths, they would have no more than 12, not that. Sitting on the bed, she added that but why did the shadow need to kill him? Judging by the chat, in addition to him, he tore the girls to pieces. Why is he so cruel? Xiao looked in surprise when she saw the messages that Brother Song needed their help immediately. They could sell him their life energy. People stood in a huge square. It was said that now he is in Dajiang Square. The rate is 1 to 10,000. They will be able to help their brother, and they will also remain rich. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl said that the square was not far from here. She could not sit idly by when his life was at stake. Rushing forward, she added that thanks to these idiots, she was able to accumulate 200 days of exchange energy. They would be useful to him. In fact, the blow came. The main character stood at attention. He lowered his head as he heard that he had reached the 10th level. His stats were increased by 2 points. He was gaining 5 additional ability points. He had unlocked class growth. A global announcement appeared in front of people. The guy looked at him in amazement and shouted that he was a shadow again. He was the first to kill the golden boss, and now he has reached the 10th level. He is terribly strong, and he is also cruel. They heard him kill some singer several times. The man frowned and said that he was a shadow from Shanghai. He had barely reached the 8th level, and he was already at the 10th. There were 1.5 billion people in China, and none of them would be able to compare with him. Standing by the riverbank, the protagonist said that he had 7,000 days of metabolic energy, but it was still not enough. Lowering his gaze, he added that in order to leave the rookie village, he would have to wait for 6 more Shanghai level 10 players to open a portal to the continent abandoned by the god. So far the strongest person after him was only at the 7th level. Looking ahead, the MC said that it wasn't a bad thing, as long as he could go back to reality to deal with things. Suddenly it evaporated. Qin was lying on the bed. Suddenly he woke up. Standing up, the hero heard the question that he wanted to spend the exchange life energy to transfer his abilities to the real world, to which he replied approvingly. A glow appeared around him and he added that he would move the class. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he should endure 2 levels. Pointing to the notification, he said that now he needed to transfer skills. Looking down, MC said that logically, the higher the skill level, the more energy it takes to transfer it. But since leveling up skills is almost a game bug, the game only perceives the initial level of the ability, while transferring its improved version to reality. Shadowwalking is a basic level skill, so it only requires 900 days of energy. But he managed to level it up to platinum. How convenient. Stretching out his hands to the sides, he added that there were still 1,292 days left. But that was not enough for anything. He had managed to endure the platinum shadow walk at the cost of the basic skill. Wonderful. Black particles were flying around his hands. Looking ahead, Qin said that he was now twice as strong as an ordinary human, and his agility was beyond any human ability. With the ability to turn invisible and throw poisonous arrows from 14 meters, he would definitely find a way to deal with Song. Looking at the phone, he added that he was buying up life energy en masse. He was going to settle scores with it by returning to the game, Dajiang Square. It's about 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, it would take him about 10 minutes to get there. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Looking at the screen, the hero said that his arrogant leader, there was a message that he had everything at home. Why did he not pick up the phone? The young lady had her eye on him. He should thank God for this. And he behaved like an idiot. Let him return immediately. Tapping on the screen, he said he was a bastard, blacklisted. The protagonist took a step forward. He threw the phone aside. Frowning, the MC said that they would soon understand what the lands abandoned by the god were. A large number of spectators stood at the stage, chanting the name's song. Young girls with red cheeks continued to squeal. People raised their hands in the air, shouting the name. A guy and a girl were sitting on chairs. Lee turned to the side, addressing Song, that she had heard that the shadow had killed him 3 times in the game. But don't worry, she had already sent people to find his real incarnation. The guy turned in her direction, clarifying how he was progressing. The girl raised her hand, saying that she had sent someone to the city of the Firefly to offer him a fabulous amount of money, which he simply could not refuse. The shadow would return to reality, come to the meeting place, and then, the lady blushed, saying that they would catch him, and Brother Sun would teach him a lesson. The guy smiled, telling her not to forget to notify him of the hero's capture, and asked that it seemed that her company had already used a similar method several times to get people to work for them for free, didn't they? Lee laughed, remembering the attached man, replied that in fact they were worthless idiots. And sometimes she wondered if it was worth wasting time on them at all. Another thing was him. All these girls would salivate just to give all their energy to him. They were even ready to sacrifice their lives. Sun smirked as he looked up. An enraged young man from the crowd shouted that it was enough to mindlessly drain his energy on them. He stood in the front row, asking if they had seen an official statement. If their game energy dropped to 0, they would die in the real world as well. The young man stood at the fences, exclaiming that Sun knew this very well, but continued to brainwash them and steal their lives, calling him a murderer, adding that the authorities would not sit idly by. The guy straightened his hair, thinking that, of course, someone always doesn't care. The young man took the microphone in his hand, addressing his friends, introduced himself, and began to talk about how he noticed that an argument broke out between them. and he regretted that the news about his purchase of life energy flooded the internet and perhaps caused someone inconvenience, asking for forgiveness for it. The girl in the crowd closed her eyes, shouting that there was no need to apologize, and he had done nothing wrong. Sun gripped the microphone tighter, continuing to say that he really appreciates their support, and at the same time calls for their love to be positive and encouraging, reminding them that they themselves have the right to decide whom and how to love, and in this difficult era they must unite in order to fill society with positive energy with their aspirations. The ladies listened attentively to the fact that he could not sit idly by, seeing how their people suffered because of the lands abandoned by God, so he cooperated with the authorities and did everything in his power. So he decided to spend all his hard-earned possessions to acquire vital energy that would allow him to become a significant figure in the game to promote the ideas of pacifism and goodness. Sun cried, closing his eyes, saying that it was also that not only his loyal fans, but all people on Earth could live in a world full of love and happiness, realizing that he could not think that this would cause so many problems. The girls began to cry when he said that if they did not agree with him, he sincerely asked them for forgiveness. The guys in the crowd were crying out loud, shouting that there was no need to apologize, he had done nothing wrong. How noble he was, brother. The guys shouted at the young man that no one had brainwashed them. They sincerely wanted to help him. Let the savage get out of here. The plump woman shouted that they should not listen to these nonsense. She spread her arms to the sides, asking how they dared to doubt their brother. Their chicken brains would believe any nonsense, especially how the game could affect reality. People looked around, wondering how she got there. The lady beat her chest, saying that she would gladly help Sun. She was here despite the fact that she had received a notification of her last remaining day after leaving the game. And even if all this nonsense was true, she wondered if they didn't have the courage to sacrifice themselves for him. What were their words of love worth? The audience cried, chanting that it was true. She was right, confessing her love to the young man. A crowd of madmen held their hands up, shouting that they had 20 days of energy left, and he would give him everything. Someone was ready to give 17, or 3. Sun pulled his hand to the side, saying that he felt their enthusiasm, confessing his love to them in return. The young man approached the fat woman, saying into the microphone that he was especially hers, and was grateful to her for her sincere feelings. She looked with loving eyes, saying that she was ready to do anything for him. The guy looked at her, shedding tears. He smiled as he looked at the stout woman. Everyone around him froze, waiting for what he would say next. The guy looked glassy eyes in front of him. His head began to dissolve as he leaned towards the woman. Unconscious sleep leaned on her shoulder. The lady looked at him in surprise. He fell to the floor. The woman screamed. She was on her knees, trying to call him. The crowd did not understand what was happening there. The people shouted that Sun was dead. The guards turned back, saying that they needed to save the young mistress. Li shed tears, thinking that she had to run, get out of here as soon as possible. She clenched her teeth, reasoning that she had seen him die and a ball of life energy appeared on his body, and then immediately disappeared, which meant that someone had picked him up. The guards were putting the girl in the car as she chased away the thoughts in her head that he was definitely killed by the ability from the game. The question arose, could the game's skills be used in the real world? How? To kill Sun and take away the life energy in just 1 second, only one person is capable of this. Suddenly, a bullet pierced her head. Her eyes squinted as the black liquid spread. The guards turned around, calling out to the young mistress. The young man looked attentively, shrouded in magic. It was a shadow. Birds flew near skyscrapers at sunset. The girl remembered Song lying on the floor, a fat lady, reasoning that the star idol Song tragically died on Dajeng Square, and some extremist fans committed suicide next to the body of the idol, allegedly wanting to sacrifice themselves for him. The special services stated that the death of the young man was caused by unnatural causes. The girls in the car were looking at their phones. Xiao covered her mouth, cried, and said that she couldn't believe it. Only yesterday they were at his concert, and now he was. The young girl gritted her teeth, wondering about invisibility, throwing arrows, realizing that it was like a game, asked Xiao if she felt like someone was after the guy, and if you remember that in the game, the shadow killed him 3 times. The 2 girls were looking down when one of them asked how the game's abilities could end up in the real world. Xiao looked at her phone, thinking that Brother Sun was hunted or not. The shadow had killed him a bunch of times in the game, and the only person who would need to kill him in real life would be the same shadow. And besides, the skills were exactly like those of an assassin, so there could be no mistake. The killer was the main character. The taxi was moving along the street. When the girl reasoned that her brother was killed by a shadow, there is no more light in her life. The guy somehow managed to use abilities from the game in the real world. The lady asked the car to stop when she was thinking that she wanted to get closer to him, to be with him, and wanted to become stronger at any cost. Her friend put her hand on Xiao, who was banishing the thought that from that day on, she would live for a single purpose. She was shaking when she looked up, realizing that the goal was to kill the shadow. The second girl asked if everything was okay with her, otherwise she was scared. She thought that she would avenge Sun. The young man was eating noodles. He sat in the establishment, reasoning that the game takes a lot of energy, and no one has cancelled hunger, so you have to eat in reality. The phone on the table vibrated. The hero took the phone, where it was reported that Fat, who was furious, he said he had blocked him everywhere. If he did not come, the guy would be fired and not even paid for this month. The young man thought of the girl as having a good temper, and even though she was weak, which made her the target of other people's ridicule. She had been a member of his guild in the past. The hero looked at the screen, saying that she should give up on him. Noticing that he had nothing to do at work, it was better to let him go to the game. The lady asked Chin if he had already been there. They say that it is very difficult there. The life expectancy of many has already been reduced at times. The young man stared at his smartphone, answering that he would give advice, regardless of the chosen class. Let him invest all the additional points in dexterity. The interlocutor agreed, wondering what else she had heard that the game life energy is sold at a crazy rate. And how much he had already earned. The young man replied that not much, and had already spent almost everything. The lady assumed that he must have bought himself a car or even a house, and now it is clear why he blocked the fat man. The young girl put her finger on her chin as the protagonist reasoned about how this fat who was just a jerk, but his boss was a real pain in the ass. Chang Shirshir, the daughter of the chairman of the Chang group, remembering how she used to work in the company they owned, this girl was only doing having fun with the guys, renting a hotel for herself and 6 middle-aged foreigners, drove 3 African Americans in a sports car. And now she got involved with the hero. He understood that Shirshir was crazy about everything Western, including men. In the past, after the launch of the game, she left China in order to organize the American Guild Alice in Wonderland, but she tried to bury her homeland with all her might. How much China, and in particular, his guild suffered from it. Chin frowned, reasoning that he had to deal with her before she left the country. It would be much more difficult to do so in America if she died. Alice in Wonderland would never be founded, and it was rumored that many of the guild heads had an intimate relationship with Shirshir. Men in masks touched the girl's body when the guy thought that if she was gone, then their connection would weaken. The phone in his hand was bursting from the ringing. The young man looked at the screen, picked up the phone, where he was asked. He still hadn't forgotten how to use his cell phone. She thought that he had already died in this damn game, but since he was alive, she wanted to notify him that she had earned enough to buy a house, so in the future she never wanted to see him again. The young man stood motionless, looking at the phone, asked if there was anything else. The lady replied that he should not try to contact her again. She was not going to touch him either, and did not dare to look for his new home. The hero replied that if this was all, then he hung up. She stated that she wanted to cut off all ties with Chin. The guy, after agreeing, put the phone in his pocket. The young man spread his hands to the sides, saying that it was time to return. Very soon people would understand that game skills can be transferred to reality. He put his hands in his pockets, looking up, adding that when this happened, there would be no more peaceful places in the world. The two girls were walking down the street discussing. The friend turned to Xiao, asking in her opinion. Breaking off contact with her brother was really a good idea, and wouldn't it be better to apologize to him? It seemed that this time he was really angry. The girl replied that it was nonsense for her to apologize. She had sold the life energy of the Chang group for 2 million. Chu Yan was surprised when Xiao added that she had bought a house where she and the shadow would fit in, and she would soon find it, and then why the hell would she need this Chin? The young man raised his hand calling the girl. Wei scratched his chin, saying that it was a scroll of assassin's skills, that she had asked to get it, reminding her of her promise. The girl smiled, answering that she remembered and would grant his wish when she dealt with everything, reasoning that she would soon not have to deal with such garbage as him. The girl with the book in her hands turned to Brother Wan that she happened to have a scroll of assassin's skills, wondering if he could ask the shadow if he needed it, and if so, she would give it away for free. The lady stared forward, reasoning that Wei was of some use. He had managed to get a cool skill and it would bring her and the shadow closer together. Xiao remembered how she looked after the hero, reasoning that soon they would be together. She would heal him and help cut monsters, pumping many times faster. She would make him believe in her care for him. But when she was strong enough and the guy was no longer needed, she would kill him with her hands. Xiao imagined stabbing her eyes with a knife, thinking that she would avenge Brother Song. The girl, holding a book in her hand, heard that the genius was saying that her skill was garbage. He didn't need it, and it was better to let him sell it to someone else. Some time ago, the young man, enveloped in energy, stood with his back. He looked back at the screams, cautiously, out of the way. The guy peeked out from behind the rock, listening to the talk that he was stronger than they thought, and they had to run away. A huge red monster with several arms towered over the warrior who was shouting to run because he had spotted him. The soldier peeked out from behind the shield, cursing. Beams of energy flew in different directions. The hero was behind the stone, thinking that it was a level 8 golden arthropod boss. Shadow frowned, reasoning that as far as he remembered, this boss had the 2nd level of anti-stealth. The bloodthirsty monster held out his sword in front of him as he mused that in other words, his invisibility was useless when confronted with him. The arthropod shouted ferociously as he brandished his swords. The shadow moved sharply to attack. He circled around the monster, dealing damage. The guy was looking away, thinking that he couldn't attack him from his invisibility. So many of the damage bonuses just didn't work. There was a health bar above the creature. When the protagonist realized that fortunately, thanks to the legendary gift of mercy, the chance of hitting a weak point increased by 200%, and 3 out of 9 cuts hit it and dealt triple damage, which made up for the losses from non-working skills. The young man imagined the face of the black woman, thinking that this was an amazing skill, and he should thank her again. Grey Rose peeked out from behind the rock, thinking about how the shadow attack had lowered the boss's health by 1/6, and they couldn't even scratch him. The guy attacked, throwing out a poisonous arrow. The blow fell directly on the head of the creature. Shadow stared sternly at the enemy, thinking that his poison arrow was only pumped to the silver level, so the damage was low, and besides, he would need to improve his stealth level, otherwise it was not the case. The hero paid attention to something. The monster swung his sword, trying to attack. The girl was alarmed, shouting that she needed to be careful. The young man was looking forward with aspiration. He carried out a new attack on the creature at speed. The ladies were peeking out of the rock, wondering how he could move so fast. It wasn't just about speed, he had a frenzied reaction and a complete understanding of the opponent's actions, and for sure, he was not faster than the boss. But he was able to dodge all his attacks as if he were him. The shadow dodged the sword blow when the girl assumed that she had fought this monster millions of times. The young man playfully maneuvered between blows, remembering that no matter how hard they tried, in his previous life, he and Xiao had not been able to defeat him. But now he understood that brute force could not take him. He had to guess his movements, feel the rhythm. The guy opened his eyes wide, reasoning that he was not in vain. A large number of attack marks were around the monster when he added that he was the strongest assassin for a reason. The boss's health bar was almost at zero when he turned to the side. The shadow stood behind the creature, thinking that compared to the inevitable attack of the golden rook, then its blows were much easier to deal with. Grey Rose was surprised, shouting that this thing was escaping. Green magic grew in the young man's hand. The guy landed a crushing precision blow as he flew past. A notification popped up that he had killed a golden arthropod and earned experience. The protagonist clenched his fist, receiving the information that he had earned mutation points, exclaimed that he had received 28 points and almost 2,000 days of energy. A message appeared, to which he turned his attention. In the system window, it was said about the assassin's skill ultraviolet shield. The young man clenched his fist, wondering about the skill scroll, and together with 75% resistance from the epic blurred shadow, the UV shield can give him the third layer of invulnerability, and now it will be much easier to deal with bosses. Shadow looked down, realizing that he could immediately level up this skill to an epic. The message said that the UV shield converts the player's stability level into an invulnerable shield for 14 seconds. The main character was shrouded in energy, grinning that now he would have as many as 7 layers of this shield, with which he would be able to explore more dangerous high-level zones. The guy had a green arrow in his hand. When he read the notification about the poison arrow that throws a dart with deadly poison, he said that there were still 22 points left, and he would first start pumping the poison arrow. 3 pumps of it doubled its damage, and it's cool that this skill has a very short cooldown. Shadow stretched his hand forward, claiming that the boss had dropped 2 more assassin equipment. He could equip them immediately. The messages spoke of a haven of light, crimson leather gloves. The young man, shrouded in energy, clenched his fist, realizing that he had become much faster, and his health had reached 17 points, which was not bad at all. After killing this boss, his survival rate had increased significantly. The guys looked at the shadow as the Grey Rose clarified what else to expect from a genius. He single-handedly dealt with this creature, whether there were any mega skills that she could buy from him. The guy was holding an item in his hand, noting that there was 1 gold one. He was casting an ice ball, and he was ready to sell it in 800 days. The girl noticed that it was too expensive. She saw that the 5th level gold skill was sold at times cheaper. The hero looked to the side, replying that the level 7 ice blowout would be 40% stronger than her 5th, so 800 days was a decent price. Grey Rose looked at him, claiming that she would take it. There was a message that he had sold an ice blowout. The guys said goodbye. Looking after him, the shadow reasoned that it would take too long to look for opponents. Wandering around, it would be necessary to get information about the bosses in the city, and then he would level up even faster. The young man was looking at the system window, where Wang reported that Xiao used to be on their team, asked him to contact him, and she wants to offer some kind of skill scroll. The guy asked a question about what she wants to give him a skill, and for sure, it's some kind of bronze garbage. The hero stood among the bushes, talking about the rumors among people that it was the shadow that killed her beloved son. Why would she give him the skill? Replied to the man that she should keep this garbage for herself, wondering if she wanted to impress him or avenge son. The girl was surprised to hear that he didn't need her skill and that she would rather sell it to someone else. Shadow looked through the system window, asked Wang that he had something for sale and was waiting for him in the city. The man replied that it was great. He frowned, telling the genius that he had a question for him. The hero listened with a serious look to the question of whether he was responsible for the murder of son. The guy walked towards the sunset, saying that it was so. He killed him. The man silently stared out the system window, the shadow speculating that Wan, being his friend, knew that he was out of the game. The time and method of the murder pointed exactly to him. The main character looked in front of him, chasing away thoughts in his head that since the man asked this question, the authorities also already know about everything. Asked Wang if he would arrest him, thinking that in a couple of hours several more players would reach level 10, and then the fact of using abilities in reality would be revealed. Now is the perfect opportunity to check the reaction of the Chinese authorities to this information. A building with a clock was shown. The hero entered the room. The girl smiled, asking the genius if he would confess to the murder of son. The guy lowered his head, confirming. She blushed, closed her eyes, explained that they had actually conducted an investigation, and he had become their prime suspect, although who else could be suspected besides him? The guys looked at the young man when someone said that they found out that Song and Li were forming a conspiracy against him. as well as kidnapping other players, forcing them to work for them. Roughly speaking, killing them is considered self-defense. The hero frowned, thinking that they did not know his real identity, so for now they hoped to continue cooperation. He clicked on the system window, thinking about how their interaction had been pure in his previous life. There were no black marks on it, but this time, he had essentially openly killed Sun and Lee, reasoning that he needed to see how his rebirth would affect this world. The young man presented new things to the guys in energy balls, thinking that as long as he could sell them skills and equipment, and they should use it. People exclaimed that these were platinum equipment and skills, asking if he had killed the platinum boss, and there was not even an announcement about it. Shui looked at them, confirming that she had seen him open it. He was really lucky. The hero stated that he was lucky to find the chest. The snowflake helped him with that. The girl blushed, explaining that he called Shui a snowflake and her black. The guy looked at her, clarifying, if she wanted, he would call her black. She said that the black girl would go. Juan looked at them, claiming that it was not very pleasant to think about the difference between them, and agreed that while they were tormented by silver monsters, the genius was lucky enough to get platinum and jade loot. Shadow didn't raise his head, saying that this platinum archer skill cost 2,500 days, berserker weapon 1,500, platinum mage skills 3,000, these golden skills and equipment 8,000, and he would make a discount for them, and sell the rest for 16,000 days. The girl raised her head, agreeing. The man asked if the captain would even bargain, and asked again, remarked that she thought the price was very fair, offering to also pay off the debt for Wang and the snowflake. The deal was completed. The young man looked away, noticing that the captain was decisive and that she liked it. He lowered his head, thinking that when the exchange energy exceeds 10,000 days, it starts to be counted in years. 60 years is about 22,000 days. In terms of currency, it is about 400 million. Even for the state, this is a lot of money. But the investment is worth it. The results will cover the costs. With the help of these skills and equipment, strong teams are quickly formed in Shanghai. The guys looked at each other, talking. The hero thought that the stronger the authorities became, the fewer minor problems would have to be solved. This would also be a bonus in the international confrontation. Un looked away, asking the genius if the Dajiang group was holding many players in captivity. They were going to pull them out if he was with them. Shadow looked up, thinking that they were trying to recruit him. That is, they would turn a blind eye to the murder of Sun, said that he would refuse. But he had something to say to them before leaving. The girl and the man watched attentively. Hearing that their guess was correct, he had indeed used the game's skills to kill those two of them. Once they reached level 10, spent energy, and could do the same. The guy turned around, explaining that they had to understand what it meant to use this handicap to the fullest. The guys looked after him. The girl said that the Dajiang group was also buying energy. When their people reached level 10, their rescue operation would meet even more resistance. He said that he was glad they understood by saying goodbye. They watched as the genius teleported, and looked away, suggesting that Juan split up to level up all the high-level players on their team. If they stay together, will one-shot mobs, and this is of little use. But individually they level up faster. The man looked at him with a serious look, agreeing. On a sunny day, the light fell on the building. The girl explained that their priority was level 10, and he would leave the game and report it to the government. The guys talked about the fact that the Shadow opened the auction again, and this time he does not sell, but buys. The message said 30 days for information on the whereabouts of the silver boss, 100 for the gold boss. The guys looked at the sitting genius. Mao put his hand on his belt, wondering if the Shadow had made a sale again. He pointed his finger at the fact that their young mistress was willing to pay him 300 million yuan plus shares in the Dajiang group for his consent to accompany her, asking how often he had the opportunity, advising him to grab his luck by the tail. The warrior's face changed, clarifying that he had not yet left the game, had not heard that the Shadow had finished off Sun and his beloved mistress. The guy asked about the fact that that girl was really missing. It was a pity, she had a good figure. Mao gritted his teeth, reasoning that this was the way she wanted. She wanted to grab a Shadow in the real world, but he slammed her, asking himself if she was really dead. Two men beat the third when he reasoned that the Shadow refused to accept the money. He fell for it and decided to cooperate with it. He thought he would have to beg for this money, but as soon as he came to the place, he was knocked out. Mao was tied with ropes on his hands, thinking that he had already woken up in some basement. Under torture he was forced to collect energy for them, and lure new victims. Li blushed her cheeks as Mao reflected on the fact that this bitch deserved her punishment, realizing that he had mocked the stupidity of the Shadow. But in the end he turned out to be a fool himself. His face was painted like a clown's. The young man looked at Mao, asking a question about the fact that judging by the way he licked her shoes, whether he helped to kidnap people. He replied that no, he was forced. The hero understood that this was garbage, and the authorities would deal with it. The hooded man turned to the guy that he knew where to find the silver boss. The hero replied that he paid for 30 days. The guys expressed dissatisfaction, pointing to the ace of spades, as the heiress of the Chang group. Sure. One of them remarked that it was better to stay away from her. She killed a bunch of players. You need to be careful because she can steal their energy. The three guys were smiling as they looked ahead. The girl smiled, saying that there was nothing special about this game. She spent money on acquiring equipment and skills, pumped up close combat, and began to kill others to steal their energy. The two warriors looked in amazement at the way the girl walked on a person. Sure frowned, claiming that she had to miss the flight because of the damn game, realizing that she would have already been in America and enjoying her boys, but instead she was stuck in China. The lady looked at the couple, trembling characters, reasoned that the local men were worth nothing, noticing to Tony that their guys were much smarter. The man looked at the girl, saying that she had good taste. They were by definition better than local men, especially in this matter. She would be able to try it out when they returned to reality. The lady replied that she could not wait. The girl stood with her back, clarifying that she heard the idiot's son was killed. She tried to frolic with him, but he finished after a minute. She licked her lips, telling me that they said that the shadow had smashed him, and even though he was from the locals, the first place in the rating kindled my interest. Sure rolled her eyes, reasoning that since he was able to kill Sun, an ordinary person, he would kill him twice, and he had to find him. The girl looked down, warning that she would log out to call, and in the meantime let them find someone who could get in touch with the shadow. Sure did not raise her head, thinking that 3,000 days, most likely, money would not interest him, but he would not be able to give up such an amount of energy. He would only have to deal with one person. The main character looked at him with disdain. The girl laughed, saying that she would never forget the expression on her face with which he refused her, chasing away in thoughts that Sheen would die soon. A young guy pierced the monster's neck. He absorbed energy from the slain creature. Wei fed on the health boost, saying to Xiao that next time he should heal him earlier, because he was almost killed. The girl was holding a stick in her hand, exclaiming what he was screaming. He was not dead. The guy explained that he was not screaming, but just reminding her. She replied that the system was saying that her hunger had reached 90%. She would have to log out to eat, calling Chu Yang to follow her. The guy stretched his palm forward as the girls disappeared into the unknown. He looked ahead longingly, saying that she had somehow sucked up, and when she met the shadow, she began to behave too haughtily, threatening to show how to behave. Birds flew near a tall building. Dao's new apartment. The girl woke up in a mess, rubbing her eyes, thinking that she was hungry. The lady stared at the phone screen, realizing that all deliveries were closed. There were no couriers available, assuming that everyone was stuck in this damn game. The young man sprinkled the seasoning on the meat, remembering that Jean used to always cook for her, and she didn't even have to think about it. Xiao stared menacingly to the side. She closed her eyes, exclaiming to get ready. It's just food. Freedom is much more important. The lady looked up, saying that she was strong and could cope with everything, and she didn't need the main character. A cave could be seen on the seashore. Incomprehensible sounds were heard from there. The huge crab monster raised its claws. Dark magic sought after the creature. The beam of energy hit the target, cutting the crab in half. Shadow was holding a blade in his hand, saying that 4 silver bosses in an hour was not bad. He had received 16 mutation points for each. The guy spread his arms to the sides, saying that the loot from one of them can be sold in an average of 3,500 days. All his equipment is now gold or higher. The hero looked ahead, realizing that the total cooldown had increased by 75%, and there were no platinum bosses near the city of newcomers, so gold was the ceiling. The young man clicked on the system window, saying that the only chance to become stronger was to increase the class, and the platinum bosses would have an anti-stealth level not lower than the second. He needed to level up to the third. There were 20,000 points left. The huge bear would attack people, making it clear that this was the only way it would be able to deal with them. In the past, it would take the strength of 20 highly skilled players to kill one of them. The hero was enveloped in energy when he announced that he would return to the city to sell loot for the time being. Dark magic crept around him. He said that he would always be a few steps ahead, and he would be the one to kill the first platinum boss. A notification appeared that the exchange vital energy is 105 years. The young guy waved his hand after the hero, saying goodbye to him. The hero thought that almost 40,000 days of energy would be enough for a lot. An unknown person appeared from behind the wall, clarifying whether he was a shadow. The guy gave a thumbs up, saying that he had a case for him, a murder in reality, and the pay was good. Shadow ignored the guy, not paying attention. Someone jumped right in front of him, asked him to stop, saying that it was a simple guy named Chin, and he was ready to give the address, wondering that he had already killed Song, did not want easy money. The young man lowered his head, asking again about Chin's murder. Shadow asked what he had done. The guy replied that it was none of his business. They would pay for 3,000 days of energy. The guy looked ahead, reasoning about the fact that 50 million, and I wondered who wanted to kill him, realizing that he had not seen this guy before, either in this life, nor in the last, and it was not he who wanted his death, but the one who stood behind him. In a previous life, such troubles appeared only in the middle of the game. The stranger asked if it was interesting. The shadow understood that it was too early for the enemies, the only one who was offended by him even before the game, and at the same time had such a huge amount of money. The girl looked at the guy with love. It was sure. 3 skyscrapers were shown when the protagonist, reasoning that only she has the motive and means to kill Chin, but if she just wanted to kill him, she would have already done it. The shadow and Chin stood with their backs to each other, understanding that there was another reason, its main purpose, the connection with the shadow. The young man looked up, reasoning that killing Chin was just a bonus. In the end he refused her, and funny, he didn't even have time to start looking for him, as she found him herself. The hero said that it was good, he would do it, but he would take 50% of the prepayment, and he would also choose the time of the murder himself. The stranger gritted his teeth, asking him to wait, because he needed to log in to make an advance payment. Characters clicked on system windows. Someone said that everything was ready. After the transaction was completed, the hero thought about sure waiting for him. The young guy looked at the hero, talking about the fact that here is his address and information about him. With his abilities it will not be difficult to track him. The shadow looked at the information, reasoning that Shanshui really lives there. The young man went further, urging him to wait for the result. The customer thought about how much arrogance there was from someone who, like him, worked for sure. The girl raised her palm, asking the genius to wait. The lady held out her hand to the side, saying that she had heard that he was buying information about bosses, and she knew where to find 1 gold. The guy confirmed that he was paying for 100 days, but only after confirmation. The girl waved her hand, agreed, offering to follow her. He was hiding north of the city. The shadow looked after the lady and clarified who was there. She replied Plague. The hero reasoned that she knew his name. It seemed that she really encountered him. The woman clarified if he was sure that he would not need healer, because that boss has a poisonous attack on the area. He answered no, asking just to carry him out, driving him away in his head, that the Plague is really the golden boss. The lady looked around, showing the direction. The guy reasoned that he was surrounded by a poisonous ring that would hurt anyone at a certain distance, and he would have to kill him quickly, but it was not difficult for him. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that the boss was in this cave. The rest of the mobs were dealt with by her team, but they could not cope with him. They began to move forward. Pointing down, she said that it was over there. Green smoke flew around the tree. Frowning, the hero said that okay, this is the promised energy, and then thought that it would not be difficult to dodge his poison, especially with 75% resistance to the blurred shadow. Looking at him, the lady said that she had to warn him. It was actually a trap. As soon as he got into a fight, there would be people who wanted to kill him. They had an artifact with the 2nd level of anti-stealth. Standing in front of her, the protagonist replied that he didn't care, to which she added that it wasn't all. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that her warning was also part of the plan. When they came, she would stop them, thus she would gain his trust and try to get closer to him in order to figure him out in reality. Looking to the side, he thought what an idiotic plan. The lady was embarrassed, saying that she was forced, but she could not help telling him the truth. The one behind it was blackmailing her in reality. She wanted him to die. Turning in her direction, the MC asked what and whose hands it was, to which she replied that Fana. According to him, he had already killed him once. Looking up, he thought that Fong was the one who had tried to steal the ghostly rook from him, and then slipped in the skill, as if trying to apologize. Opening her eyes wide, she asked that if he killed Sun, then he could too. She told him the truth, but she was not guilty of anything. She asked him to deal with him, otherwise she was finished. Lowering his head, Jean thought about how he had never heard of this guy in his previous life. Apparently he died at the very beginning. It was better to pull out this weed so that it would not get in the way, and then said that he would kill the boss. Rushing forward, he added that he was using their plan against them. Stretching out her hand forward, the player shouted that he should wait. Damn, he's finished there. Fong brought 3 teams of 18 people here, but this boss destroyed them in less than half a minute. The hero approached the tree, listening to the words that the damage from the poison was too great. They could not even take away 5% of his health. No matter how strong the shadow was, it would not help him against the poison. He had to get away from here. He rushed down sharply. The protagonist flew towards the tree. His eyes lit up yellow. He struck several blows in the air. The creature's health has decreased significantly. Putting her hand to her face, the girl shouted that he had destroyed 2/3 of his health with a single attack. More than 80,000 damage. He was a human at all. MC stood still. Suddenly it evaporated. Landing next to the girl, Jean thought that with the accelerated cooldown, the gift of mercy would be ready in 14 seconds. Until he began to finish it off, it was worth waiting for Fang's dogs to come to their deaths. Standing in the distance of the cave, the man shouted that let everyone get ready, go into the cave and kill the boss. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that they should deal with everyone who tried to interfere with them. Watching them, the hero thought that these were Fang's people. Then this girl should pretend to stop them. She would have enough strength to cope with it. Suddenly a shield appeared in front of her. People rushed in her direction. The thought arose that the golden shield. Now it is clear why she was entrusted with this task. At the beginning of the game, few people would be able to overcome such a defense. The girl hid behind a shield, to which the protagonist thought that she was probably lucky to stumble upon a golden chest. He looked away. Suddenly, the MC used the Shadow Massacre skill. People were hit. His eyes lit up brightly. Rays emanated from the corpses of people. The player looked frightened and thought that it was terrible. He had killed so many at once. And what kind of flowers were they? Thank God she did not follow Fang's plan. Otherwise she would have met the same fate. Stretching her hand to the side, she asked what would add her as a friend someday. She would find out where Fang lived and tell him. To which Jean replied approvingly. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that if he needed any other help, he could contact her at any time, always free of charge for him. Frowning, the hero thought that this is what she is. Now it is clear how she got involved in all this. Suddenly he jumped up. The protagonist struck several blows on the tree. Lowering his head, he said that these people have much less energy in total than in the Golden Boss, and instead of pumping up, they are engaged in nonsense. Looking ahead, the MC asked what she was still there, what she needed, to which the lady replied that no, she was already leaving. He stretched out his hand in front of him. Lowering his gaze, Jean said that he was an assassin's skill. He hadn't seen them for a long time. A description of the skill appeared. Frowning, the hero said that it was not bad. Turning his head, he added that if he could blind enemies, he would be able to double the damage without even activating the invisibility, and then the level of anti-stealth would not matter to him. The protagonist held the blade firmly in his hands. Standing in the middle of the dungeon, he said that this time the loot was quite cool. He had collected 98 mutation points, a little more, and he would be able to level up Greedy Hands to the legendary level. Looking away, MC added that some 10,000 experience was not enough to improve the class. They could be finished off with ordinary mobs. The creatures began to run away in fright. Gene stood still. Looking ahead, he said it was done. Yellow particles appeared in the air. The hero opened his eyes wide, and notifications appeared that the shadow class had been improved. Lightning flew around his body. He looked away. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that with this leveling, his stats have increased, and now he can be invisible all the time, if the reload speed allows. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he added that the damage multiplier from the stealth attack has also increased, which is quite consistent with the strongest game class. MC froze upon hearing that 7 people in Shanghai County had reached the 10th level. The teleportation channel to the Forgotten Continent would open in 10 minutes. The respective players were asked to prepare. Looking at the notification, he said that it was only 9:30 in the evening. I didn't think it would happen so quickly. The ranking table was full of familiar faces, and in the previous life, it was filled mostly with foreigners. Gene shifted his gaze to the side and added that the effect of his trade was finally beginning to manifest itself. Perhaps the world balance of power would change significantly. Rather, he wanted to see it. A view of the city buildings opened. People led the prisoners forward. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he was reporting that the main accomplices of the Dajiang criminal group had been arrested, except for the 3 that were still in the game, waiting for his instructions. Standing in front of him, the man replied that he had done a good job. Let him inform Teeman. Let them release the rest into reality. Gritting his teeth, the officer said that it was a good plan. Even if they tried to hide in safe zones, they would still have to return to reality someday to avoid starving to death, to which he replied that they would be captured even then. Raising his eyebrows, the policeman said that the shadow played a big role in today's success. Not only did he give them information about the criminals, but also revealed the possibility of using gaming skills in the real world. A ruined city appeared. It was said that if they had hesitated a little longer, these creatures would have reached the 10th level, and then they would have to suffer much more if they were arrested. Minor incidents are already happening all over the world. They say the number of victims has already exceeded 1,000. Their guys have reached the 10th level partly thanks to the equipment that sold the shadow. Frowning, the man said that this guy was very important to China. They should form an unbreakable bond with him. A view of the city opened. Walking forward, the hero heard that she did not know that he was so noble. Now she respects him even more. To which he replied that she had come over her. Let her speak if she had something to say. Sticking out her tongue, the girl said that she should not be so modest. The government told about everything. The Dajiang group in collusion with Sun kidnapped, tortured and killed players, and the genius, having dealt with the leaders of these criminals, became a real hero. The protagonist frowned and thought that the authorities were whitewashing him, apparently so that their connection with him would not compromise them in the future. Taking a step forward, he asked that she had discovered Fawn's location, to which he was told that he had not logged out, asked to wait a little longer, and she would tell him everything. MC approached the teleporter, thinking that all this was not so important. His main goal was a forgotten continent. Few people used portals between cities, but access to the portal to the continent was open only to a few. Red particles appeared around him, and he added that all these cities are considered to be the rookie zone. But the real game begins with the forgotten continent. People froze in front of the portal. They watched the glow. There was talk about what they saw. Who teleported? It was clear. It was a shadow. But how come he has the 2nd level of anti-stealth? Why can't he see it anyway? It means that his stealth level is already higher than the 1st. Sheen stretched out his arms to his sides. Frowning, he said that everything was as it was in his previous life. Standing on the roof of the building, the hero said that the familiar ruins of Shanghai. Looking ahead, he added that all players, upon entering the forgotten continent for the first time, find themselves in ruined cities corresponding to their district. The geographical location of the cities corresponds to reality, although no one has been able to understand why this is the case. Suddenly, black particles flew behind him. The protagonist turned sharply. The monster looked at him angrily. Suddenly, he dived underground. MC used the shadow walk skill. He struck several blows to the substance. Worms began to crawl out near him. Gene jumped up sharply. Red particles appeared around it. He struck several blows at the monsters. Standing in the middle of the street, the hero said that there are no safe zones here. Monsters attack at any time and from everywhere. Lowering his head, he added that but if you found a shelter hidden in the ruins, you could establish a stronghold and establish control over a certain area. As he left, the protagonist said that Shanghai's best hideout was in the northwest. Rushing forward, he added that this was where his guild used to be based. In the middle of the city stood a statue. People were standing near her. The girl looked at her in surprise and asked that this was the forgotten continent. And the guy added that why did it look like the ruins of modern cities? Didn't they seem familiar to them? Stretching her hand up, she said that these were the ruins of Shanghai, to which she was told that it was a high-rise just like in Shanghai. Putting her hand to her head, she said that they had been told the shadow had also gone here, where he was, to which Shui replied that he should not panic, he could become invisible. Suddenly, Worms crawled out of the ground. Raising her hand, the priest shouted for a spiritual shield. The monsters stared angrily ahead. Suddenly they hit the guy's shield. Frowning, Shue said that be careful, the local mobs are stronger than the silver bosses from the rookie territory. The young man fired a sharp shot. Blue threads appeared around the creatures. Smiling broadly, the player said that these creatures could not escape. Let them finish them off while he was holding them. Raising her staff up, the maid shouted about a prophetic fireball. The creatures were hit. Raising the bow up, the player shouted that they did it. The knight looked to the side and said that he should scan the area, to which the mage replied approvingly. The bird rushed forward. It was said that this place was infested with monsters. There were too many of them. Their fight had attracted them. They were heading here. He couldn't find any safe zones. What should they do? Juan frowned and asked that there were no safe zones, and the guy added that with this damn continent, it was turning into a game of survival. Holding the staff in both hands, she said that she should try to find Shadow Brother. He didn't get here until 10 minutes ago, so he wouldn't be able to go far. If they found him, they would be saved. Lowering his head, the bird said that he was nowhere to be found. Let them stop. Looking at the city, she added that she sees a light trail in the northwest. It's loot. It's probably the work of a genius. He must have a full inventory, so he couldn't pick up everything. Worms began to crawl out of the ground, and someone shouted that they were careful. Monsters were on the way. Looking to the side, and shouted that the shadow had already cleared that area. It was safe there. If they followed the trail, they would definitely come out on it. The city appeared. A phrase flashed by that they should remain on the alert, not break the formation and not separate. They would fight back along the way. The creatures were looking ahead. They were hit by many blows. Standing still, the hero said that even without the bonus from the Gift of Mercy, the damage from Shadow Carnage reaches 30,000. Mobs die once or twice. An ideal place for farming. Taking a step forward, he added that he was there. This was the shelter. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that under these ruins there is a palace, which was found only in the middle of the previous game life. It has more than 1,000 rooms and a dozen halls. A huge hall appeared, and he added that this was the largest hideout in Shanghai, which had become a haven for the God Slayer Guild. Before it was discovered, it was filled with a horde of mechanized mobs and bosses. Terrifying creatures appeared, and it was heard that the larger the shelter, the stronger its guards. Walking forward, the MC said that in his previous life, after founding the guild, he had gathered 3 groups consisting of 18 elite fighters. All of them were level 15 and well equipped. But even then, they barely managed to survive. Going down the stairs, he added that but this time, a view of purgatory opened up. Frowning, Sheen said that one would be enough. The guard's eyes lit up. Suddenly they rushed in his direction. Looking at them, the hero thought that the elemental spirits were 12th level golden monsters. Suddenly, he used the moment of darkness skill. The spirits suddenly froze. The protagonist struck many blows at them. He ran swiftly forward. Blue rays cut through the guards. Holding the blade in his hands, the MC said that while they were blinded, his attacks dealt additional damage, so he could easily deal with even 12-level creatures. Standing in the middle of purgatory, he added that the 15 monsters of the main hall had been destroyed, but there were still plenty of rooms and halls in purgatory. It would take a lot of sweat. Walking forward, Sheen said that if you think about it, all these creatures should be enough to level up greedy arms in the end. While on the podium, he added that and when all normal mobs will be destroyed. Lowering his head, the hero said that the boss guard would appear. People were standing on the teleporter. They abruptly moved into the city. The young man looked at him in surprise and asked that this was the Forgotten Continent, to which the girl replied that it was strange why this place seemed so familiar. Standing among the ruins, they said that these were the ruins of New York. Looking at the city, the man shouted about the ruins of London. Watching the burning bridge, the player asked that it was London. Raising his head up, the guy said that it seemed that all the players had been transferred to the territory of their hometowns, to which the lady asked that they could, and they were in the same places. Suddenly a shadow hung over them. Looking at the worm, he shouted that things were bad. The ruins of the city appeared. A frightened scream was heard. A view of Shanghai opened up. Looking out from behind the wreckage, one said that the monsters were nowhere to be seen, so they would rest here. Smiling, and said that it was not for nothing that the shadow was called a genius. She thought they were already strong enough, but it turned out that it was still better for them to hide behind his back. To which he replied that he should watch his words, and she asked that she was wrong about something. With her eyes wide open, she said that they were lucky that the genius had already cleared this place, otherwise they would have been smashed and returned to the city of beginners, although it was not yet known where they would respawn if they died here. Frowning, the player said that he did not think that they should rush to investigate. They needed to act very carefully, to which the captain replied approvingly. Flying in the air, the bird said that a real trail was formed from the loot of these monsters, but why did it stop here? As if the shadow just took and evaporated. So many things, even golden things, how did she want to take them? Lowering his head, the young man said that first he had to contact the shadow. It was not a fact that he would not want to take them. A blow flew to the spirit. Looking down, the protagonist said that he had finally dealt with everyone. Lot was lying on the ground, and he added that 4 halls, more than 1,000 rooms, he had already killed about 400 mobs, as well as 4 bronze bosses and 2 silver bosses, from which he received more than 80,000 experience, and mutation points became 205. Looking ahead, MC said that 5 more and he would be able to pump greedy arms, and one asked that he was in touch. They found loot that he didn't pick up, they took it, they can pay if he wants. He stopped, thinking about how it looked like Wang's team had also arrived on the continent, and then said that okay, he would contact him later, and that's not all he could sell them, to which he was told that he understood, they would be waiting for him in the ruined bunker. Lightning flew near him. Qin slowly walked forward. Looking straight ahead, he said that here was the guard. The angel of purgatory stood before him. Lowering his head, the hero thought that this is the strongest monster of the city ruins, as well as the highest ranked boss. As far as he remembers, he has 750,000 health and 3 phases. Looking at the boss, he added that in his previous life, his thunder attack had almost cost him his life despite wearing a full set of golden armor, but now it would be different. Suddenly, the protagonist used the skill of shadow carnage. Lightning flew around the creature. He was hit. The angel of purgatory raised his hand up. Rays flew along the ground. As he dodged the attacks, the MC mused that if this lightning hit him, with his current level of defense and electrical resistance, he was finished. The attacks of bosses of platinum rank and above had a high chance of hitting. If ordinary mobs with his 75% resistance only had a 25% chance of hitting him, then the likes of this one, it rises to 50%. He ran from side to side, thinking that but now he had 182 points of agility. So if he gave his best, his speed would reach 40 meters per second. As long as he was alert, he would not reach it. With his eyes wide open, Qin thought that his team had barely survived in his previous life, thanks to the cleric's shields and luck, but this time, waving his weapon, he added that he would not give him a single chance. The boss's health level appeared. The thought arose that with the help of shadow carnage, tearing flesh, and a moment of darkness, he had removed 250,000 health from him at once. Now he would enter the second phase. Orbs flew around him, and the hero thought that he becomes invulnerable and begins to create ball lightning. The player must have time to destroy them, otherwise the boss will enter berserker mode. A memory appeared, and he added that in a previous life, this attack destroyed their team, after which Xiao went berserk and refused to participate in the next raid, and oddly enough, they managed to do it without her. Poisonous arrows rushed towards the boss. Standing in front of him, the protagonist thought that every destroyed sphere was doing damage to him. Throwing the blade, he added that after destroying them, the boss would enter the third phase. The blade flew along the ball lightning. The boss's eyes widened. A lot of lightning appeared around him. Standing at attention, the MC wondered what was starting. In the third phase, he used constant AoE attacks. At that time, their entire team was equipped with electro-resistant armor, and the shields were applied by 4 clerics at once, and still they barely survived. Looking ahead, he added that he wouldn't have to go that far in this life. A dome appeared around it. Qin's eyes widened, thinking that discharges were constantly passing through the ground, then he could only attack him from the air. Stretching his hand to the side, he applied an ultraviolet shield. The hero looked down in amazement. The creature's head flew up. The protagonist landed on the ground. A notification appeared that he had defeated the angel of purgatory. Looking up, he said that it was great. Standing near the loot, MC added that the hideout can be used not only as a safe place, but also as a storage facility, and from here everything can be pulled out into reality. From the beginning of the game, the weapons of their world began to rust and collapse. Military equipment appeared. A phrase was heard that especially the most dangerous, such as a nuclear bomb, they became useless from the very first day. Fighters and tanks still somehow worked for the first 2 months, but then they also turned into scrap metal. A barrier appeared in the middle of the city. It was heard that in other words, since then, all earthly conflicts have been conducted only with the help of game features, but shelters that could be transferred to reality were able to create a magical barrier, which made them safe places on the planet. Qin froze silently. Taking a step forward, he said that in his previous life, this place had become the base for his God Slayer guild. Of course, he had good memories of it, but back then, so many people had entered and disappeared from his life, all with their own problems. Frowning, the hero said that this time he would not follow this path. He would be alone until the very end. A view of the dark forest opened up. The beast held an axe in his hands. Dodging the attack, the guy shouted that he should be careful. The girl's body was cut in half. She moved to the city. With her eyes wide open, Xiao asked that she had died again, to which she was told that damn, how could she not dodge such a gigantic thing? Sitting on the ground, she shouted that it was her fault. Who was their tank, she or him? If he had done everything fine and taken the damage, she would not have been hurt. To which the player replied that it was an area attack, how he would have taken the damage. The girl raised her head, hearing that the tank had escaped, and the creature was now chasing her. Let him help. Suddenly someone appeared near her. Turning her head, she said that they should hunt mobs. They had so little energy left, she was scared, to which the mage replied approvingly. A notification appeared in the air that the shadow player had been the first in the world to kill a platinum boss. The users of the game looked in surprise. There was talk that again, most of them have not even reached this stupid continent yet, and he is already farming solo there. At least someone knows his real identity. The girls raised their heads when they heard the words that platinum rank. He had never even seen gold rank before. It was too strong. Xiao twisted her face as she thought that while ordinary humans couldn't handle silver, that bastard was killing platinum. A view of purgatory opened up. Raising his hand, the hero said that thanks to the boss, he had reached the 11th level, and now he had 10 free experience points. He would continue to invest in agility. Looking at the glow, he added that he didn't expect to get 20 mutation points from it. Now it was enough for him to upgrade Greedy Hands. Frowning, the protagonist said that great, now he will loot not 3, but 5 times more, and slots have also been added. Lightning appeared around the fist. Looking at the notification, MC said that he had 2 assassin gear and 1 skill, but his level was still too low for them. Raising his hand up, he activated the summoning of a follower. Standing beside the zombies, Chin said that he should collect all the loot in one pile. Looking ahead, he added that the remaining mutation points can be spent on leveling non-epic skills to an epic level. Yellow particles were flying around his body, and notifications about upgraded skills appeared. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked that now he would be able to absorb non-exchangeable energy from the air. Flying islands appeared, and he added that many high-level territories and monsters sucked up metabolic energy, and this effect would allow him to immediately suck it back. The protagonist lowered his head when he heard that he was congratulating him on killing the platinum boss for the first time, to which he asked what she wanted, and the girl replied that it was good news. Fawn had finally logged out. The entrance to the restaurant appeared. His family was heard gathering at Jiangnan's restaurant, and she also found out that they had bought a lot of energy and were going to spend it on skills. Standing in front of a pile of loot, MC said that she was great, to which she asked what else could she do. If he didn't finish him off, he would finish her. Picking up loot, he said that he had collected everything, but he still had half of the free space. The legendary Greedy Hands were very useful. He would find one and sell everything to him. And smiled and shouted that let them look, it's a shadow. Rushing forward, she turned. Holding out his hand in front of her, Chin said that he was setting a price. If they didn't like it, let them not buy. There were 30 basic and bronze items. He would give them a discount for 950 days. Raising a finger up, the captain replied that he was coming. She estimated the loot he left at 1,000 days, so she would pay him 2,000 at once. Standing in front of her, the hero said that it was fine. There were silver, gold and platinum items. He would give it for 18,000, to which she said that they were platinum. She herself had only one gold thing, although what else to expect from a genius? Shanghai was indebted to him. Putting her finger to her face, she asked but where did he get such a large inventory? To which he replied that it looked like their inventories were packed. A small bonus, there was a staircase under the monument in the center of the city. Let them go down it and find the teleportation circle back to the rookie city. As he was leaving, the protagonist added that they would have to spend 500 days to do so. They would be able to return to the continent for free, and it was time for him to go. Stretching her hands forward, and shouted that they saw, she told them that he was reborn, otherwise how would he know about it? To which Wang replied that he was asking, but not that. She frightened him. Closing one eye, she asked what could seduce him. The members of the squad looked at her in bewilderment. MC walked slowly through the city. Looking at the notification, he said that the level and upgrade should be synchronized. Raising his hand, Chin said that now the transfer of skills. Last time he moved the shadow walk of the first level of invisibility. Now he will be able to level up and transfer a few more skills. Bright particles appeared around him, and he added that now the equipment. Looking ahead, the hero said that this medallion not only increases the reload speed, but also summoning zombies is extremely useful in the real world. There are only 486 days left. Now his powers in reality are almost the same as in the game. He evaporated and added that next time he would synchronize everything to the end. The protagonist was sitting on the bed. Looking down, he said that he knew his address, so for now it would be better to get out of here to move the purgatory. He would need 1,300 years of energy, and in the meantime he would have to find temporary shelter. He looked away. MC lifted all the items up. Standing in the middle of the room, he said that this skill replaces his suitcases. He managed to fit all his things. Chin climbed onto the window. Looking at the phone, he said that Fawn should be at a restaurant 15 kilometers away. A view of a high-rise building opened up, and the hero added that with his speed. Rushing forward, he said that 10 minutes would be enough. The protagonist ran swiftly through the city. A restaurant appeared. Sitting at the table, the man said that based on the current situation, it can be understood that playing skills and life energy affect reality. This is a good opportunity for their family. His son is right to start doing this as early as possible. Grinning, the guy said that he was just doing what he had to do. Looking at him, the old man replied that he was very pleased with him. They had spent a lot of energy on buying skills and equipment. Stretching his hand forward, he added that their goal was to level up the core of their family to the 10th level, and then they would spread their influence into reality. The young man frowned when he heard the words that by strengthening on both sides, the Fong family would be able to become the rulers of the region, and their power would last for thousands of years. His eyes lit up and he thought that he already had one foot in the grave, and he was still clinging to the role of the head of the family. As soon as he caught this idiot genius and forced him to reveal his secrets, he would be the strongest in the world, and then they would all die. Grandpa turned his head and asked how things were going with the shadow. Looking at him, the guy replied that he shouldn't worry. He had already found a girl who would help them reveal his true identity. They would soon find out about everything. A view of the restaurant opened up. I heard that let him remember, he must be captured alive. How else he would serve for the benefit of their family. Standing in front of the entrance, the MC listened to the talk that now they would raise glasses to the family. He froze, thinking that somehow he hadn't thought that they would be armed. The shadow gate and ultraviolet shield would not be able to block every shot, and he had not yet moved the armor. If they hit the head or heart, he was finished. Summoning a loyal follower, Qin thought that he had to be careful. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that he should go inside and kill all the survivors, let him not leave any survivors, and then thought that in close combat he would fight with his claws, and in a distant fight with sparks, the stamina of the silver monster should be enough to withstand even direct shots. Suddenly, the undead entered the room. People looked at him in fright and shouted who he was. The zombie waved his hand and exclaimed. Fang stretched out his hand forward and shouted that no, it's a monster from the game, let them shoot. Shots flew to the point. He waved his hand sharply. The attack pierced the man through. The guy looked at him in surprise. The old man raised his hand and shouted for help. Rushing forward, the young man shouted what the hell. He ran swiftly towards the exit, thinking that he needed to leave here as soon as he entered the game and would be safe. With his eyes wide open, Fang added that when he upgraded to the 10th level, no one would be a hindrance to him anymore. The hero was standing right next to the exit. Lightning flew around him. The guy's gaze froze in place. The protagonist began to silently leave. The player's head fell to the ground. A lot of red flowers appeared on the floor. MC stood still. Looking down, he said that it was a good harvest. Red particles were flying in the air. Turning his head, Qin said that this time, the effect of the blooming curse was huge. Not only had all the corpses and blood been erased, but their lifespan had also changed. Looking down, he added that his unchangeable life had reached 2,327 years. There was no point in going to the wilderness anymore. The hero frowned when he heard that let them call the police as soon as possible. Shots and screams were heard from the restaurant. The policeman rushed forward shouting that people from Oriental families were having dinner here. Suddenly the officer stopped and said that he did not want the wounded to appear. He looked at him in surprise and added that there was definitely a mess in the restaurant. But why wasn't there anyone here? They saw someone leaving the establishment. The protagonist walked down the street, listening to the cries that no, he did not understand anything. Where the Eastern family was, where everyone had disappeared, let them call the police first. Lowering his gaze, he said that the next target was the Chang Company. Going forward, MC said that however, their headquarters had moved to North America long before the game arrived. At the moment, only the daughter of the company's CEO, Chang, was left in ruins. She needed to be killed before she left the country. Blue particles were flying in the air. A phrase flashed by that the way from Shanghai to the ruins was almost 300 kilometers. It was 2 to 3 hours on foot. No, it was not worth it. Sitting on the bed, he added that he needed to find transport. Qin moved back to the game world. Looking ahead, he said that there were still a few silver and gold level bosses left in the ruins. They could kill them themselves. The hero frowned when he heard that the news was good. He began to walk forward, hearing that the black woman had found the entrance to the catacombs. Only they were guarded by a golden level spirit that they could not defeat. To which he asked what the entrance to the catacombs was, in what way. The squad was standing in the middle of the city. It was said that on the way back to the city they made a small detour to avoid a collision with the crowd, but they noticed that there were fewer people. The mage fell down, and instead that they wandered for half a day until the blackie fell into the pit. It was useless to call anyone, since this is a special area of the catacombs. The players looked frightened, and she added that they went inside and found that the entrance was blocked by the boss of the golden 12th level. Fortunately, they are running fast. They have just returned to the city. If he wants to look at the catacombs, then she will send the coordinates. The protagonist looked angrily and thought that here are the idiots. They can do without trouble for at least one day. The catacombs, like the Temple of Faith and the Cursed Ruins, are random phenomena of wild nature. A view of the city opened up, and he said that he should send the coordinates, to which the captain replied that by the way, he should not forget to share with them if he finds something valuable, and then thought that she just wanted to snatch something. MC's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the tunnel, he asked what was the entrance, how it was possible to fall into such a huge well during a walk. He never tired of being amazed at the black. Suddenly, Qin jumped down. He landed on the ground. A notification appeared that he had entered the grave of hatred. The hero took a step forward. A strange sound was heard from the darkness. The spirit of hatred stood before him. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that the spirit of hatred, he had not encountered such mobs in his previous life. Judging by his form, he should have an enhanced physical attack and a long attack range. The creature swung its weapon, and he added that it was not surprising that In and the guys had escaped. The equipment he had given them would not have given any protection. Wan was a warrior of the Holy Shield, and his health limit was about 5,000. This boss would take away at least half of his health with one blow. While dodging the attack, the MC thought that he would die instantly if he set himself up. He abruptly used the Shadow Massacre skill. The boss's body was cut into pieces. The thought arose that the boss's defense was great, and the damage from Shadow Carnage was only 80% of a normal blow. Just in case, he would finish him off with a piercing. He would definitely not refuse such a gift. The creature's hand fell down. Qin looked to the side in amazement. A pile of green smoke appeared in front of him. The hero slid abruptly to the side. Turning his head, he said that he had exploded. It was unexpected. Nothing would have been left of him if the blurred shadow hadn't worked. Looking at the slime, the protagonist said that last time they killed a boss they hadn't met before. One of them ran up to the corpse to pick up the loot, but the body exploded and there was nothing left of it. Some team members were killed by bosses who blew themselves up. Most of them were platinum level and above. He didn't know that gold bosses also blow themselves up. Then he stretched out his hand to the side. Looking ahead, MC said super, he now has all the necessary gear and a skill book that he can use. He swung his weapon sharply. Looking at the notification, Jean said that this is the basic skill of an assassin. Shadow assassins have a spiritual attribute higher than strength, so his spell attacks are stronger than physical. He has advanced to an epic level. Lowering his head, he added that with the cultivation of the skill, the range of attack increased from 5 to 12 meters, and the damage points dealt reached from 500 to 1,300. Frowning, the hero said that after all, this area attack does not do much damage. The total damage from one attack is small, unlike Shadow Carnage, but this way you can effectively get rid of weak mobs. Applying his skills, he added that the radius of the Shadow Slaughter is 5 meters, and this skill works in a straight line. The Shadow Blade will be of great use if it is encircled. After looking at the equipment, the protagonist said that there was no effect from hatred, but the base defense, resistance, and blocking of the leather armor were very good. Now he could replace the level 5 golden fire armor. Standing at attention, he added that the rest of the loot in total consisted of more than 20 items, the service life of which was more than 10,000 days. It would be necessary to destroy a few more catacombs. It turned out that there were so many useful things here. The goblin waved his weapon. The players were hit. They teleported to the city. Raising his head up, the guy shouted loudly. He looked furiously at the mage and shouted that she was a brainless, stupid nonentity. Every time they were defeated because of her, he had 2 years of good-for-nothing life left. The young man pushed her and added that God would not allow him to find her at school. He would kill her on the spot. Suddenly it evaporated. Sitting next to her, the girl said that they would go with her to her parents in a small town. She had heard that there was a public organization that helped newcomers like them learn the game. To which Xiao thought that she should wait as he dared to beat her, and even none of her former sycophants would allow such a thing. She began to teleport, saying that she should go there herself. The lady was sitting on the bed. Holding the phone in her hands, she wrote a message about whether it could boost her. The player gritted her teeth when she heard that of course he could escort her to the next level for a fee, wanting to see firsthand the skills of their school goddess in his bed. To which she replied that he just wanted to satisfy his raunchy fantasies with her body. Smirking, she added that in truth, she had always liked him. She had not been able to reciprocate him before because of her brother's supervision. But now that she had severed ties with him, she could finally be with him boldly and confidently. Xiao froze when she saw the message that she was taking him for a fool. If she had abandoned her brother, then she could easily send him away, let him go through the woods. She was sitting on the bed, phrases flashed by that she had no one at home. Could he come and keep company? She was so bored, did not want to come to her, would be waiting for him in the Pearl Village. The lady rested her head on her knees and said that at a critical moment she could not rely on a single damn man. She had 2.5 years left. What to do? Tears appeared in her eyes and she turned to her brother. Wiping away her tears, the girl said that yes, he would not leave. She should try to resume communication and ask for help. A view of the city buildings opened. She was standing in front of the door. Looking ahead, Xiao thought that after an apology and a few kind words, Jean would definitely forgive her, but she hadn't done anything wrong to him. Raising her hand, she added that no, it won't work. Let her lower her head, pretend to be vulnerable and wait for him to bring her skills to perfection. He will definitely help, because he hurt her the most. Smiling broadly, the player thought that after getting a high level, she would send him away forever. She was just a genius, and then said that he should open the door. She began to knock, saying that she had returned. After kicking the door off her foot, Xiao shouted what he would open or not, where his impudent face was. She froze in amazement and asked where he was, the bed, the chair, the things, where everything had gone. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl heard that the subscriber's phone was turned off. Taking a step forward, she asked that he was gone. A view of the catacombs of the spirit of hatred opened. The hero rushed forward, striking blows. Suddenly he stopped and said that this was the last one. After summoning a follower, the protagonist said that he had killed more than 200 mobs and several bronze and silver bosses along the way. He was already very close to the 12th level, hoping that a gold level boss was sleeping in a closed coffin. The zombie opened the coffin. MC furrowed his brows. Black particles appeared from the coffin. They rushed forward. The particles began to penetrate the body of the undead. Putting his leg out to the side, Jean thought that it was the golden boss of the deadly miasma. Damn, how could he face this disgusting creature? He has no physical form, which makes him completely immune to physical attacks. A memory appeared, and he added that he remembered when this boss was released in the last world. The poison spread throughout the area. The shadows swallowed people. Looking to the side, the hero thought that there were a lot of dead people then, if a spirit possessed him, and there was no comrade nearby, or a specialist with invulnerability skills to protect himself, he was definitely dead, his body. Suddenly, he used the Shadow Blade skill. His eyes hung on a branch, and the thought arose that his core was here. A sharp blow flew into the core. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he thought that his strength clearly surpasses the gold level. But since he is classified at the gold level, the loot drops from him gold. Loot was lying on the ground, and he added that the Shadow Blade skill he had learned dealt magic damage. MC used the Greedy Hand skill and said that it was not so easy to pass through the catacombs, but the golden loot was worth it. Looking at the bell, he asked again. Holding the object above his hand, Jean said that the sight was out of the ordinary. Luck definitely had a sense of humor. A beast suddenly appeared behind him. saying that the ghost night wolf was one of the fastest animals that could be obtained at an early stage. Standing in front of the beast, the hero said that it was a riding horse, and what is important, with the effect of invisibility when riding. A view of the ruins of the city opened. The protagonist jumped up sharply. He landed on the ground. Sitting on the wolf, the MC said that he needed to climb to the 15th level to prolong the life of the beast. The next time after leaving the game, he would go to the ruins to kill Sure and get rid of his problems. They flew into the air. Turning his head, Jean said that this was the Jiahai Arena, which occupied a huge area on the surface and had 2 dungeons. In addition, a dangerous environment with a horde of monsters, just right for his quick boost. Jumping up, he added that it was here. The boss turned his head. A phrase flashed by that it was a paradise for the powerful of this world. The hero jumped off the roof. He abruptly rushed towards the creatures. The protagonist's eyes widened. He used the Shadow Massacre skill. A view of the city opened, and swung her sword. Raising her hand, she said that it was a super victory. Nillian smiled and said that who would doubt her as a captain. However, they received serious wounds, and then thought that the hidden profession of dragon swordsman has great power. He is not even ashamed that he liked on. After sheathing the weapon, the girl said that this gold boss of only the 8th level, whom they had been killing for more than 10 minutes, it was hard to believe that they were able to bring him down, to which the young man replied that if he could sneak up and kill the boss on the sly, no, it wouldn't work, and then thought that it was a good thing that she had no experience, with his status as a second-generation civil servant. He could easily crush her. Raising her finger up, she asked that wouldn't it be easier for him, the shooter, to deliver a control blow to the animal, to which the guy replied that his status did not allow him to do such things. He frowned and said that he had heard that a low-level shadow hunter not only kills in the game, he knew a ruined police hunter who had the 3rd level of protection against stealth. Stretching out his hands to the sides, Nelian said that in his opinion, it was better to set a trap, find out his true identity and take control. Such people could only feel safe if they were used by their officials, otherwise the same thing would happen to them as to Song. Would they be able to allow such a thing to happen? The members of the squad looked at each other. Then they laughed. The archer looked at him in surprise when he heard that it didn't get to him. It wasn't that he was asking them to hunt, but that they should hunt him. Only in this way could they be sure that their views would converge and they could cooperate. He single-handedly killed the global gold boss, if not to work together with people of this level, so you can offend them. He gritted his teeth tightly and shouted that there was nothing this shadow assassin could do. Could it be that even under the protection of stealth, they were afraid of him? Jumping up, Niliang added that they were people without education. They were barking at him. When he saw him, he would track him down and catch him. She would be on her knees begging him to forgive her, and Wang asked what had fallen out of the boss, to which An replied that it was part of the Reaper's gold equipment, some silver equipment, and a skill book. Looking up, she added that however, as if by chance, he had sold them some gold items and planted coins. I wondered how many bosses he had killed, why he was so lucky with the treasure, maybe he knew some secret. Standing in front of her, the guy said that it seemed too much to her, he was worried, to which the girl asked. Frowning, he asked that she hadn't heard about the incident at the Jiangnan restaurant. After dinner, the Eastern family disappeared without a trace. The captain raised her eyebrows as she heard that if a shadow hunter was involved, then if they should still help him, they didn't know what was on his mind, and what if she was actually a terrible serial killer? Standing beside him, the lady replied that she understood that he was involved in the case, and she too suspected that he had something to do with the disappearance. But at the moment there was no evidence of his involvement. Smirking, she added that even if he was involved, she would prefer to work alongside him. She would still stay with him no matter what happened. Standing in front of them, the young man shouted that something similar to an arena had been found ahead. All the monsters inside were dead. Frowning, he added that he didn't know what squad could bring down so many monsters. Raising her hand up, the captain said that they would go and see. Loot was lying on the ground. Looking at him, the guy shouted that it wasn't too much. There shouldn't be a lot of eggs. There must be 100 creatures here. What kind of terrible team dealt with them? To which An replied that probably his older brother trained here. Maybe he was somewhere nearby. Looking at her, Nalian asked what she got from, that it was a shadow, to which she said that because he was the first on the leaderboard, the rating of their official team had dropped a lot, so they could only rely and think about him. Raising his hand up, he shouted that that's it. He also knows how to become invisible, he just needs more time. And the girl wrote a message that he was here. Probably after killing so many monsters, a lot of loot dropped. She didn't want to sell them useless equipment and useless books. The young man suddenly froze. The hero was standing behind him. Suddenly the shooter fell to the ground. The lady looked at her in surprise and asked what he was on, where he was from. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that it was all thanks to their coordinates. He found him in the catacombs. The magus chuckled when she heard the words of gratitude. Sitting on the wolf, he said that they could take all the things that were lying on the ground, to which the captain replied that it was good. Only if she did not like something, she would not take it, it would be fair. The guys were watching them. Frowning, the player thought that the cursed hunter, the cursed dog, had disgraced him in front of everyone. He would get even. MC sat on the wolf. He stared ahead silently. A skill card appeared. A phrase flashed by that this time he cleared the arena and acquired a golden skill book. He ran swiftly forward, saying that this skill would enhance both his invisibility and strength. If he used it in real life, he would be able to completely disappear, reach the epic, and could also develop other skills. Stretching out his hand to the side, Qin said that mythic skills are strong. Now all monsters, with the exception of some individuals, do not resist pinpoint attacks in any way. Looking at the accessory, he added that this is a pendant as well. Frowning, the hero said that thanks to the additional effect, he now had 4th level stealth. No one would be able to notice him. A shadow veil had also appeared, and his evasion had reached 83%. Suddenly, something exploded in front of him. The protagonist stopped and said that it was there. A monster's head appeared above the building. The creature rose to the sky. Looking to the side, the MC asked what the Steel Maiden was, who summoned this boss. A memory flashed through her mind that she had last appeared in the slums of Jianhai, and the number of people who had gone on a crusade for her had reached 1,000, and more than 4,000 people had died. In fact, she was the guardian of the shrine called the Church Shrine. A view of the temple opened, and it was heard that this is the second largest shelter in the slums of Jianhai. Frowning, Qin said that he had originally wanted to deal with the boss after killing Shi, but the plans had changed. Suddenly he jumped up. The players stood around the boss. Frowning, the man shouted that he should be careful. A blow flew into the man and he screamed. Watching the battle, the hero said that to fight the Steel Maiden now, she is very confident. The young man was sitting on the beast, and Qin was heard there. A memory appeared, a phrase flashed by that he was a hidden Templar. In their last life they fought for 9 years and so could not determine the winner. This deceitful, evil person loses time after time. He will do everything to sneak away. Barriers opened over the buildings. It was heard that the Steel Maiden had been destroyed by the Qin Guild at that time. Then there were rumors that the gods of the West and the Temple of the East had been massacred. They controlled the western and eastern parts of the slums of Jianhai. When the Templars were just recruiting knights, they had signed a contract with the Lord to be safe. However, the taxes for life were 50%. The guy stretched his arms forward. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that most of the guild members possessed high dark combat power. How fortunate. Now he would not escape. The boss brandished his weapon. Suddenly, the protagonist landed next to her. He stared furiously ahead. The players were hit sharply. Red rays appeared around the hero, and kill notifications appeared. Looking to the side, Qin shouted that who was it? Could it be a shadow? They had nothing against him, so why did he kill their people? Standing behind him, the MC replied that because he didn't eat beef. He rushed forward abruptly. Qin stretched out his hand to the side. Flowers began to grow from the corpses. Players teleported to the city. Clenching his fist, the guy shouted that he was a bastard. What did beef have to do with them? And the other added that he had no lives left. Xiao looked frightened as she listened to the talk that it was all because of the damn shadow. They needed to join forces and kill him. He was tired of living. They should go elsewhere and make up for lost time. She began to cry, thinking about why her life, there were so few of them left. The hero froze upon hearing that the blooming curse had consumed 4 days of Zhao's life suitable for exchange and 1 year of life not suitable for exchange, to which he asked that she was among them. Lowering his gaze, he said that with such a short life expectancy, she was on the verge of death, so she decided to join the Templars and did menial work. Well, it was her own fault. Suddenly the weapon rushed in his direction. The blow flew to the ground. Dodging the attack, the protagonist said that at the first stage, there should be no difficulties with the boss. The monster froze in bewilderment. Her eyes lit up yellow. She swung her weapon. The creature began to swing its blades around itself. With his eyes wide open, MC said that this would allow the dynamic lock blade to be reused. Rushing towards the boss, he added that he would perform physical attacks with a fixed point or range. The monster was hit by many blows. Blood was oozing from her body. Qin stood behind her. The creature's eyes lit up brightly. Looking to the side, the hero thought that the reason why she was called a guardian was to go to the second stage. After losing half of the blood, the sealed evil demon would wake up. Purple rays appeared from the monster's hands. A view of the castle opened up, and in the hero's head there was a thought that all the damage would be reflected to the attacker in the same amount. There is also a legend about a portal in the demon's stomach. All those whom he swallows will be at the foot of the volcano. But in his past life, no one was lucky enough to get caught. He suspects that someone mixed up the game settings. The young men look attentively ahead. The dark-haired guy says that because of this shadow cycle, the boss has moved into the second phase. And the girl with green hair asks that he is sure of this, and that the shadow is to blame, and that it is the platinum boss. The steel lady spread her purple blade arms to the sides, and the young man confidently continued to say that he had been watching from the beginning to the end of the battle, and that this boss had been summoned by the Templars. And then the shadow appeared, and they had already been killed, and the second player exclaimed that this boss was definitely a half-breed. The main character wraps himself in a cloak. The young man looks up carefully and thinks that the second stage of the Steel Maiden has a weak point, and that after the invulnerability attack, she temporarily shuts down, and decides that, simply put, while she is attacking, he can attack from behind. The Steel Maiden leans forward slightly, and the player continues to muse that however, Shadow Carnage, Piercing, Plague Blade, and Poison Arrows all have continuous damage, and that he will still take invulnerability damage if he uses these skills, and that in an instant at the current level, he can die from his own attack. Thick clouds cover the sky, and Shadow muses that the audience has been looking down on him for a long time, and that he can get some benefit from them. The girl moves swiftly forward and tells her to be allowed to pass, and that she must assess the situation. A defender with crossed arms looks confidently at the players. The short-haired guy says that they've been watching the boss for a long time and taking notes, and that she only has a few skills, and the rabbit adds that she stopped moving after being a half-breed and her body has changed, so new skills may appear, and the man says that he understands, and that Jean fought one-on-one with the boss, and the girl added that after the second stage of the boss, he disappeared. The man gritted his teeth angrily and asked his sister to open her eyes and see if the shadow was still there. She replied that it was. The rabbit strives forward, radiating green energy. The steel maiden, spreading her thin arms to the sides, soars up. The girl opens her eyes wide and says that the protagonist's location is not fixed, and that he must have left the area, and the young man says that if she can't find him with the third level of invisibility, then he is definitely gone, and that he does not believe that the protagonist can possess the fourth. The rabbit shifts his bewildered gaze in front of him. The protector floats in the air in the lotus position and tells the sister not to stop watching and informs him that immediately if he appears. The girl answered in the affirmative. A steel maiden with glowing eyes is standing in the square, and the guy says that he is definitely tired of living, and that he alone decided to go against the platinum boss, and the second says that he has already seen him. The defender in a blue glow raises his swords in front of him, and the young man goes on to say that in the first city, he killed the golden boss without getting a single scratch, and that the man is a spirit warrior, and that he has a 100% dodge effect when spinning, and the second player added that it is understandable why he is the first defender, and added that it is said that he was one of the best souls masters in the world, and that his reflexes are at their best. The steel maiden's eyes lit up with fire. She throws her sharp blades at the man with lightning speed. He dodges, tilting his head down. The young man swings his weapon with all his might. The iron monster throws an open palm at the enemy. The man quickly does a somersault. Streams of swirling magic are approaching him. The spectators in the stands open their mouths and shout that this is a super somersault, and the girl declares that her brother is cool, and that he is handsome. The dark-haired youth says that the first defender is truly great, and that he perfectly dodges the boss's attack every time. The guy in the pink shirt asks why the boss's health decreases every time after throwing. The first replies that it is true. He noticed that several features flashed on the boss's body, and asks if the spirit warrior is really a sadist. The green-haired girl looks up enthusiastically and admires that the perfect dodge is a basic skill, and that the strongest thing Big Brother has is his attack. The defender dodges the steel lady, and the rabbit says that the dodge has been successful so far when rolling. The girl looks ahead in admiration and continues that the next attack will break through 50% of the opponent's defense. The young man resolutely swings his sword. The audience in the stands leans forward. The young man says that this is WoW special effects, and the young lady excitedly replies that this will be the fourth damage. The defender looks up. The steel maiden is enveloped in streams of blue mana, dancing under the moon, a sharp edge, a sword of three shadows, like a shooting star. The monster stares intently at the enemy with fiery eyes, lightning-fast maneuvering, the tip of the blade, a lot of strength, but little sense. The guy clenches his fist furiously, and the girl says that the boss has a third of his health left. The defender bows his head victoriously and thinks that this is his best attack, the blade of moonlight. He closes his eyes with pleasure. The man slowly drops to his knees. The spectators in the stands open their mouths in surprise. The girl with green hair asked why her brother was dead, because he performed all the attacks, and the young man asks why his skills did damage, and the boss doesn't give a damn, and continues that the boss has so little health left, and asks what is happening. A masked player appears. He lowered his head and thought that it was all thanks to the first defender, and that the boss had made so many moves, and he just wanted to show off. The steel lady spread her blade arms to the sides, and the guy continues to think that all this time he has been slashing, as a result of which the boss's health has decreased by 2/3, and that this fool inflicted one powerful blow, which doomed himself to death. The main character shifted his gaze to the steel lady and thought that in fact, with his skills, it is impossible to defeat his opponent, and that during the roll, he cannot attack, and when attacking, he receives a counterattack. The steel lady turned. The protagonist follows her and thinks that she is going to the shrine to restore her health, and that his efforts will be in vain if he allows the boss to return to the church, and that the spirit warrior is dead and these people are terrified as hell, and decides that they will not dare to climb up to her. The guy follows the lady with his eyes. He looks up and muses that if the boss doesn't strike, his anti-damage effect won't be lost. The shadow resolutely attacks the iron monster, and thinks that it cannot be allowed to escape. The lady majestically towers over the guy. The dark-haired young man says that the boss really took all the damage from the shadow, and that it is unbelievable, and the second continues that he thought that the soul warrior put safety above all, but in fact he turned out to be that clown, and the young man knows what he is doing. The girl with green hair does not believe that this is the main character, and that even she couldn't find him with her level 3 detection, and that it turns out that he really does possess level 4 stealth. The guy looks down with envy and says that the items dropped after the death of the soul warrior have not disappeared, and that he needs to find a way to get them. The protagonist shifts his resolute gaze to the enemy. Dark light shield, level 10. Each layer of the shield can block one hit. The steel lady aims the blade at Shadow with lightning speed. The protagonist boldly looks at the monster. The steel lady is captured by magical flows, a shadow cut. The young man stares ahead and thinks that 3 of the 9 blows of the shadow slash were struck after the boss's attack ended, and that if it weren't for the dark light shield, he would have been dead by now. The steel lady opens her mouth in disbelief. The lady floats in the air in streams of magic. Qin instantly throws his hand down. Purple mana envelopes his opponents, and the young man thinks that his attacks are too powerful, and that even with an 80% chance of dodging, he lost the remaining 7 layers of shield very quickly, and that if the attack had been half a second slower, he would have been dead by now. A guy in a hood sneaks around the battlefield. A green stream of mana flies into his head. The protagonist towers over the young man and asks that he wanted to steal his prey, and declares that he will not come out. Shadow shifts his gaze to the young man and says that he is quite funny, that he probably won't use a blooming curse on his body, and continues that he has a lot of metabolic energy, he must have never died yet. The steel lady approaches the protagonist again. He lowers his eyes and thinks that he is only relying on the dark light shield and the shadow slash. The monster spreads its purple arms around itself, and the young man thinks that despite the low efficiency, this is the safest way. The opponent emits streams of magic. The girl admires that the shadow is really so strong, and interestingly, how he does it, and the young man replies that he did not believe that he was so strong before, but now he is convinced for himself. The protagonist's eyes burn with determination and he decides that this is the last blow. The young man falls to his knees. Information about the points earned and congratulations on the victory appear. The players open their mouths in surprise. The main character is at the very top of the leaderboard. The young man clenches his fist, glowing with golden light. The protagonist carefully examines the tables with his stats. He believes that one emerald piece of equipment provides better protection than all the others combined, and he says that this equipment is even stronger than what he got after the battle with the soul cleanser. The guy's eyes lit up with fire. He can partially recognize the movement of invisible units, increases the level of the anti-stealth skill by 2. He looks ahead and says that it turns out that anti-stealth can be upgraded to legendary rank, and that level 5 anti-stealth combined with a 50% increase in attack accuracy and passive effects increases attack accuracy by 35%. Qin reaches out and says that he can find the weaknesses of enemies with his eyes closed, and that there are 97 mutation points left, and that it is possible to level up a blurred shadow to the legendary rank. The table shows his new abilities. The girl quickly approaches the young man, and he asks that she finds him by smell. An raises his hand and says that it has been a long time since she checked the leaderboard and was surprised when she found that he had reached level 13, and Juan said that they had been playing all night and still hadn't reached level 11 and that he couldn't believe it was possible to level up so quickly. Qin shifted his gaze attentively to the arguing guys. The protagonist makes a deal with the girl. He offers her some items. She agrees. He looks at the girl intently and says that he has something else interesting, that she has heard about shelters. The girl looks at the guy with admiration and replies that there are no safe places in the ruins of Shanghai, but groups of players can use the hideouts as a base, and goes on to say that they can store equipment and supplies there, and at critical moments, a magical barrier can be created around the hideout. Qin stands in front of the girl and asks if she knows about the small hideout that can be obtained after defeating the golden boss, and replies that she does, and that no one in Shanghai has yet been able to find a single hideout, and that in the City of Magic, the players have already found a medium-sized hideout. Qin holds a key in her hand that glows with a golden glow, and says that in this case, she must understand the value of the hideout. The full moon illuminates the tall buildings, and the guy reflects that the key to the sacred hideout fell after defeating the last boss, and that the hideout has an area of 800 acres, and that they can discuss the price they are willing to offer for it and name it to the guy. The young men opened their mouths in surprise. The blue-eyed girl looked at the protagonist and said that the larger the shelter, the better its protection and infrastructure, and that such a shelter would be enough for all the officials of Shanghai, and asked how much he himself was willing to sell it for. The young man looked at the girl and said that they could discuss the price, and he would make a decision after they named her, and thought that in his previous life, the hideout could be worth up to 2,000 years of life energy, and that if he managed to sell it, then he would have enough exchange energy to transfer absolutely everything he had in the game into reality. The lady coquettishly put her hands behind her back and said that she would report the boy's proposal, and that she would also like to ask him for help. She folded her fingers and began to tell that they had received information that 7 gold rank bosses had gathered in Dark Moon City, and that many people had already been killed, and that the players were willing to offer 10 years for the destruction of these monsters. The main character shifted his gaze to the girl and thought that there were 7 golden bosses, that even if they were together, he was able to defeat them, and said that if she came to him for help, then it was obvious that they had really serious problems, and gave a thumbs up and said that the guy was as smart as ever. The monster's head flies off, and the girl goes on to say that the players were able to defeat one boss, but he was able to come back to life, and that, in addition, after that, the characteristics of all the bosses increased and they had to retreat. The young man looks carefully at his interlocutor, and thinks that the group of bosses who can come back to life may be a trap created by the cursed stone tablet of the ancient god. He shifts his gaze and thinks that if this is the case, then he cannot miss such an opportunity. The protagonist leaves, and the young lady wishes him good luck, and he asks her to drop the coordinates and he will see what is there, and thinks that she is funny, and that the loot of these bosses can be sold in 40 to 50 years, and that you even gave him 10 years of energy as a reward, and that it is very generous. Qin riding a wolf jumps on the rooftops. He runs against the backdrop of a huge statue in the middle of a ruined city. The hero notices something ahead. The three girls mock Xiao. One of them hits the protagonist's sister with the words that she has just joined the guild and is already trying to seduce the head. The battered girl touches her swollen face and tries to say something, to which the offender declares that she will not look at her age, then threatens to tear out her veins if she approaches the leader again. The protagonist watches the beating of his sister. He looks down with thoughts that Xiao seems to be involved in the turmoil after joining the Templars, then adds that there were many similar instances of power games in his past life. However, he always cared about her. The protagonist enters the portal and says to himself that now his sister can enjoy life in all its colors. Xiao tearfully reports that she is in pain and wants to die. The offenders call her names. Qin stands surrounded by blue energy, thinking that there is a secret room under the huge statue in the center of Jianhai, from which you can return to the first city, and adds that almost no one knows about it. He stands in front of a bright pictogram on the ground and says to himself that the entrance is not free, then adds that the first time is 500 days, the second time is 1,000, the third time is 2,000 days, then he explains that the price doubles each time. A lot of buildings are shown in the middle of the forest. The guy declares to himself that over time, the first city will turn into a more developed area, then adds that mobs will turn into bosses, and caches will be replenished with treasures. A blue haze surrounds the young man. He notes to himself that this ancient plaque cannot be missed. A system window pops up, which says about a teleport to the city of the Dark Moon, to which Qin is surprised aloud and claims that he has never heard of it, then states that he wants to go there. The hero appears in the middle of a busy street. A message is shown that says that the protagonist spent 500 days moving. An invisible guy walks around the city and is mentally surprised that there are so many old people here. He looks at the two guys and the grandmother, who says that they have finally arrived in the safe zone. One of the young men informs her that according to the agreement, they will move her to level 3. The other adds that, due to the updates that have taken place, she now owes 72 days. The old lady brushes it off and is indignant that they need more money and adds that they should be volunteers who help the players. The boys smile at her and explain that they are not asking her for money and add that once they form a team, they will destroy the monsters and thus get extra lives, some of which they will give to the old lady. Another young man adds that she now needs to transfer 72 days before they start forming. The grandmother opens her mouth wide and shouts that she will not sign anything and declares that she is an old poor woman who is ashamed to ask for money. She points her finger at the guy, who calmly explains that she is wrong, because they will help her get the level. But first she has to help them, then continues, saying that while they are not on the team, their experience and progress are not shared, to which the old lady loudly declares that if they do not leave her, then she will scream, then call them shameless. Qin grabs her by the clothes. An elderly woman flies out of the city. The hero grabs her by the throat with a blade raised behind. A couple of young people watch in surprise as blood comes out of the old woman. A golden sphere emerges from the grandmother. The invisible protagonist claims that the guys can take her days, to which one of them asks in surprise who helped them, to which Qin replies that he just happened to be at that time and place. The young man stands next to the yellow energy. His partner claims that 72 days is not a little, to which the first thanks the master. The transparent hero notes to himself that it is inconvenient to get your hands dirty in a small town. The protagonist looks down with thoughts that Shei's dreams were founded in a dark moon. A moldy building appears. The guy says that at first this guild was engaged in social activities and helped the elderly to survive for free in the land abandoned by the gods, then adds that later this organization was officially recognized and supported in every possible way, which later allowed them to become the largest guild in the country. The invisible Qin leaves the two guys and declares to himself that in a future full of chaos, such people are worth their weight in gold. The moon illuminates the gloomy forest. A huge monster with vines opens its mouth wide. The girl holds a staff and yells at her mother to be faster, to which she agrees and uses a thunder attack. A man attacks with a sword on a monster struck by lightning. He cuts the monster. The family looks at the disappearing body of the enemy. The father of the family informs them that this is it. Their daughter tells them that they are very strong, to which the mother claims that as long as they work hard and listen to advice, they are invincible. As the group walks through the woods, the man asks Ian if her friend has joined the Templars, and adds that he has heard about the guild levying heavy taxes on members, to which the girl replies that she has already asked her to join them. The young lady looks directly and adds that she has already said that they are a public organization and they have many players who can do nothing just like her, then adds that they help each other and those in need, but she did not agree. Mom raises her hand and notes out loud that the girl reached level 10 thanks to the Templars. The father says that although they helped her, they will still use her as a tool. His wife replies that she heard that the contract with them is for 3 years from the date of signing and for the same period after. The family is walking through the forest. The woman says that if God deprived them, then why not kill a couple of mobs and live with peace of mind? Because you can gradually increase life expectancy and accumulate experience. To which the man says that they only kill mobs and avoid meeting bosses, then asks if it's not great. Ian closes her eyes and claims that her friend thinks she's an unusual girl and that she's going to be the best girl in the end, then adds that she's overconfident with them. A multitude of pale arrows are flying. A large number of shells pierces the father's body through. The girls look at the disappearing body of the man with a scream. The guy with the bow raises his palm against the moon and asks his partners if they saw him kill the man instantly, to which one of them replies that the cattle from Shei's dreams are worth nothing, and the other adds that no one wants to steal from beggars. The shooter squats down and demands their lives from the girls. Ian makes a frightened look and states that murder in the wilderness is forbidden and claims that she will sue them. The archer smiles and tells her to knock whoever she wants, then compliments her to finish the circus. The woman touches the blue screen. The daughter asks her to contact the guild channel while she delays them. The leader of the bandits smirks and says that they asked for it themselves and adds that they will kill the old woman and have fun with the young one. Two men jump on the sorceress. A large wolf grabs them with its mouth in the air. Ian makes a shocked face as the attackers scream. The archer twists his face. His head is blown away by blue energy. Jean holds a severed body part in her hands, which is surprised aloud by the appearance of a shadow. In a circle of blue light, a group of thugs move to the city street. The leader of the gang, opening his mouth, began to shout that where all his energy had gone, could it be because of the status of the Ripper? Starting to run together, the guy shouted that he needed to kill several monsters, otherwise he himself would be defeated. The head was illuminated by a glow. Suddenly, the huge sword pinned the gang to the ground with its might. An unknown person says incomprehensible words about a black dragon, crispy rice and a flying bison, and the guys lie unable to move. Because of this they puzzledly ask who is in front of them. The unknown replies that they will stand trial for many murders of players. The men in white uniforms surrounded the group and answered the question that they were hunters on duty. They needed to be provided with all personal information, otherwise all the life energy would be taken away from the group. The body of one of the players, strewn with flowers, gradually dissipates. Jean walked forward, and the girl shouted words of gratitude after him, that if it weren't for him, she and her mother would hardly have survived. The guy continued to walk, saying to himself that the girl turned out to be unexpectedly pleasant. How could she even make friends with Xiao? And apparently, now their paths diverged. Yang stared at the sphere in the air in surprise. Approaching the light, the girl asked in surprise if this was her father's exchange energy. Her mother also asked where the shadow had gone. The woman continued to ask her daughter where he could have gone. Yang let go of the sphere of light into the air without making a sound, answering to herself that she didn't know where the guy had gone, but he turned out to be very kind. The night forest is increasingly filled with fog. A group of players were waiting for Tsin, discussing among themselves where he could have gone, because they had been told that the guy would be there any minute. Shadow, due to invisibility, silently passed by them. Addressing each other, the group reasoned whether he could defeat the boss. One of the players replied that he could not. He constantly respawned. The other supported that he did not even know what he was going to do while the players were communicating. Moving further and further away from people, the guy thought that the tablet gave one positive and one negative effect to the equipment, and if he was lucky, he would be able to change the characteristics. The blonde man reasoned that some had seen players collecting 7 tablets and summoning gods to fight, a man surrounded by magic sitting in ruins. Jean remembered that the bosses created from tablets also had special abilities, so some players did not understand how they died. The guy was lying with a wound in his back. The shadow also remembered that sometimes the real boss was hiding behind crowds of spears. The players did not understand how it was possible to resurrect so quickly. The creature controlled a crowd of undead. Jean slowly creeps up to the crowd of monsters, not stopping to reason to himself that it is only known that they all resurrect after death, and then fall into a berserker state. According to the sites, this occurs when killing any of them. The guy wondered what if he killed them all together at the same time, what would he need to try? The creatures that noticed the movement looked at the player with anger. Standing in a certain stance, the guy began to call on the god, saying that this should be checked with the help of a believing ancient god. With a growl, the creature rushed towards the crowd. The creature hit the crowd. Bosses began to lose health points. One of the creatures turned. Black smoke threw the attacker back at the same second. God began to burn in flames, leaving all creatures alive. Jean began to approach, and from what he saw, he deduced that each of them had no repellents and was stronger than the gold rank boss. A red whirlwind engulfed the crowd. The player shouted to himself that they would die. All the creatures were injured in the neck area and began to fall. Looking at this, the guy stopped walking and was surprised. A cloud of mass began to gather from pieces of fallen creatures and red fire. Jean was silent. The monster opened its mouth and screamed ferociously. The player began to reason that killing all the bosses at once was the right decision, but now he moved on to the second phase, and then added that the symbols on the body of this giant boss are the writings of an ancient god. Avoiding the attacks, Jean continued to say that the creature was written for the ancient god of catastrophes, UFOs. The deity did not stop attacking, and the guy suggested that he should attack the parts of the boss's body that fit the meaning of the text, and then added that he had spent a lot of effort studying the writings of the ancient god, and now, finally, this knowledge paid off. The shadow ran under his feet and attacked exactly at the symbol. Liquid gushed out of the creature's hand. A hole instantly appeared on his chest. The wounded creature began to scream ferociously. The evil spirits collapsed with a crash into the water. In the light of the night moon, Jean saw something emerging from the water. The mass of meat was combined into one. The creature took on new shapes and sizes. The coffins showed their chains, which made the guy able to understand that each coffin corresponded to its own being, then added that he could already see the tablet, which meant that the end of the battle was coming soon. Surrounded on all sides, Jean stood steadfast. The blond man looked furiously ahead. Birds flied between the crowns of the dark forest. The bandits turned around at the noise. One of them asked if it was an earthquake. Another member of the squad replied that something was wrong in the valley, if the bosses had entered berserk mode. The swordsman from the adventurer squad blocked the passage with his hand. The mage asked that the shadow had disappeared somewhere. The warrior with the blade said that he would not even be able to defeat this boss. It seemed that Qin was just cowardly. Metal containers lie on the sandy ground. The players said that the bosses have disappeared somewhere. They walk along the path and say that this is a crack in the ground, if the monsters have disappeared because of the earthquake. The dark-haired girl, opening her mouth, said that the shadow must have been able to defeat them. The mercenaries, frowning, were surprised by such a statement. The stone with the glowing rune lying in one of the metal containers, the players said that only 10 minutes had passed, and the battle was already over. They noticed that he would be able to cope. They added that they didn't even notice him. They said that they now understand their leader's decisions. Qin exudes an ashen aura and says that he has a pretty good catch right now. He looked at the tablet in his hands and said that he had reached level 14 and had gained 294 mutation points thanks to the skill-greedy hands. And most importantly, he was able to obtain the tablet of the ancient god. Two eyes on the tablet glared at the protagonist. He added that it would take the government a month to find one and the losses would be serious. The system window says that the cursed tablet of the ancient god of disasters, UFOs, equipment grants him a boost corresponding to the user's class, but at the same time there are negative effects. The tablet glowed. The hero said that he would try to use it on the gift of dark flame, bone-crushing leather armor. He added that the emerald equipment, together with the effect of the gift of dark flame, will weaken the enemy's defense and resistance to the elements by 35%. The protagonist glows with purple lightning under the effect of the tablet. The system sign says that the hero used the curse of UFOs on the gift of dark flame. Now the armor is strengthened, and the base stats are reduced. The bright energy of the ancient artifact bursts out of Qin's body. He says that the limit of the gift of dark flame has been increased to 15 layers. It turns out that it can weaken the opponent's defenses to negative values. He added that this is something he expected from the tablet of the ancient god. Compared to the advantage, the negative effect is almost imperceptible. The blonde guy looked at his hand and said that now he will move on to skills. He will try to upgrade the Shadow Massacre to the legendary rank and see what effects he can get. The system says that the hero has spent 210 mutation points. He has 115 mutation points left. The Shadow Cut has been upgraded to legendary. The range has been improved. The entry in the stealth state has been increased. Each hit deals more damage. Yellow stripes circle around the hero under the influence of his skill update. The system says that now after each hit, the protagonist will receive up to 9 layers of shield, equal in strength to 100% health. The duration of its use is 60 seconds. Qin looked forward and said that it seems that his health level has increased by 10 times. Now it will be even more difficult to defeat him. He emits an ashen haze and adds that at this rate, he will reach level 15 in 5 hours and will be able to return to the City of Magic after that. The stone statue stands within the city. The protagonist looks at the players fight. He thinks that they are still fighting. Two girls froze in place. One of them said that she was already sick and tired. The other replied that her hands were already hurting. A battered dark-haired woman is lying on the ground. The bandits say they've had enough. They added that the player won't get caught by them again. The beaten woman is trembling from pain and mutilation. She cried and said that it was all Xingfeng's fault. He really left her. Did he really take her words so seriously? She stood up and said that she was lucky to be able to join the Knights of Refuge Guild, at least for the next 3 years. She added that even though she had 50% of the metabolic energy, she always had a little left. She would definitely level up faster than the others. The sorceress tightly gripped her staff and used the holy healing skill. She said that soon no one would dare to do this to her. Xingfeng would regret everything. These vow robbers would regret it again. The hero passes by the player while invisible. The battered adventurer knelt down and realized that she had missed again. But who was the target? The city is crumbling. The ruins of the demon city. The stone golem emits blue flames. The guy with the shield takes the monster's blow on himself. 3 mercenaries are sitting in a concrete shelter. The girl with the short hair, licking her lips, said that the Chinese were just ridiculous. In order to defeat the golem, they gathered a squad of 18 people. The dark-skinned man, winking, asked the girl not to say that. The Asians are trying for them. They should be grateful to them. The companion replied that these stupid players still can't defeat the golden boss. Yellow lightning reached the giant's body. The mercenaries shout that the monster has very little health left. The mage, leaning on his weapon, told his teammates to deliver the final blow. The spear pierces the wizard's body. The spearman, putting his spear on his shoulder, thanked the Chinese detachment for their help. The elimination team turned towards the Black Spade gang. The girl from the squad said that the Chinese woman had teamed up with the foreign gang to rob other teams. She added that who one had to be to rob her compatriots. The swordsman rushed to attack, saying that there were not so many mercenaries, they could win. The bandit, crossing her arms, said that the opponents were resisting. It was just ridiculous. A man with hammers hits the ground. The girl with the blades rushed forward. It swept through the ranks of the opponents. Everyone who was hooked by the woman's knives fell dead to the ground. The lady of the Alice Guild licked her lips and said that it seemed that the government knew about them. But what would it do if all the inhabitants were all rubbish? A team of criminals is standing near the souls of the Chinese team, told women with knives to get off to America as soon as possible, until no one finds out the real identities. She leaned forward and stated that in the US, they would be able to create their own guild of daxia players. The members of the squad froze in place and asked what they would call the team. Standing in half a turn, the girl said that the guild would be called Alice. She laid down on the ground and said that there were enough fights for today, and we needed to have a party in reality. She sits on the couch surrounded by dark-skinned men and says that in reality she will come off to the fullest. An raises his hand and says that they have decided how much they are willing to pay for the shelter. The shadow turns and asks how much. The girl replies that it is 1,500. The guy replies that it is not enough. The execution of justice smiled and said that she knew, so she convinced them to raise the price to 2,000. The hero turns around and claims that it is great, and offers to discuss it more near the statue in the center of the ruins, and wonders if and will go to great lengths to lower the price. In the middle of the ruined city stands a statue. A squad of warriors led by a girl goes forward. The young man thinks that she has prepared to the fullest, and closes his eyes and, smiling, asks not to pay attention, and adds that the management found out about the price and decided to be on the safe side, to which he receives the answer that it's okay. Shadow looks at her and thinks it's a good thing that the government still doesn't know his true level, and adds that it will only take 1 or 2 strikes to destroy everyone. A notification appears about the completion of the transaction, and looks at the key in her hands. The line with the message says that 2,000 years of exchange energy have been received. The guy turns around and says goodbye. One knight is amazed that the artifact costs 2,000 years of exchange energy, to which he is told that that shelter is capable of accommodating hundreds and thousands of people, and no one except the young man would agree to such a deal, so the girl's sacrifice was justified. A series of upgrade notifications appeared. The hero tilted his head and said that with the exception of some items, he was able to bring almost all skills and equipment to reality, so his power in the real world is almost the same as in the game. A message about a high level of hunger pops up. Shadow is covered in lightning and declares that he hasn't eaten in a long time, and it's time to get out of the game and eat. A hotel sign hangs on the building. The guy sits up on the bed. The 2 bandits look at him and smirk, telling him to see who woke up. The man with the bat points at him and orders him to give up all the exchange energy, or else he will suffer the same fate as everyone else in that hotel. And the neighbor declares that thanks to the chaos in the world, he can kill as many people as he wants. Shadow's eyes light up yellow after the leader tells him to give everything he has, and the accomplice asks if he can beat him to death. The guy with arrows under his eyes picks up the bat, and says that the guy is pretty weird and offers to just kill him, and the bald man agrees. Red tongues of power rush past them. Red blades cut through the building. Pieces of concrete fly in the air. Shadow emerges from the dust and reasons that the more abilities are transferred to reality, the more energy the body requires, and adds that with his current level, ordinary food is no longer enough. The young man eats the noodles, thinking that after defeating Shur and her guild, he needs to find the Divine Sacrifice skill book. The guy sits on the familiar and states that, unfortunately, the guild leader is quite inventive, so it will be much more difficult to find her than Sona, but fortunately, in the past he took her murder order, and this will help him lure her out, and complains that he is not full, so he will need to find a place to eat. The spire of the tower, Shanghai, rises into the sky. The girl folds her hands and states that the guys are just amazing. She stands between 2 men who say that getting a good night's sleep and re-entering the game, after frying her well, is all you can dream of, adding that she is beautiful and a really crazy chicken. Jean tilts her head and hears being told that the shadow sent them a message saying that Feng is dead and that he wants to meet in reality in the City of Magic, where the guy will bring Feng's head and wants to get full payment, after which he thinks that meeting in reality is too dangerous and asks to just send a photo. The girl smiles after saying that he doesn't use the phone, as she is afraid that the authorities might track him, and claims that the government has become too often poking its nose into other people's business, and if she could convince the shadow to join the guild, then they would stop being a threat to them, and reveals the coordinates where the in-game meeting will be. A blue light illuminates the trio after she asks Chan if he is there and asks for help for a generous reward. The hero sits in the lotus position, using the Shadow Veil skill, and thinks that it really can't be tricked, since she offered to meet in the game, and states that the coordinates correspond to the Academy of the Sinister Spirit, not so far from him. He jumps out of the portal, after which he says that he will see what she is capable of. The ruins of the City of Magic, the Academy of the Sinister Spirit. The spires of the building reach into the sky. Shadow watches as the party yells at the Ace of Spades that they are surrounded. A young man with blonde hair stands in front of Chin and asks to surrender, otherwise they will be forced to use force. Chin puts his hand on his chest and states that it seems that they have been decided to be taken by the number, and adds that they can convey to those who sent them that they are no longer the Ace of Spades, they are now the Alice Guild. The girl opens her bra and says that they are engaged in killing people like them. The sheriff adjusts his glasses and says that they must hold them accountable. Chin plays with her breasts and says that they can arrest her, and asks the neighbors if they like it, and adds that if they help bring the play to an end, then something special will be waiting for them at night. Shadow looks down and wonders if he is Tian. The bespectacled youth clenches his fist and says that he should arrest them today. The hero thinks that he is a traitor who worked for the Alice Guild and that he was only figured out 7 years after the launch of the game, and adds that it is interesting that Chin and Tian were acquainted from the beginning, and it seems that they decided to check which side he would take. The guy stands tall and declares that if he helps the girl, the government will persecute him, and if he does not help, then she will refuse to date in reality. He jumps up, thinking that then he will prove his loyalty. The party covers the Blade of Night with a red aura of the ability. The notification says that players have been killed. The guild master opens his mouth and asks what it was. The shadow comes up and introduces itself. Jean stood in front of the girl and said that he was the shadow. Embarrassed, Sure thought that the guy was very cool, she adored such guys. She started crying and thought that it was strange that he was from their country, she didn't think that was possible. Fingers crossed, the two guys said that 40,000 damage is incredible, so strong is the best player, they are happy to see the shadow. The protagonist chopped off their heads. Once behind their backs, he said that he did not understand what they were saying and maybe they had already cursed him. Stunned, Sure shouted that they didn't do anything like that, the guys just wanted to say hello. Looking back, MC replied that in this case, he apologizes, adding that in order to avoid such misunderstandings in the future, the guys should speak in a language he understands. Standing in front of her, Jean noted that they could get down to business, but she should get dressed first. The girl with a cunning face looked at him and wondered where Jean's head was, after which she thought that this guy was quite strange, but she liked him. The protagonist calmly said that he had the head, but he could not take it into the game, they needed to meet in reality. Touching the projection, Sure said that she had already seen the power of the shadow and was sure that he would not lie to her. The guy turned around when he received a notification that 1,500 days of exchange energy had been received and noted that he would go from there, and the girl asked him to wait. Smiling, she emphasized that he had power and she had money, so she thought they would work well together. Licking her lips, she declared that she was ready to give him anything he wanted. Turning around, MC asked who the target was and what the price was. The girl began to disappear, saying that it was better to discuss it in private, but she should note that the rewards would be several times more than for Jean's head. She would be waiting for him today at the port of Maria City. Looking at her intently, MC asked if her yacht was standing there. The evening sky surrounded the city. The guys looked at the magic circles. Frowning, Hao stated that he knew that the shadow would betray them. The shadow had teamed up with Sure. He thought that he would receive a reward for such a brilliant plan. Looking at the girl, the guy shouted that these idiots from Shanghai continue to cooperate with him. They will answer for it. Wei should order everyone to prepare as much life energy as possible. With a calm look in her mind, she asked if the shadow was really in league with the Ace of Spades, noting that if it was, then they had to destroy it. Looking at her hand, the girl emphasized the fact that she didn't know if they would have the strength to do so. After all, Jean had killed her before she could even understand anything. A glow was coming from the yacht. The protagonist in a cape moved around the ship. Standing in front of the guards, he announced that he had come to meet with Sure. The guy stood alone, waiting for the girl. The ship sailed on the sea. Standing behind MC, the girl noted that they had finally met. Smiling, she said that she did not know that the guy in real life was as mysterious. Looking at her, the main character clarified who she wanted to kill. Standing next to him, Sure assumed that he didn't like romance. She held out a glass and asked if he could at least not talk about business in such an intimate atmosphere, after which she offered to drink. The guy drank the wine in one gulp. The girl was delighted with what she saw. She threw the protagonist on the sofa. Hugging his hand, Sure said that this was her special recipe. With an embarrassed face, she said that everyone who drank this wine would obey her in everything. She thought that even a shadow was first of all an ordinary person. It was wonderful. Lying on the floor in front of him, she added that she would soon throw off his hood and finally see his face. They began to have fun. The guy was shocked by this. A powerful flow of energy struck the girl. She said with a dumbfounded look that it was hot. The protagonist grabbed Shay's necklace and said that the shield crystal had saved her from death, after which a notification popped up that the shield crystal was a versatile item whose unique effect was that it allowed one layer of shield to be used every 300 seconds. Jean stood in front of her, shrouded in black energy. He said with a serious look that he was the shadow. The girl drew attention to the guy in the raincoat and clarified who it was. There was delight on the face of the undead. Lowering her head, Sure cried out that she was apologizing to the protagonist. Looking at her, MC listened attentively that she had made a terrible mistake. If he wanted, then she would give him all the exchange energy, noting that he could use it however he wanted. The guy with a calm look asked who were the 5 foreigners who were with her. A tearful Sure asked if she would be released if she said. Jean twisted her head. Touching her neck, he assumed that the 5 were not there. Holding the phone in front of him, he added that he was sorry because he was hoping to get rid of them in one go. But first he uses Sure's phone to contact the authorities. The ship was floating on the water. The boats were moving in their direction, while a scream was heard from them that a report of a brutal murder on the yacht had been received. Among those killed was the daughter of the head of the corporation. According to the message, the killer's abilities are very similar to the abilities of the shadow in the game, so they need to be careful, and if necessary, request help. The investigation team goes to the scene. Frowning, Hao stated that the shadow crossed all boundaries. He was literally laughing at the law. Searchlights illuminated the yacht as he said that once they landed on it, he would use the detection skill and try to figure out where the shadow was. After that, they should open fire and make sure he was dead. The military examined the girl's corpse and discussed that burns and traces of unidentified DNA were observed in her oral cavity. The most likely cause of death was a broken neck. Touching Sure's body, Hao said that he would hold the shadow accountable for everything, after which a notification popped up that after touching the corpse, his ability could reveal the location of the killer, lasting 5 minutes. The guy was shocked. He grabbed his gun and said that he had to be careful, because the shadow was right there. He needed to start firing for 6 hours. A torrent of green mana wounded him. The glasses flew off Hao's face. He fell down next to Sure. Enraged, Wei began shooting and said that the shadow must understand that he had killed the investigator, noting that he would be in serious trouble. The soldiers stopped when they heard Qin's voice, who said that they didn't need to worry. He only killed Hao because he leaked information to Shi. He was a traitor. All the evidence of this they can find in his phone. Examining the phone, the soldier noted that there was indeed correspondence between Shi and Hao. Surprised, Wei asked to let her see. She snatched the phone from the guy's hands. The dumbfounded girl saw a photo of the guys kissing. She stressed with an embarrassed look that this was impossible. Frowning, she concluded that what the shadow had said was true. The girl remembered how they met in the game, and added that Qin killed them in the game to ingratiate himself with Shi, and then killed her and Hao in real life. Studying the correspondence on the phone, Wei added that the protagonist solved 2 of their problems in one blow. Fortunately, he does not want problems with the authorities, otherwise the consequences would be catastrophic. Shifting her gaze, the girl noted that she still managed to hit him a couple of times in hopes that the shadow was not offended, because otherwise she would have a hard time, after which she thanked for the help. She said with a serious look that she wanted to apologize for shooting him. Wei shot her leg. The military called out to her in surprise. Looking up, the girl said that she hoped that now he would not be angry. He should continue to help them. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he thought that she had shot herself, that he was not angry with her. He was expecting something like this from one of the future high officials of the city of Modu. Evening came. The monsters appeared before the warriors. The knight fought the creature and wondered if Shao would heal it. The girl directed the flow of energy into the monster, and listened that she had healed the wrong one again. She was simply useless. A green aura enveloped the creature. The monster began to devour the guys. A blue light appeared in front of them. Shao noted with a tearful look that she had died again. She didn't even know why, and then asked if it was a shadow again. The man slapped her on the back of the head, shouting that the shadows didn't need to waste time on trash like her. They had been killed by a platinum boss, a headless killer. Frowning, he reported that it had been activated by the same healing skill. If the guild master sent it under his command, he would simply not be able to stand it. The monster stood over them. The girl raised her head and paid attention to him. The night sky enveloped the manor. A plate of fruit smashed on the floor. The woman with an angry look asked what they were waiting for. After all, this was a great opportunity to kill the shadow. Frowning, she added that they had been quietly plotting in the highest circles for so many years, and now they were frightened of something. She would not accept objections. After all, Qin had killed her entire clan. Her family must be avenged, no matter how, but the shadow must pay for everything he did. The boy was holding a whip in his hands. With glowing eyes, he declared that he had a plan to kill the shadow. The surprised woman asked what this plan was. Noting that you can only enter the game from the age of 18, he will not be able to get there. Smiling, Nathan said that even though he couldn't get into the game, he could use his brain. The shadow loves to kill, so he could send people to eliminate him. They would take him to his father's pyrotechnics factory, where everything would be ready. Looking at the injured girl, the boy emphasized the fact that when the shadow got there, everything would be blown into the air, and the whole world would see his death. Even if the plan failed, he would never dare to stop them again. The woman with a satisfied look suggested that they had not invested in his education in vain. Looking at the phone screen, she listened to her husband's words that this was great. This plan should be kept secret, because the government still maintained good relations with the shadow. His 2 brothers would not support him in this endeavor. The stranger with a calm look noticed that she would deal with everything. Turning her attention to the wounded hostage, she asked if she still wanted to give away her metabolic energy. Embarrassed, Nathan admitted that he could not resist for a second and accidentally killed her. We were transported to the lands abandoned by the god, to the ruins of the city of magic, where the pink mana struck Shao. Looking at the yellow spheres, the warriors shouted that they were all dead. They had been killed by someone invisible. It must be a shadow. The energy cut people apart. The guys began to run away from there. The protagonist was standing on the water. As he surveyed the area, he noticed that it was a great place to move the shelter there. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he saw messages that he needed to place a hideout on the map. Imagining the manor, MC read that after moving the hideout, everything that was located in this place would be destroyed. The water shook beneath him. A huge castle came out of the water. The guy with a calm look said that it was time to start searching for the divine book. As he walked down the corridor, he listened to Wang say that they had been told that he was killing random players. But he found out that the protagonist was not even online at that moment and decided to investigate. He realized that it was the work of a headless killer. Her stealth level is very high, so they needed help. Yellow energy emanated from the corpses. Hiding behind a rock, the guy wondered how strong this boss was, because he could not be detected even with the 3rd level of anti-stealth. Frowning, he cried out that if he could find him, he wouldn't stand a chance. He believes that even a shadow wouldn't be able to deal with him. They began to advance. The stranger stepped on the banana peel. He suddenly rolled over and wondered who had done it. His comrades were killed. Looking at the monster, the stranger cried out that the creature could attack, because he was not afraid of it. He dodged the attack. The dumbfounded guy emphasized the fact that he began to evade too early. He began to somersault on the ground. Watching the monster, he reported that this boss is quite tenacious. The guy circled around the creature. The dumbfounded stranger noted that he was almost at the limit. The monster suddenly disappeared. The exhausted guy noted that everything was floating in his eyes. The boss launched a powerful attack on him. The stranger suddenly disappeared. Blue mana appeared over Lu. Qin pierced the boss's body. Watching him, he wondered if his name was Lu. We were transported to a destroyed building and told that the protagonist had appeared a few minutes ago. The people pointed their fingers at Xiao and shouted that this was the same fool who missed her spell and activated the headless boss. The boss discovered her and followed her to the spawn point. The tearful girl replied that she did not want this. The people looked at the guild master and said that they didn't want her in their team anymore. They didn't even understand how they died. Crossing his arms, the man stated that Xiao was not suitable to participate in battles. Now she would search for information about the hideouts. If she found a hideout, he would reward her with 3 years of exchange energy. For the platinum hideout, she would get 10 years of exchange energy. After which he thought that when he found out that she had a hidden class, he thought that they had found a real diamond. He is sorry that he was mistaken. Pointing his finger at her, the guild master added that from today on, she would receive 1 day of exchange energy every day, otherwise she would die every day, which they would not want. After which Xiao read that she had obtained 2 days of exchange energy. She had 2 days, 13 hours, and 22 minutes of exchange energy left. The enraged girls began to discuss that from now on she would meet with the head of the guild every day. This was her plan. The puzzled man wondered if the monster's name was Lu. Qin appeared in front of them. The guild master was shocked by what he saw. He hit his subordinate on the head. Energy began to float around Xiao. She was shocked by what had happened. The girl began to take off. The protagonist watched her. Monsters surrounded her. Hiding around the corner, the guys were discussing that there were 5 monsters, which was why they felt that Lu was everywhere. She had so many clones. Xiao paid attention to MC and shouted that it was great, she was saved. Stretching out her hand, she asked for help. Qin's eyes began to glow. The monsters stretched their hands towards the girl. A lot of attacks hit the creature, after which there was a message that the protagonist killed the boss invisible killer and killed the Xiao player. He received 48,000 points and received 20 mutation points. Lowering his head, the guy said that he was unlucky. Stretching out his hand, the main character reported that in addition to 1,500 days of exchange energy, he was able to obtain several spheres of life energy. Perhaps this happened due to the fact that the boss absorbed the non-exchange energy of the players and had not yet had time to digest it, and stood behind and wondered if the shadow could sell them something he didn't need. Looking back, MC replied that they were just in time. There was a lot of useful stuff there. If they agreed to his price, he was willing to sell them the leftovers. Juan and the others should follow him, and then would stay there. The enraged girl asked why so, to which she received the answer that girls were not allowed there. Embarrassed, and noticed that she did not know that Qin was such a misogynist, she was sorry, because she liked him, and it turned out that he was boys. The guy hit her on the forehead. With a calm look, he stated that there was a divine tower behind the ruins of the northern city. After passing the tests in it, they could get valuable artifacts, but the local NPCs hated women, so having girls in the team would make it difficult for them. The enraged girl left screaming that she would kill all the NPCs when she could level up, after which she offered to kill several small monsters to vent her anger. Standing behind the protagonist, the guys said that it was the first time they were in a team with such a strong player, and were a little worried. Following him, they shouted that Qin seemed to be walking slowly, but they couldn't keep up with him. His level was too high. Looking at the screen, Shadow thought that there were about 20 items, only 2 of which could be used by assassins. He imagined a person moving at great speed and read that the bone blade is an assassin's weapon, the unique effect being that after dealing damage, its speed doubles for 5 seconds, with a 30% increased chance of dodging. Holding the dagger in his hands, MC noted that the attack power is 80% higher, and to this is added armor penetration, increased strike power and agility, which is not bad. Looking at the image of the Shadow Blade ability, he learned that throwing the blade allows you to deal damage to targets within a radius of 20 meters, adding 600 points of shadow element damage. After hitting it provides additional damage. MC calmly noted that shadow damage for only 1 target is not good, but the bonus damage is a great advantage, and then asked to upgrade it to legendary rank. Shrouded in dark energy, the guy read the description of the legendary skill and wondered if the cooldown was reduced by 3 seconds, and if it turned out that the reload speed would be less than a second. He turned. The protagonist noticed that his companions were missing and asked where Juan and the others were. We were moved 2 kilometers away from it. Exhausted warriors lay on the ground and said that the shadow was too fast, they could not keep up with it. Juan dragged them and asked them to go quickly. A huge tower towered into the sky. Glancing at the doors, MC noted that they were in place. Looking at the back, Qin said that after they entered inside, one of the NPCs would put them to the test. The better the player performed, the more valuable items they would be able to obtain. Narrowing his eyes, he added that he would use about 1% of his strength, and they would be able to destroy the monster themselves. The guys fell off their feet. Trying to get up, one said that everything was fine and they would do everything right. Leaving them, the guy noted that after they pass the test, they will be able to buy valuable items from NPCs, so it is worth trying. They should not forget that they can only communicate through team chat. The gates opened. Upon entering the tower, they noticed a ghost who said that it was obvious that the release of this game had made a lot of noise. Spreading his hands, the stranger revealed that it was a divine tower. If they passed the test, they would be able to buy valuable items, and should inform him when they were ready. Frowning, the young man wondered who the shadow was going to fight. Standing in front of them, Qin stated that there was nothing complicated, they should just follow his commands. The puzzled protagonist began to listen to many questions about the upcoming battle. Going further, he suggested that we start. Bowing, the ghost noted that they were starting. A level 20 skull crusher appeared in front of them. Wang raised his shield in front of him and rushed into battle. He collided with a monster. Skull Splitter threw him aside. A falling guy knocked down the protagonist. Frowning, MC noted that everything was fine. The archer should use the star shot and the swordsman should use the grounded triple strike. Several shots hit the monster. The guy made a lunge. A pink aura enveloped the creature. Dark energy spread across the battlefield. Qin rushed into battle, saying that the boss had gone into a rage. He would deal with him. They should beware of the black goo everywhere. The guys tried to crawl away from the black liquid. The protagonist threw a shadow blade at the creature. The sword hit the head of the crusher. Mana stopped emanating from him. Smiling, the swordsman said that it seems to him that the shadow is a good actor, because it creates the appearance that the enemy is about to win. The NPC may think that the master has almost no skills. The archer with a puzzled look clarified how he knew that the stronger the player, the more valuable items he will be able to buy. After looking at him, MC replied that there were many secrets in this game, and that there was a lot of useful information hidden in the ruins, and then asked them to ask themselves if they had ever tried to explore the world of the game and increase their level of knowledge about it. The faces of the guys were upset. A sphere of flames formed in the monster's mouth. Watching what was happening, Qin shouted that they had to be careful. Now the boss would spin clockwise and then release flames. If he set fire to the black liquid spilled on the floor, then he would be able to burn the person in a matter of seconds. He added with a serious look that dodging wouldn't help. One should help him block the attack. The guy put the shield in front of him. Standing behind, MC remarked that it was excellent, adding that if the boss stopped releasing flames, then they could attack using all their skills. The guys rushed into battle. A lot of attacks hit the monster. The guys stopped and saw a message that they had defeated the obsidian skull splitter. Looking at them, Qin thought that the main difficulty of this boss is that he falls into a berserker state when his health level drops below 70%. Outside of this state, he is not stronger than the silver boss. The spirit flew over them and said that it was not bad, they had passed this test. Spreading his hands, he stated that now, if they had enough exchange energy, they could buy a book of divine gift from him. A message popped up above the man that it was Vikri, a mage. The swordsman watched him and said that his name was Vikri and that he had 6 fingers on his hands. Mana flashed from under the mage's hood. The flow of energy struck the guy. Wang looked dumbfounded as to why Vikri was attacking them. Qin calmly suggested that maybe the guy was really smart, but still not smart enough. He didn't have to worry. NPCs and players couldn't attack each other unless the players broke the rules, and the rules of this NPC were just related to his fingers. His gaze fell on the mage. Raising his head, Wang asked if the shadow would be able to defeat him, to which he was told that he did not know. Vikri flew in front of them and told them to choose the divine books they needed and buy them in exchange for life energy. After which notifications popped up that these NPCs are quite strong creatures. They came from another world and were able to gain divine power. Their capabilities are limited by ancient rules. The main goal of NPCs is to collect exchange energy. Puzzled, Juan said that he was using life energy to create new items. If they could get these divine books, they would have enough supplies even after a possible global catastrophe. Thanks to the shadow, they would no longer have problems. They moved away from the protagonist and began to discuss that he really never deceived them. Frowning, MC read that he had spent 9,000 days of exchanging energy and obtained the divine books of Shanghai, and noted that these 9 books could meet all his needs. There were also side quests in this tower that could be well rewarded. It would be nice to complete them. Looking at Vikri, Qin stated that he wanted to pass the most difficult test and asked what it was. Lowering his head, the mage said that the challenges have 5 difficulty levels. At the 5th level, the boss is a gold rank obsidian skull crusher, but his attack, defense, health bar, and cooldown have been improved by 500%. The dumbfounded guys shouted that they barely coped with an ordinary monster. It is simply impossible. All indicators have been improved 5 times, while you cannot make a single mistake. Vikri flew over the guys and said that if the protagonist lost, then all his life energy would be his. After looking at it, MC stated that he still wanted to try. Concentrating the blue mana in his hands, the mage noted that if they wanted to give him his energy so much, he would not interfere with him. The game had only recently been released, and all the players had already become so self-confident. Someday it would lead to his death. The golden obsidian skull crusher has appeared on the battlefield. Holding the blade in his hand, the guy thought that the NPC could additionally strengthen the boss, so 500% was not the limit. When he fought it last time, he was only able to strengthen the boss by 200%. It was time to test the new weapon. Poison darts hit the monster's chest. Yellow mana covered the monster's body. Streams of energy were drawn to the guy. He suddenly disappeared. Hogger misses the attack. The protagonist was behind him. He attacked the creature from behind. He jumped away from the monster. The dumbfounded guys asked if Qin had disappeared again, and what his reload speed was. Red energy covered the guy's body. He inflicted many attacks on the monster. As he watched the Hogger, MC pondered that as he had expected from the old god tablet, if it hadn't amplified the effect of the dark flame ritual, it would have been able to deal no more than 18,000 damage in a single hit. Watching the battle, the warriors said that the protagonist took away 1/3 of the boss's health with one blow, and this is the first movement that he was able to notice. The dumbfounded mage asked in his thoughts how the guy managed to level up so quickly and how great his talent was. Qin with glowing eyes noted that slitting the throat deals 200% damage within 2 seconds. Green blood spurted from the demon in all directions. Numbers appeared next to the hogger, showing how much damage was done to it. The protagonist landed on the ground. People gathered in the street and said that when they were in ruins, they had not seen such a tower there. It was obvious that the shadow had again preceded them all. Pointing his finger at MC, Vikri stated that he was just a regular scammer. The developers from Blue Star had deceived him. If he had known that this would happen, he would have demanded 10,000 days for one book. A powerful blue energy emanated from him. He channeled mana into the guys. White light enveloped the room. The guys suddenly moved. Standing in front of the dumbfounded warriors, Qin said that he had already said that there was nothing to worry about, because the NPCs could not attack them. Looking at them, he added that they had done everything they wanted. Now they could leave the game and eat. After which one shouted that he was grateful for such an opportunity to level up. They would always be happy to do it again. Under the water near the city you could see structures. The system said that 90 days of exchange energy were spent to bring 9 divine books into the real world. Qin put his hand forward, saying that he had spent 106 years to buy expensive furniture, household goods, food, and a mechanical servant. The girl held a broom in her hands, greeting the master, said that she was always ready to help him around the house. The guy was lying on the couch when he asked to help him clean the house and cook food. The maid replied that she would clean everything now. The real world, Shanghai. Under the white cloth lay a body. The guy looked through the papers, stating that this was the 3rd corpse of a woman in a week, and like the previous 2, all the organs were taken out, and the eyes were gouged out. The man asked if they had managed to find any evidence. The interlocutor replied that it was obvious that the killer knew a lot about the work of the police, so he left the bodies where they could not be found quickly. 3 characters were standing by the corpse. When one of them asked to ask how things were going, it was necessary to catch the killer as soon as possible. The young man agreed. The man asked the guy if he had managed to find something. Million looked at him, asking if there could be a shadow related to this. He checked the time when he was offline, and it coincided with the time of the killings. The man scratched his chin to clarify the time, stating that it didn't prove anything. The guy retorted that they could start with him, that the shadow could be a killer was almost universally talked about, and their people continued to defend him. The master raised his hand, remembering how the shadow had disgraced him in front of him, but he shouldn't mix his personal life and work, assuring him that he would have full support for 24 hours, and hoped he would have enough time to find the killer. Nayland remained silent, watching the man behind him. He got angry, agreeing. Destroyed houses were shown, the game of the earth, abandoned by God, the ruins of the metropolis were shown. A shadow hovered in the air, looking at the castle. He looked around, talking about the Sinister Spirit Academy, a platinum-level sanctuary, as one of the best in China. As the guy looked away, a notification appeared that he had spent 2.74 years of energy exchange to create the Shadow Guild, saying that he would register this hideout with the guild, thus he would have a hideout in the metropolis as well. The hero hovered in the air, reasoning that he could teleport between the shelters, thanks to which he would be able to quickly move between cities. He was in a dark place. The guy was standing in the middle of a long corridor. He walked along it, noticing that it was strange, reached the lowest, 3rd level of the dungeons, but still didn't encounter a single monster. There was definitely a pretty strong squad here. The young man looked around the corner, listening to the fact that now he could not escape. The 3 scoundrels surrounded the girl, who asked them to stop. The lady crossed her arms in fear, said not to approach. Boiling lava surrounded the characters, who pinned her at the cliff, smirking, declaring that they would not kill her. Madame Dufon wants them to bring the girl to her for her son's great time, asking her to immediately tell them her location in reality. Otherwise they will kill her until her exchange energy runs out, and there is no point in killing herself. Their guild members are waiting for her at the spawn point. The player raised his palm, remarking that it was in her best interest to cooperate with them. In the game, she killed Madame Dongfang twice, so she must have a lot of exchange energy, and it is approximately 30 years. The lady was frightened, hearing about giving them 30 years of metabolic energy, offering to play with them and they would let her go. The girl blushed, asking again about the game, and what they wanted from her. The guy put the axe on his shoulder, starting to speak. The lady was horrified when one of them took off his pants in front of her. The player smiled, exclaiming that, for example, something like this. She paused, looking down. The girl looked away, asking for a promise that they would let her go. The guy pointed his finger down, agreeing, asked to start with him. His friend said that he was next. The lady sat down on her knees. She opened her eyes wide when she saw something. The girl swung her weapon. It was a poison dart. The young man fell on top, falling on it, causing an earthquake. He lowered his head, telling her that it was not good to deceive. She was lying on the ground, closing her eyes. The villain sat down next to him, sticking out his tongue, said that he was giving her one last chance, and let her open her mouth. The wounded girl smirked as she said goodbye. With a sharp swing, the lady chopped off the offender's head, simultaneously touching the man from behind. Magical weapons swirled around the young man, who wondered what these chains were. She began to strangle him, and he stuck out his tongue. Splashes of black liquid splashed to the side. The young man watched from the sidelines, seeing the chain blade. He understood that this girl was not bad. The lady kicked the ground. She touched her face, exclaiming that the vile creatures should roll to hell. The young girl was furious, stating that Dongfang was over and she would kill them all. The lady straightened her hair as the blade of the realm of the dead looped around her. The protagonist watched her from the sidelines, saying that apart from the shadow, she was the only one among the assassins who had a hidden class. In a past life she was a member of one of the 7 strongest guilds. The lady was standing on a pile of corpses in a thunderstorm. The plot told how, due to her actively opposing the Su family, her real identity was revealed. Fighting against many squads, she was able to kill thousands of enemies until she died of exhaustion. All the members of her guild were very sorry for her death. Shadow came closer to her, thinking that he hadn't expected her to be here, wondering who Madame Dongfang was. After all, he seemed to have killed all the members of this family. The girl was preparing for the attack, asking that they had more accomplices. The hero replied that he did not. The lady directed her chain, shouting for him to die. In a rage, she sent the blade of the realm of the dead forward. The chain twisted around the guy, who was calm. The hero disappeared right from under the nose of the young girl. He appeared behind her, offering to play. The lady struck a roundhouse shot at her opponent. She raised 2 fingers, using the shadow fade. The shadow watched as the girl in front of him disappeared. He looked to the side, grinned, and asked again about invisibility. On the edge of the abyss, magic was blazing. There was talk of shadow disguise. The ledge to the lava was empty. The lady opened her eyes wide, thinking about where he was. The heroine spread her legs wide, thinking that with her level 4 anti-stealth, she couldn't even detect it, wondering if this was really a shadow. The young man was behind her, saying that he was there. The girl rushed to attack, waving her hand, reasoning that she had level 4 stealth. As he saw it, the heroine raised her hand, spraying out a huge amount of energy, activated the sinister soul hunter. The main character looked up at the glowing tip. The chain rushed to knock him down. Shadow stared away, wondering what this weapon could detect where he was. The girl pointed her finger forward, thinking that even if she could not see her opponent, her weapon could still be seen, and the one discovered by the sinister soul hunter would not escape. The young man rushed upward, but the chain pursued him. The guy turned back, thinking that he hadn't expected her stealth class to be able to detect a target regardless of her level of stealth, which wasn't a bad thing. The hero moved around the lady when the chain followed him. He tried to run away, realizing that this was not enough. The weapon wrapped the heroine around her body. The guy pulled the chain, knocking her down, turned to Lin, asking if she would listen to him now. The hero introduced himself, saying that he had nothing to do with an Oriental family. If he wanted to kill her, he would have done it long ago. The lady said that she believed, asking to be released. The young man looked down, saying that he just wanted to ask who Madame Dongfang was. The girl hung upside down, explaining that she had married a member of the Su family, so her connection with the Eastern family was not so famous. The guy remembered the past, realizing that this was how she managed to elude him, and it seemed that she was the only one who was not at that meeting. Lin was stunned, asking if he had killed the Dongfang family. Shadow held the lady upside down when she exclaimed that they were enemies, and that was fine, asking her to let go as soon as possible, offering to work together, because his enemies were her enemies. The girl fell back to the ground. The hero lowered his head, looking at the interlocutor, made it clear that they would talk about cooperation later, asking her to tell why she wanted to kill Dongfang Ming. Lin gritted her teeth in anger, as she said that she had killed her beloved. A car hit a man. The girl said that even before the release of the game, members of Dongfang's family got behind the wheel drunk and hit him, but she was able to get away with it. The Su family found a person who agreed to take her guilt for money. The evil man was holding the papers in his hands. Lin was talking about how her father had found a way to bring Dongfang to justice. The lady began to cry, adding angrily that the next day, he was found drowned in the river. Her father was lying on a wooden platform. She explained that the cause of death was called suicide. Lin lowered her head to her knees, saying that she herself wanted to get a conversation with the offender, but the Su family's guards beat her. The girl said that she was desperate and wanted to die, and at that moment, the lady looked at her hands, saying that the lands had come out abandoned by God. The girl cut the opponent with a chain. Lin remembered that the first thing she did after entering the game was to kill Dongfang, and unfortunately, in order to finally kill a person, you need to completely deplete his life energy. After the resurrection, she sent all her people to find her, and what happened next the young man saw for himself. The heroine bowed her head to the guy. Lin shed tears, begging the shadow to help kill Dongfang. The hero looked down at her, refused. The girl looked up, claiming that she would pay handsomely. Tears poured from her eyes as she assured that let her ask for whatever she wanted, she would give everything she had. If she wanted, she could become his slave, equipment, skill books, whatever he needed, just let him help kill Dongfang, and was willing to offer him all of herself. The young man looked at the girl in silence. She was sitting on her knees in front of the guy when he said that he would not help her, because she had to take revenge herself. He frowned, assuring her that for the rest, she could count on him. Her fate depended on how far the lady was willing to go. The heroine opened her eyes wide, wondering how he would help her. The guy looked down on her, suggesting that she join his guild, be his ally, and help her take revenge. A notification appeared that Shadow was inviting her to join the Shadow Guild. Lin was surprised as she sat on her knees. She looked at the message, reasoning that he was the only one in this guild, wondering if he was just to join the guild. A message appeared that a ghost spirit had joined the Shadow Guild. A notification popped up stating that he had accepted a friend request from the Phantom Spirit player Lin. The young man looked at her, saying that she seemed to have agreed, and there was only one thing left for her to do, to raise her class. Shadow turned around as he left, told him that she had to figure out how to do it herself, and let her find him when she was done with it. The girl frowned, looking after the hero, who said that if she did not cope, she could forget about revenge. The young man used invisibility, reasoning that the Blade of the Dead had almost unlimited potential. If Lin was guided on the right path, she would be able to greatly improve it, and after that, she would be able to become useful. The guy was moving around the building. It was said that this was the deepest basement of the Sinister Spirit Academy. A monster with multicolored heads flew up to him. It was a mutant witch. The hero claimed that this was the guardian of the Academy of the Sinister Spirit. 4 heads were looking around as the young man rushed forward. Shadow was on the sidelines, reasoning that only one of the boss's heads is activated in the first phase, and he is only resistant to physical damage, so elemental energy can be used to deal damage. The young man stretched out his hand to the side, realizing that he could use the bone blade, and the shadow blade would reduce the cooldown. The hero ran to the side, using the shadow blade repeatedly. The energy pierced one of the heads. The guy observed that it was just some kind of machine gun. The witch was standing behind the guy, who said that in the second phase, all 3 heads are activated at the same time. The green and red heads were furious. The young man said that after that, the monster would start its mad dance. A multicolored energy spilled out from the 3 heads as he shouted about the attack from all sides. Dark magic passed through the red head. The calm guy raised his palm, passing by the mutant, understood that it was time to end the party. Shadow was escaping from a large explosion. Reports appeared that he had killed the boss mutant witch and gained 50,000 experience points, and received the key to the hideout of the Sinister Spirit Academy. The hero looked away, reading the message that he could now improve his profession. The notification said that his profession had been improved, as well as bonus strength improvements. The hero was shrouded in black magic when there was a message about the increase in some qualities and characteristics. A new passive effect of the profession, that when attacking in a stealth state, it will be preserved, but the attack effect will also be preserved. The guy held a key in his hand, commenting that it was not bad. Now he could attack without losing stealth. Thanks to the advancement, all his stats had improved significantly. A few minutes ago, on the outskirts of the Sinister Spirit Academy, the girl spread her legs wide, wondering if they dared to return. The rascal put the weapon on his shoulders, thinking that he didn't know that she had a chain blade. The young man added that he had brought all the members of his guild here, and he would like to see how far she could escape. The warrior swung his axe, warning that this time there would be no mercy. Lin dodged the imprinting blow. She raised 2 fingers, beginning to cast magic. A grenade was flying at them. The explosion lit up everything around. The villain kicked the lost girl. He put his foot on her face, saying that it was time to teach her a lesson. Lin took out the artifact, telling them not to even think. The lady held the object on her fingertip. The young man picked up the bottle, realizing that the poison takes half of the life energy and transfers it to the spawn point. The second laughed, noting that it was quite stoned. The opponent stuck out his tongue, declaring that he loves such people. Lin tensed as he began to run his tongue over her face. The young man stuck out his tongue when a message appeared that the Platinum Hideout had become the property of the Shadow Guild. Poison was poured on the girl's head. It was said that the barrier was open. All those who were not members of the guild would be recognized as having entered it without permission. Blue energy was destroying the young man. A notification popped up that the cleansing is complete. The girl looked at the glowing orbs as she lay on the ground. The lady was stunned as she speculated that the Sinister Spirit Academy was a hideout that now belonged to their guild, wondering if the Shadow had defeated the guards so quickly and obtained the key. A ring was revealed that said this witch's decomposing ring is compatible with all classes, the unique effect being that the skill level is increased by 25% and the area of effect is increased by 10%. There was a trap in the grass. The system window said that it was a poison trap. It said that the trap had a level 5 stealth, and the enemies who fell into it received 500 points of elemental damage. It said that it was possible to set up to 3 traps. Shadow looked around, saying that after the battle, 2 items suitable for assassins dropped. The ring can be quite useful. The Shadow Slash and the Blade of the Night Ring also deal damage in an area. Energy enveloped the young man as he talked about how he had 363 mutation points left, just enough to upgrade his Sneak Strike to Legend rank. Messages appeared in the system window stating that 340 mutation points had been spent, and some skills had also been upgraded. The hero's eyes were illuminated by magic when he read in the message that the special effect of the legendary rank, when using stealth, all damage is determined as an attack from behind, saying that this is not bad, given that the stealth effect does not disappear when attacking. The guy realized that he was able to improve both stealth and damage at the same time. She turned to the Shadow that she had found another ruin, asking when he would come to look. He asked where they were. The girl said that in the ruins of Shanghai near the temple, she found frescoes very similar to the ones she had seen in the City of Beginners. The guy wondered why they didn't study them themselves. Because they could easily defeat even platinum bosses. Blackie explained that they wanted to clear these ruins themselves. But after they defeated all the mobs, a teleporter appeared that they could not cross through. The message that appeared was that only the one who was destined to go through it could pass through it, and maybe this was his fate. The protagonist disappeared from the building when the girl added that they had found some useful items there, and if he wanted, she could sell it to him. The shadow reasoned that the two teleporters in the hideouts made it much more convenient to travel between the City of Magic and Shanghai. Chernyavka reported that the players from the Shanghai police do not have enough exchange energy to buy this item. Perhaps it can be sold to players associated with the authorities of the City of Magic. The outskirts of the ruins of Shanghai. She rode up to the edge of the cliff. She sat on the llama, looking away. Behind the girl, the main character suddenly appeared, who asked about where the ruins were. Chernyavka was furious, asking not to frighten her so much, to which he replied that he would not be next time. The characters looked down from the cliff when she stated that the entrance to the ruins was under a rock. Shadow asked how she found them, and was told that it was a long story. The girl looked at the animal, saying that first she found this little sheep. Chernyavka remembered how she fed her, and the silver boss appeared. She jumped up at the sight of the monster, and was very frightened when she fell off the cliff. The girl hung on the branches of trees, saying that fortunately, she was able to grab a tree branch, and then she saw a cave. Chernyavka went down the rock, saying that it was here, and let him be careful, adding that after she found these ruins, she called in Manhwa. The young man landed next to her, realizing what they couldn't help but find. The girl noticed that he was lucky. Juan fell off a cliff here and fell to his death. The two were walking into the cave when Chernyavka was talking about how there was a whole labyrinth there. They were able to defeat the monsters and explore some passages. The young man walked behind her, stating that it was better to avoid death. It was impossible to allow the metabolic energy to drop to zero. She explained that she knew that there was still a skill that allowed her to pump out life energy from the body. If there was not enough of it, then he could pump out all of it, and fortunately they had learned how to turn non-exchangeable energy into exchange. The guy asked again about the fact that they had a stable channel. Chernyavka raised her finger, remembering that now they were trying to lure out a monster that had absorbed non-exchange energy. A lot of magic balls dissolved into thin air. The girl said that after killing him, they would be able to collect the dropped non-exchange energy. When they needed it, they would be able to transfer it into exchange. Shadow bowed his head, calling it a good way, clarifying if An had made it up. She blushed, saying that he was absolutely right, as always. The girl ran forward, pointing her finger at the energy, shouting that there was a teleportation sphere. The main character reasoned that in a past life he himself came up with this method. Chernyavka touched the magic with her hand. When the young man clarified that if she was not intended to use the teleporter, then she would not be able to go anywhere with its help, she replied that she knew the system had already given a message about it, asked questions about whether he wanted to try, because perhaps this teleporter was intended for someone who had already been here before. The guy thought for a moment, touching the teleporter. Energy flashed in his hand. He raised his hand up, illuminating everything around him. Chernyavka hid from the light, looking in surprise. She stared in front of her, realizing that the shadow had disappeared along with the orb. Realizing that she was right, the orb was indeed destined for him. In front of his face was an ordinary cave. The message said that he had fallen into the cavern of an ice stream. His communication with the outside world would be limited. The hero silently looked around. The young man frowned, activating his stealth, and spoke of the cavity of the ice stream. The reported goal was to protect the ice crystal. The shadow asked again, saying that he had heard that he was summoning an ice stream at any attempt to damage it. He looked at the crystal from the side, putting his hands in his pockets, claiming that monsters come out of the caverns and do everything to destroy the crystal. If they can do so, then he will die. The guy held the trap in his hands, realizing that the worst thing was that he could fail this mission, then he would never be able to return here and earn a reward. The trap was shrouded in green magic. When the hero reasoned that the only way to win was to use poison traps. Reports stated that he had spent some mutation points, and a brief description of the trap. The trap was set in different parts of this place. There was a trap at the entrance to the cave. The message said that the witch's decomposing ring was activated. All stats were improved by 25%. The young man stared at the trap, reasoning that traps allow you to control the entire area, and any monster that tries to pass through here will activate the trap. A multitude of red eyes appeared in the darkness. The creatures looked at the main character from all sides. The trap went off when a creature fell into it. The plants closed all the exits one by one. Thick smoke poured under the boy's feet as he said that as long as he used stealth, all damage was counted as a sneak strike. Wondering about the Guardian of Athens, the spear flew swiftly to the side. The young man tensed, sensing something. A protective ring appeared as soon as the arrow flew up to the guy. Shadow pondered, looking away. The archer stood at the exit, his eyes wide open. The main character asked himself that there were even such strong monsters here. Outside the ruins of the City of Demons. Outside the ruins of the City of Demons. A girl with a staff stood in front of the young man. She looked down at him, asking what he wanted to say. Their guild had stopped chasing the girl because she was a member of the Shadow Guild. The guy put his palm forward, confirming, adding that unfortunately they couldn't continue and she would have to find someone else. The lady put her staff aside, wondering what was coming out. The shadow scared them more than she did, asking them not to forget the idiots that she knew everything about them, and their death in the real world was a matter of time. The woman narrowed her eyes at her interlocutor. The young man struck her in the face with his fist. The blow was powerful. The girl flew to the side. The guy rushed to finish her off, pounced on top of her, shouting that she was finished. He had been working with her for so long, and if he couldn't defeat the shadow, he would have to take revenge on her. She liked to call them idiots so much, didn't she? The woman's face was disfigured, and a notification appeared that Feng Yuji had been killed. The lady pressed her hands to her chest, shouting that this was a betrayal. The real world, the Su family's house. The woman sat on the bed, raising her fist, wondering how these idiots dared to kill her, appealing to the dear one that they should be arrested immediately. She looked at the phone, from which the man was asking a question about the Azura Hall, and if these were the guys she sent to get the girl, she confirmed, saying that they found out that she had contacted the Shadow, were scared of him and did not want to continue. On the screen of the phone, it became clear that she was talking to her husband, who assured that they would deal with them after destroying the Shadow Guild. He had already contacted the Black Dragon Guild from Demon City. They would definitely be able to cause serious problems for the Shadows, and the man's plan was already working. Soon they would avenge her family. The lady frowned, thinking about the young man and these miserable people. Dong Fong spread her hands to her sides, exclaiming that they would pay for everything, and she would kill them all. The archer monster was hit in the eye. The guy stared into the passage, wondering if it could be the boss, because the shadow blade goes into cooldown mode after each accurate hit on a weak point. A system message popped up that the mission was completed and he could claim the rewards. The hero looked at the collapsing crystal, surprised that this was already all. The stone shattered into small pieces. In front of him lay a shining object. It was an epic chest. The young man put his hand forward, wondering that there was a lot of useful things in the previous chest. What awaited him this time? The box opened when a bright light spread out from it. The girl appeared in front of the main character. Shadow stared in surprise, wondering if this was the same NPC that was in the chest last time. The stranger closed her eyes, saying something in an incomprehensible language. The young man wondered if this was the language of the ancient god, when the girl, folding her hands, began to say that he had passed all the tests, and was the chosen one. The guy saw it as strange, saying that he could not understand the words, but understood the meaning. Perhaps this was due to the Eye of Justice. A bright light radiated from the girl's chest as she announced that the ancient god had died, and he had become his heir. Energy passed through her arms, legs, and chest. She approached him, introducing herself as Ashashur, and said that she would watch her become the true god of justice. The girl held out the object, offering to accept the gift that she had prepared for him. A message appeared that spoke of Ashasha's summoning bell. A lady with 3 eyes presented the artifact to the main character. A notification popped up, saying that he was created by the messenger of the gods Ashashur. He can use it once at level 25, 35, 50 to summon the messenger of the gods Ashashur, and each summoning will give him access to special ruins. And if he successfully completes all 3 trials, then Ashashur will move to his hideout and give him the opportunity to improve all his skills. The young man looked at the bell in his hand, realizing that it was clear to him. He had found the previous temple at level 5, and now at level 15, and only Li Zi could pass through all of them. Her luck was at some incredible level. The lady spread her arms to the sides, suggesting that he choose a skill that he could improve to his current level. The hero looked at his interlocutor, reasoning that improving a skill in this game has 2 criteria for assessing the strength of a skill: its quality and the required level. The guy closed his eyes, holding a few cards in his hands, thinking that the quality of a skill cannot be improved, but he can improve the quality of a skill using infinite mutation. Even the most ordinary skill can level up to a mythical level. The hammer struck the essence as he continued to reason that the required level was the level that allowed the skill to be used, and thus he determined the strength of the skill as Shadow Haze level 5 and Shadow Haze level 50. The 2 skills were drastically different. Shadow stared at the girl, thinking that high-level skills were very difficult to obtain, but those that were of high quality and high level were even harder to find. But in the future, it wouldn't be a problem. He just needed to have enough life energy, saying that he had decided to improve the strongest skill, which was the gift of death. Ashashur leaned over his hand, speaking as he wished. A notification popped up to increase the granting of death to level 15. The message talked about doubling the damage when attacking weak points, and other improvements. The girl closed her eyes, saying goodbye to the guy. An energy gate opened in front of them. The guy looked through it, saying that this was a portal for exit. He grabbed the ball in the chest, wondering if there was something else here. A notification appeared congratulating the receipt of the law of equivalent exchange. The young man was holding a bag and a knife in his hand. The message explained that the assassin's armor has resistance to physical damage, and the art of equal exchange, when he can exchange any skill for an item or equipment suitable for his class. Shadow held a new skill in his hand, exclaiming that it was amazing. He just had a few unnecessary jade skills and pieces of equipment. He could exchange them for what he needed. The young man entered the portal, noticing that the benefits were really huge, expressing gratitude to Li Zi. A red-haired girl stands at the entrance to the cave. Qin walks up to her and asks that she didn't do anything useful in an hour, but just stood there waiting for him, and she is glad he is back and replies that she made sure that no one was waiting for him outside. She holds a book in her hands with glowing eyes. The main character says that it is for her, and the girl exclaims that this is a platinum magic shield of level 13, and that now her level of protection will become much higher. A happy lady rides a llama and wishes the guy a good day. The protagonist dissolves in the currents of golden magic and thinks that it's time to quit the game, and that they need to eat. In the ruins of Shanghai, the Knights of the Temple's Guild hideout appears under a blue dome, and a young man tells the players that this is truly a great day, and that their guild now has a home. He spread his hands to the sides and said that even though the house was not large, it was still a great start, and continued that they were not afraid of any bosses. The guild members look at the leader with approval, and he goes on to say that they can rest in peace here, and that for that, they have one person to thank, and that is Xiao. The girl's eyes widened. She waves her hand in greeting, and the guys say her name, and say that she was the first to find this place. The healer stands on the toilet, and says that first of all, she wanted to thank her teacher and her friends, who always gave her a helping hand, thanks even those who hate her, because they motivate her to become stronger. The girls look at the healer with admiration. Tears flow from her eyes, and she thanks mom and dad that if they were alive, they would be proud of her, their little Xiao. She wipes her tears with her hand and says that it is touching. The leader points his hand at the girl and asks her to tell everyone what she had to go through while she was looking for this shelter. She looked up and replied that she was just dreaming. A warrior in a red cloak attacks a worm monster, and she continues her story that in a dream she saw a mighty warrior who showed her where the hideout was, and that despite the fact that the dream was strange, it was very realistic, and that she decided to try to find this place, but did not really hope to succeed. The guys laugh at Xiao in unison. The president covers his face with his hand and, grinning, says that he thanks her, and that maybe one of the guild members also had an unusual dream last night. The girl raises her head and says that she had a dream about a huge shelter with many people that night, and that it must have been platinum rank. The young men opened their mouths and said that it was funny, and that they thought they would have to move soon. The man points to the screen and tells the healer that here is her reward, and she thanks him. 1 year of energy exchange has been received. The man puts his arm around her shoulders with admiration and says that he hopes that everyone will work as selflessly for the good of the guild as Xing Xiao, and that if they do, they will become stronger and stronger. The girl's eyes widened, and the leader continued to say that let those who should be doing research should do research, and those who should be raising their level, let them do it, and he asked the healer to continue in the same vein, and that he believed in her, and she thanked him again. The ruins of Shanghai rise against the background of clouds. Xiao turns his neck from side to side. She looks up and wonders if her dream is to be believed, that the shelter is somewhere nearby, and why she can't find it. The girls closely watch the healing. They peek around the corner, and one of them says that after the end of the meeting, she immediately went here and what she wants to find. The second continues that perhaps this is the same shelter from her dream, and the third ends the conversation that she has entered some building and they need to follow her. The healer stopped in the dungeon and said that it was quite scary here, and that it somehow reminded her of her dream, but it was definitely not the right place, and asked why she felt that someone was watching her. Xiao closes her eyes and tells herself that she will succeed and that no one can stop her. She sees a monster in front of her. He stretches out his tentacles to her. The girl opens her mouth in horror. The monster approaches her. The girls cautiously peek around the corner, and do not understand what kind of soul eater it is, and decide that they need to kill it as soon as possible. The soul devourer wrapped itself around the healer's body. Its tentacles penetrate her mouth. She rolls her eyes in horror. The level of vital energy has dropped to 0. The girls flee from the monster in terror, and shout that it is sucking out life energy. An exhausted girl lies on the ground. She turns and screams with lightning speed. The monster sucks the girl's life energy. The girl flies down the well. She falls with her head to the ground. The healer looks around and asks what this place is, and says that she is in pain. She is sitting on the floor in front of the door. The girl opens her eyes wide in horror and exclaims that this is the very entrance from her dream, and that she has found shelter, and adds that it is necessary to urgently inform the president about this. Xiao sends a message to the leader that she has found this platinum hideout. He tells her to stay there, and he will send people to her, and asks her to join the team so they can see where she is. She joins the team and says she will wait. The girl turns her head slightly. A monster approaches her. Tears appear in her eyes. Xiao grits her teeth and tells herself not to be afraid that she will be able to defeat the monster. The girl with a staff in her hands slowly moves forward and tells herself that she will win, she can, and that she is not the same as she was before. She leaned forward a little and said that she was quite a brave healer. It surrounds the enemy with poisonous fetters. The devourer approaches her, and she thinks it was a great punch. The girl rushes forward and says that this poison will last for a while. She releases a green cloud in front of her and declares that it is a poisonous mist, and that it is much more destructive than ordinary poison. The lady holds out her hand in bewilderment. She covers her face in horror and thinks that it is not good, that the poison fills the entire space, and she cannot contain it. A girl in a panic rushes around in clouds of poison. In desperation, she throws her hands up and says that she is a healer after all and can use detoxification. Zhao's detoxification pushes back the clouds of poison. The monster hangs upside down. The girl rolls her red eyes up. Her body is absorbed by streams of golden mana. She has killed herself. The girl sits on the floor surrounded by a blue pillar of mana, and the guild president asks why she returned to the hideout. She replies that there is a huge monster, and he killed her. And the man again asks that the soul-sucking boss is silver rank. The young warrior puts a stick on the monster's head and says that it may not be him, as this monster has too weak attack power, but it could drain all the life energy from the guild members, and asks Xiao how she was able to survive. The healer looks at the man with her eyes wide open and replies that she knew she would lose, so she killed herself in desperation. The girl runs towards the rising sun, and the man says that she is a genius. She thanks him for the praise, and adds that she is now joining them, and thinks that the 3 fools who chased her seem to be dead, and that this is what happens to those who try to cross her path. Xiao confidently points to the door and declares to her leader that she is indeed a platinum hideout, and he replies that it is great, and that if they manage to capture it, she will be richly rewarded, and the girl again says that it is definitely here. The leader shifts his resolute gaze to the chubby guy and orders that the area around him be surrounded and made sure that none of the other players can penetrate it, and he replies that not even the shadow itself can get here. The guild president points his hand forward with determination on his face and urges the players to kill the vault guard and it will belong to them. The players push their hands against the door with all their might, and the leader orders them to hold the line and hurry up. The guy puts his hand to his head and informs the commander that they can't open the gate. The leader shifts his gaze and says that any gate has a guardian, and is it possible that this gate is the guardian? He points his hand up. The young man swings his axe and tells them to let him go to the door. Guild members knock on the gates and exclaim that they are harming them, and that the president is right, as always. The boys rush forward, and the man says that it's funny that the platinum vault has such a weak guard, and that the young men do it for him. An explosion envelopes the front door. The protagonist wrapped himself in a cloak and read the information on the screen that the damage was continuing, and that the standard teleporter was blocked. Shadow shifts his gaze and says that someone has found his hiding place and is trying to take over him. The guy rides a wolf and says that it will take years to destroy the gate, and that you can just get there on a wolf and see what happens. The main character jumps over the outer perimeter of the abode of souls. He looks intently in front of him. The girl in the purple cloak runs away, and the men order her to stop, and that she leave, otherwise they will kill her. The guard threw the mace over his shoulder and ordered it to stop. He repelled her attack. It turns over in the air. The young man with purple hair throws his hand forward. The girl falls to the ground. Golden daggers hover over her, and the young man says that he has already told her that this place has been taken over by the knights of the temple, and why she tried to break into it. The girl looked at him and replied that she was just passing by and asked why they were trying to rob her. The girl with the pink hair looked to the side, and the protagonist thought that it was Xiao Yang, his colleague and a very nice girl. Young people surrounded the girl, and a man with a mace asked that this place had been captured. The young man put his hands on his belt and said that he should start with him, as always, and the chubby young man said that he was next. Streams of blue mana rushed towards the guys. The main character bowed his head. The girl looked up and asked what the shadow was. Qin turned his burning gaze to the girl. Qin raised his hand and made a distinctive clicking sound. Behind the shadows, the players' bodies were covered in a blooming curse. The blonde man turned. The girl opened her eyes and asked in surprise if it was Qin. Blue flames broke out among the fallen players. Frowning, Xiaoyang said that the guy had disappeared. Sitting on the street of the city, the girl reasoned to herself that it was just a shadow. Why his eyes were so similar to Qin's, it was probably just a coincidence. And the brunette had also heard that Xiao had joined the Knights Temple Guild, so if Qin was a shadow, he wouldn't allow his sister to fall into a slave. An image of a dimly lit room appeared, previously on the outskirts of a shelter called the Abode of Pure Souls. At the gate of the hideout, the head raised his hands, and the Guild of Knights of the Temple greeted the shadow and wished him good luck. The guild leader kicked one of the henchmen, saying that he apologized for the stupid subordinates, also thanked him for the lesson he had learned, and the other follower thanked him for saving him from the headless boss and Xiao. Opening his mouth, the head continued to say that now they are all his fans, swear to so only good and will not do anything else wrong. Approaching the shadow, the brunette said that they would always follow him. The other guild members shouted that they loved him and asked what had brought him here. Lowering his gaze, Qin told them to calm down and answer his question if they had attacked the hideout. Frozen in place with shock, the brunette asked how he knew if he had also set his eyes on this place. Sparks lit up in the guy's eyes and he replied that this was his shelter. Finally frozen in horror, the head could only sob weakly. All the followers made a shocked face, shouting in unison that. Sweating, the chapter began to make excuses that they had heard that the shadow already had a hideout, and it was located near Shanghai, and the player could only have one hideout. A follower standing behind suggested that the blonde could have created a guild and named it after him. The head looked up in surprise. Qin was enveloped in a black haze of rage, and he replied that it was so. He now had two shelters, in Shanghai and Jianhai. All the followers of the guild had a grimace of horror on their faces, and in their minds, they all had one thing. They were trying to take over the shadow hideout, and they would be finished. Tears flowed down Zhao's face. She thought, like everyone else, that this was a shadow hideout, that it was impossible, because it was not in her dream. The head of the guild folded his hands, hoping for mercy, and began to ask that they didn't think this was his place, and how they could make amends. The guy replied that they had caused severe damage. The damage would be difficult to repair. The blonde man lowered his head and said that it would cost approximately 500 years of circulating energy to make up for it. The blonde man opened his mouth in shock at the named amount. The head fell back to the floor. The followers in panic asked if the president was alive. One of the guys took the head into his hands and suggested that this would ruin the guild. They should try to negotiate a reduction in compensation. Angry at these words, the blonde turned around and asked if the guy knew how much the repair cost. He replied that he did not know. Qin told him that then let him be silent. Continuing to lie in a blackout, the head muttered under his breath that 500 years was too long, and why should he do it? The head suddenly grabbed the brunette's robes. Pulling Xiao towards him, he shouted that it was all because of her. She was the one who wanted to destroy him and the guild so much. The girl's face reflected sadness. Staying in place, the brunette agreed that it was all her fault, and because of her they got into this situation. A bright white light illuminated the girl and began her speech that she should be responsible for this, and if the shadow wanted to punish someone, then it should be her, and would do whatever she was told. Opening her mouth, the brunette continued that she was ready to serve for the rest of her life and would give all the metabolic energy. Listening to the girl, Jean lowered his head, and she continued that the guy could do whatever he wanted with her, as long as he let the others go. The people of the guild looked at the girl's sacrifice in admiration. The head said the girl's name. The shadow's eyes lit up again, and he pronounced the name of the head. Sweat appeared on the brunette's face. The guy asked how he knew his true name. His eyes burned yellow with rage, and the blonde said that the head really thought that the girl was worth so much. Chen twitched in horror. The girl flew away from the head's punch, which told Xiao to leave here. The brunette fell headfirst with a bang, and Chen asked her that she brought the guild here, and now he was trying to pretend to be a sacrificial lamb that she wanted to be closer to the shadow, and then added that he was sure she wouldn't succeed. Folding his hands, the guild leader began to make excuses to the blonde man that they didn't have that amount, but they were willing to do anything, and Xiao thought that she hadn't been able to gain the shadow's trust again. Jean turned his head towards the head and said that he didn't want to complicate things. Let him be given 100 years of exchange energy, and instead of another 400 years, let him be given one player with the Ripper status for each year. Chen smiled and replied that there were 2,000 people in his guild and now he would send an exchange energy in the amount of 100 years. The blonde thought to himself that by killing a person with the Ripper status, he could remove this status. This was a good opportunity to do so. There was a notification about receiving 100 years of exchange energy. Chen told the shadow to wait. He needed time to gather the people. Raising his hand, the head shouted for everyone with the Ripper status to come up to him. The head continued to shout for people to speed up. The shadow said to himself that everything needed to be fixed here. The guy was checking the monitor on which there was a text that said to repair the damage. It takes 7 days of exchange energy. The text flashed on the screen that it was necessary to restore the shelter. The blonde opened his mouth and said that it was necessary. A record appeared on the monitor that everything had been restored. Red rays flew in front of the players. The hero stood at attention. Notifications arose that he had killed 400 murderers. Smiling, the guy said that it was a good kill. Wonderful. They broke the rules of the guild for which they were executed. Very good. Turning around, the protagonist replied that from now on he and his guild would guard his location. Frowning, he added that for sure, let his guild look after the violators of the rules. Let them monitor the location. If someone attacks, they will ask him. Chen looked up and replied that okay, everything would be done to the highest standard, and then thought that he wanted to lock them up here. MC looked to the side as he heard that his hideout was under attack. Looking down, he thought that there was more to come. Suddenly, Qin used the battle teleporter, thinking that everyone knew that the Evil Spirit Academy was his location. I wondered who dared to summon the shadow. Raising his hands up, the young man shouted that the shadow had teleported. It was time for them to go to the headquarters too, to which he was told that but didn't he tell them to guard. Xiao looked at her in surprise when she heard that of course. That's why she would be in charge. She opened her eyes wide as she heard that didn't she want to come here. In that case, let her sit here and not go anywhere. If anything happens, let her report immediately. If she leaves her post, he will take her life. A view of the Evil Spirit Academy opened up. Smiling, the players shouted that they would break through the main gate. Looking at the barrier, the guy asked that they were completely crazy. They wanted to summon a shadow, to which he was told that it looked like players from other countries. And he added that but their guild was called the Dark Dragon Palace of the Demon City. The man teleported to the scene. Looking down, the hero said that the Palace of the Dark Dragon, he did not remember contacting this guild, why they were summoning. Looking up, the man shouted that they should do their best. Raising his hand up, he added that they should give all their power to him. The man smiled broadly and shouted about the dark flames. He struck the barrier. The player took cover from the blow with his hand. Standing in front of the gate, the members of the squad shouted that a little more and the gate would collapse. 100 years of life would be theirs. They would become rich. Standing in the smoke, the protagonist thought that it seemed that they had been hired. They had no personal animosity towards him. They needed the Blade of the East. The guy looked away in bewilderment. Suddenly, a dragon appeared behind them. They froze in amazement. Looking ahead, the young man said that he could not move. Pointing up, the people shouted that they should take a look. A fireball flew right at them. Shouts were heard about what kind of equipment it was. A meteor. No, it was kind of strange. The balloon landed on the road. The man raised his hands above his head. He looked away. Looking at his hands, the guy asked that he did not die. The shard gave only 3,000 damage. It seemed that it was not for nothing that he had a large health reserve. Suddenly his head flew to the side. She bounced off the ground. Standing in the smoke, a member of the squad shouted that their leader was dead. Strange. And they didn't even have time to do anything. The mage looked at her in surprise and asked if it was a shadow. Standing near it, the protagonist heard that but then why can't he be seen? Let him not underestimate his strength. He may be in a state of secrecy. Looking ahead, he thought that they were people from the Heavenly Dome Guild. Standing in front of the girl, the MC added that this is the only hidden class, a spiritual artist. Her name is Zhang, playing under the nickname of the Distant Mountain Hills. As she held the brush in her hands, she thought that it was not surprising that the skills were so familiar. the dragon and the meteor had been drawn. The lady stretched out her brush in front of her, and Qin thought that a spirit artist could radiate magic and summoning techniques. Unlike magicians who read spells out loud, a spirit artist should draw his technique. The better he draws, the stronger the skill will be. This class is very good at defense, arena battles, team fights, and the weak point is single fights. Raising her hands, the mage said that he was here. She would like to discuss something. She shuddered in surprise when she heard what exactly, to which the guy said that the shadow was really here. Zhang raised her head up and said that she wanted to get to his hidden location. She wanted to find something. It was related to her professional development. Don't worry, she would give a good enough reward. Turning his head, the hero thought about it, which was not surprising, because it was the Heavenly Dome Guild that used to occupy the Evil Spirit Academy. It must have discovered this place while advancing through the class. But unfortunately, it was ahead of it. The man was holding the phone in his hands, and he added that the head of the Heavenly Dome Guild was called Old Man Zhang. He used to be the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce of the Demon City. But after retiring, he became a game streamer. They and the girl smiled. The thought arose that at the age of 73 he streams with his granddaughter. They speak well of him on the internet. Their techniques are excellent. They have participated in small competitions many times and achieved good results. The girl was sitting on the shoulders of the old man. A phrase flashed by that all because she lost her father early, so he wants to somehow compensate for his absence. He even plays games. After the appearance of this game, the old man became the leading player in it. The Heavenly Dome Guild, created on the basis of the Academy of Evil Spirits, is steadily developing and is among the top 10. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this is why he knows them well. He used to often watch their streams himself, and then said that let him pass. Everything will be discussed there. Suddenly, the gates swung open in front of the players. A view of the Evil Spirit Academy opened up. Sitting on the throne, the MC said that he should tell me why she was looking for. Standing in front of him, the girl replied that her class was a spirit artist. Special materials were needed for elevation, and they were in the Evil Spirit Academy. It was said that he had previously sold one of the locations in Jiahai City to the authorities for 2,000 years. Smirking, she added that she could see that she really needed the materials, so she was willing to buy the Evil Spirit Academy. How much she was willing to sell it for, and whether she was ready at all. Putting his hand to his face, Qin thought that the Heavenly Dome Guild had several thousand years. In such a short time, well, no wonder there was an old man there. Lowering his gaze, he said that he should excuse me, but the academy is not for sale, but it can give the right of a guest to freely enter and exit from the first floor. Looking at him, Zhang asked what about the rent? 500 years of life for renting the first floor for 3 years. How did he look at it? The hero raised his eyebrows and thought that he had said that he would give the right to visit, even it could help with promotion. The magus closed her eyes, and he added that she still insisted on renting, and didn't even regret spending 500 years of her life. Apparently, the Heavenly Dome Guild had other intentions. The true goal was to establish a relationship with him. Smirking, she said that as a sign of sincerity, they would add one more condition. Zhang opened her eyes wide and said that if the master agreed, the Dark Dragon Palace Guild, that is, the one that had previously attacked the Shadow location, would be cleared. Looking down, the protagonist replied that it was like declaring war on the guild. She asked the old man's permission. The priest looked at her in surprise and asked him that he knew his grandfather. Let him not worry, he trusted her. Besides, this small guild should have disappeared long ago. She jumped up when she heard that she was young, energetic, and cocky. Well, he agreed. Looking at her, the MC said that he could use the first floor as he wished. Let him not worry about damaging the protective barrier. The lowest layer of the stone would repair it by itself. To which Zhang replied that it was fine. Let him excuse the trouble. Looking away, he thought that he did not know that she would be much more alive than on the streams. It was time to get down to business. Looking at the notification, Qin said that during this time, he had made a lot of exchanges, and had sold a lot of good attributes. They would try again. He stretched out his hand. A skill card appeared. Notifications appeared that he had lost intelligence training, and a Scarlet Owl Blade was obtained. Opening his eyes wide, the hero said that the final technique. A bright glow appeared in front of the mage. A phrase flashed by that the final skill. During the battle, the energy of the final technique is accumulated. After the accumulation of which you can resort to using the skill, the final skill is very powerful and, if used correctly, can often radically change the course of the battle. Holding the book in his hands, he said that the Scarlet Owl Blade is a strong skill that deals damage to a single target. The Emerald level adds 4,800 blood damage, which is twice its standard damage. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that if you use all the additional skills, the damage can exceed 100,000. 555 points left. You can pour them into divine skills. Dark particles appeared around it. Frowning, he asked that the rate of loss of life under stealth had been reduced by 90%. Excellent. There would be no problem in the rage zone now. MS looked to the side. Hearing that it was now level 17, he could wear emerald gear. A glow appeared around his hand. Luminous particles flew around the leg. A ring appeared on his finger. Turning his head, Qin said that apart from the legs, all the equipment was emerald level. Turning around, he added that well, I have to admit, the low-rank equipment in the game is quite ugly. It's better to change the appearance to a shadow. Putting his hand to his head, the hero said that it was time to go on the next mission. There was a view of the outskirts of the demonic city. A man was standing near the car, Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy asked how much he had brought this time, to which he was told that it was 4. The young man lowered his gaze when he heard the question why so few, to which he replied that there were few people willing to sell life. Smiling, the man asked that buyers lived here, and the other added that it was clear that they were rich. The house was certainly gorgeous. Let them wait here, and he would notify the owners in the meantime. Gritting his teeth, the bandit asked that they would not even let him into the house, and the man in glasses added that they were probably too poor for them. Let him hurry, he had another deal scheduled. Holding the machine gun in his hands, the soldier thought that they were idiots, they would soon be finished. Lowering her gaze, the girl asked what they were selling life. Let them turn life into a glowing ball and throw it on the ground. Closing one eye, the criminal asked that it was such a joke, he wanted them to be given to her for free. With wide eyes, the lady replied that she hadn't heard. Well, she would repeat that if she didn't want to die, she would turn her life into a glowing ball and throw it to the ground. The soldiers suddenly pointed their weapons. Stretching his hands forward, the man asked what they were. Smiling broadly, he added that they really wanted to rob them, and then how they differed from them. Suddenly, a blow flew to the arrows. The girl furrowed her brows. Waving his hand, the bandit said that this time he had caught good cattle. The guy's eyes lit up when he heard that this beauty would be ripped off to the last thread. Shooting from the weapon, the soldier shouted that damn, it was impossible to penetrate. Suddenly, the man hit them with his shield. The man rushed from the shots to the side. He deftly dodged bullets. Stretching out a finger in front of him, the guy exclaimed. A bright beam flew over him. Lying on the ground, the young man thought that the hidden class was a pistol in his hand, capable of shooting from his hand. No cartridges were required for this. Suddenly the soldier jumped up. Standing behind him, the bandit shouted that the main gate had collided with the specialist. Reinforcements were needed. The warrior held the dagger in his hands. His eyes widened. His eyes lit up blue. Suddenly, someone kicked him in the face. The man flew aside. Standing next to the girl, the thug said that he should be careful. Among them there are professionals who know disguise, to which she replied that let them be caught alive, they will forever serve as slaves to her son, and he added that they are very strong, the chance of success is only 50%. Clenching his fist, the man said that let them look, and they were also not made with a finger. Taking a step forward, the culprit said that killing skill, it seemed that they were all trained in hand-to-hand combat, but had used their fighting skills too many times, which was very good. The man smiled when he heard that he hoped they would give up their skills and weapons. Standing in front of the people, the bandit said that he was proposing to start a fair fight. Frowning, he shouted that he was an arrogant brat. The man looked to the side, hearing that the battle had already begun a long time ago. Let him die. The insect rushed down. The soldier fell to his knees. He grabbed the creature with his feet. The young man looked at him in surprise and asked what he had seized. How was it possible? The speed of a beetle was 200 kilometers per hour. The bandit rolled over in the air. Gray smoke emanated from the beetle. People opened their eyes in amazement. The insect fell to the ground. Taking a step forward, the man said that he had already felt the whole situation. A glow appeared around him, and he added that it was so that he felt any vibration. Frowning, the man said that well, he was starting. Suddenly he jumped up. The bandit raised his leg up, hearing that well, let him try. The soldier looked frightened. The thug used the air cannon skill. A blow flew to the soldier's head. The criminal rushed forward. Looking at him, the guy shouted that he was coming. Let him get ready. The fighter deftly dodged blows. Stretching out his hand in front of him, the young man shouted that active intervention was already a sign of defeat. He was finished. Let him die already. The bandit silently stared ahead. He pressed his legs sharply together. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. Putting his hand on his side, the fighter said that, unfortunately, he could not stand it. The level of production was too low. The young man stretched out his hand to the side. Suddenly someone grabbed his head. Standing at attention, the man heard that he should have pity, to which he replied that he should not worry, he would not kill him. 2 died, 2 survived, the mistress would get 50% of their composition, by the way, and where was his comrade who liked to play hide and seek? The man looked frightened and replied that it was hide and seek, but they did not have such a thing, he killed both of them. Purple particles flew around the tree, a phrase flashed by that he was really about the bald man who came out with them. They did not know him, they accidentally ended up together. A view of the sloping magic tower opened. The hero looked down in surprise. Standing at the gate, he said that the guards at the entrance had disappeared. It seemed that someone had entered. The protagonist entered the gate. A view of the room opened up, and he said that there was a large library inside. Complex mechanisms formed a huge 3-dimensional labyrinth. Monsters were sealed in the depths of the library. They said that one of them was a princess turned by a white evil dragon. Walking forward, the MC said that all the entrances were sealed. The researchers were going deeper and deeper. It seemed that the teleportation mechanism to the upper floors was located here. Taking the book in his hands, he added that he had found that if he took out the book of postpartum care for a sow, he could activate the magic of teleportation. Suddenly, bright rays hit him. Sheen was behind the players. The Princess of Despair stood in front of them, and the thought arose that so many people had arrived. Looking at the monster, the hero thought that the equipment was weak, and the chance of death was too high, but still here. He knitted his brows. Raising her hand up, Huang shouted that let the laggards catch up, let them not be afraid. Even if they die, they will immediately respawn and run forward, to which the protagonist thought that these were people from the fake industry. There was a view of the high-rise buildings, and he added that Feek was one of the factories in the Demon's City. After the calamity, the head of the company quickly accumulated all the resources, transforming them into resources for survival. The man held the staff in his hands, and the thought arose in his head that the illusionist was Huang's class. Her signature skill was the teleportation door. MC moved between teleporters. It was said that she can set the entrance at point A, and the exit at point B. Where the doors are installed, the door can be used by everyone, will be active until it is destroyed or attacked. The lady stretched her hand to the side. The thought arose that if you put the entrance and exit next to the spawn point and the boss, the fallen would be able to immediately respawn and join the fight, as well as get their lives back. Looking down, Jean thought that thanks to this skill, their guild had quickly developed and become one of the 20 largest. A pentagram appeared above the boss, and he added that the Princess of Despair, level 18, platinum rank, was against the defenders, so their strategy was meaningless. The monster's eyes lit up, and the hero reflected on the fact that the speed at which the Princess of Despair absorbs and destroys lives is 100 times faster than that of other monsters. She attacked the players, and he added that in other words, people killed by her immediately lose their life force, which turns into energy. If things continue like this, she will soon rise to the emerald rank, restore all her health. Jumping up, the protagonist thought that even then everyone would fall. The efforts that Feek's company had put in would be meaningless. The woman looked at him in surprise when she heard that she would give him 1,000 years. Then she would help destroy the boss and return all the stolen attributes. Gritting her teeth, she asked if he was a shadow, to which he replied approvingly. The guys looked in amazement when they heard that he warned they would not be able to defeat the boss. It was better to accept his conditions and retreat. Stretching his hand forward, the player shouted that who he was, how he would prove that they could not win. Frowning, he added that 1,000 years was too long, let him fail, to which the lady replied that it was impolite. MC grabbed his face sharply. He threw it towards the portal. Jean then used the Shadow Blade skill. The body of the young man was cut in half. Looking at the hero, Juan shouted that he had already taught him a lesson about why he wanted to destroy her portal. Turning his head, the hero replied that he would soon understand. Let him remember. 1,000 years, this is the period in which he will help rid them of the boss. The mage lowered her head down. Flying down, the protagonist thought that they did not know yet that the boss would soon rise in rank. If the teleportation portal was not destroyed, all these desperate people could die. Snapping his finger, he added that killing Feek was a trivial matter. Sitting on the wolf, MC thought that but he could earn 1,000 years of life. He landed on the ground. Looking to the side, Jean thought that it seemed that he was right. The remaining ones could replenish the last life force of the boss to level up. This light was a sign of boss promotion. Frowning, he added that as soon as the boss rose to emerald rank, he would kill him and receive valuable rewards. Standing at attention, the hero heard a message that she had found her. She was hiding on the outskirts of Fenianshan City, but there was a guard there. She almost died at his hands. Rushing forward, he replied that okay, he was waiting for her on the battlefield with the skeleton, and then thought that they had found her after all, and this damn thing was capable. Standing in front of the player, the protagonist said that he should tell about his features. Lin lowered her head and said that he was a melee fighter, very fast and strong. His main technique was the release of gas. He could see through her stealth, and there was a smoke screen around him with a radius of about 10 meters. Raising his eyebrows, the MC said that this is it. The hidden class is the source of the plague. It is still at the first rank, and what it sees through its stealth is a feature of the class. The girl looked in amazement when she heard that he was strengthening his body with the plague. His abilities were off the charts. There were rumors that a plague source at a high rank could achieve immortality, to which she asked what was coming out. He had no weaknesses, and he would not be able to take revenge. An image of a person appeared. A phrase flashed by that no, the plague strengthens the body, strengthens desires, but at the same time devours its mind, so the weakness lies in the mind of the source of the plague. Looking ahead, Jean said that her class was a yellow source blade at rank 2 evolving into a new form, a yellow demon source. The lady froze when she heard this. Her eyes widened when she heard that the yellow demon source's ability was to disillusion the opponent, thereby weakening the spirit and prolonging the duration of the skill, which was her path to victory. Standing in front of her, the hero said that let him raise his class to the 2nd level as soon as possible. Only then he would be able to change his fate. The girl looked at her in surprise and replied that this was it. How did he know the details of her class? Standing on the tombstone, he said that games often have a deep meaning. Let her think about whether she is serious during her training. Looking to the side, the protagonist added that even if he trains hard and steps firmly, the accumulation of knowledge will gradually lead to success. Clenching her fist, Lin replied approvingly, and then thought that determined effort, that's why the greats become stronger. Looking into the distance, the MC said that this area would help the most in her advancement. Not only did the monsters spawn quickly, even after being killed, they could level up her unique weapon. Observing the creatures, he added that if we talk about disadvantages, it is danger. All the monsters here are elite. Their health, defense, and attack are 3 times stronger than normal. Rushing forward, Jean said that but if he acted deftly, taking a step forward, he added that each blow would hit their weaknesses. It would not be difficult to kill quickly. The player looked at me in amazement, and shouted that it was powerful. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the hero said that he should give his best. Looking ahead, he added that everything must be put at stake to complete the path of retribution. Then the protagonist evaporated. Turning around, the girl thought what she was imagining. She froze, thinking that the elder seemed to radiate a strong killing intent. A view of the ruins of the city of Jiahai opened. Sitting on the ground, the maid shouted that she was so tired. Holding the map in her hands, she added that she was also hungry. But this area was almost completely explored, there was very little left, she needed to hold out. The fruit fell in front of her. She took it in her hands and asked what it was. The food was red, it looked like a plum. She bit into it. The girl grinned and exclaimed. She opened her eyes in amazement and asked what kind of divine fruit it was, and it also gave an experience. Looking at the path of fruits, the priest said that there was more. Walking forward, she added that it was very tasty. What kind of fruit it was? Sitting on the ground, she heard a question about where she was. She should quickly approach the rotten coast, to which she asked what had happened, and she was told that Niliang was caught by the boss, who was also a goat with a 500-year lifespan. Let him quickly go with them to save them. Looking at the map, she said that she was already nearby, to which she was told that she should wait, they would be there now. On her knees, the girl said that Nilian was a real idiot. If it weren't for the connections in the family, no one would have messed with him. By the way, these plums are very tasty. Suddenly she shuddered in surprise. The creature was standing on the bank of the river. It held the monster in its hands. Watching him, the mage thought that here is the rotten coast. But what kind of boss is this? Let them wait. The players were lying on the ground, and she added that Nalian was there. The boss put his hand into the huge bowl. The thought arose that this was the one his sister was talking about. The soul eater held the monster to his mouth. He began to absorb it. She looked frightened and thought that the boss was devouring other creatures. Liquid poured out of his finger. The monster slammed his fist into the slime. Watching him, the girl said that he turned out to be making pills, to which the captain replied that they had come. She had seen him and the boss. Turning around, she said that he was so vile, it seemed to feed on other monsters, but for some reason he did not attack the players. The devourer rose from the ground. A phrase flashed by that they would watch, would not act rashly. They would not be able to cope with the boss of the emerald level. They would need to request reinforcements. His body trembled, and someone asked what he was doing in general. This pose was so ambiguous. Fruits appeared under the creature. Looking at them, the captain said that what an unusual shape. The mage froze when she heard what looked like a plum. She opened her eyes wide and shouted that she had eaten. The monster turned its head, and someone said that it was bad, noticed. He stretched his arms to the sides and used the skill of foul language of the ancient god of gluttony. The people's eyes lit up red. Sitting on the ground, they shouted that they were hungry. The mage frowned and asked what was wrong with them. People rushed to the bowl of slurry. They began to drink mucus from there. With his eyes wide open, the guy said that he was so hungry. He stared at his hands in silence. Players began to eat slime. Watching them, she shouted that they were crazy. It was strange why she was okay then. The monster looked at the young man. He lifted it up. The player fell directly into the boss's mouth. Frowning, the girl said that it was bad. He had eaten the fattest one. Raising her hands, she added that she needed to call for reinforcements. But this was the most reliable team. She would have to turn to him. The hero froze when he heard that he could help, to which he asked what was the matter, and he was told that they faced an emerald boss called the Soul Eater. Sister and Captain Wang were in danger. He wanted to eat them. Lowering his gaze, he thought that the Soul Eater was the blood monster he was looking for. How lucky he was to have her, and then said that he should send him the coordinates. He was moving out. Standing in front of the exit from the cave, the protagonist thought that apart from the magic tower, the mages had 3 more opportunities to acquire the bronze keys that he had, just to deal with the blood monster, and the Princess of Despair had almost reached the next stage. Looking at him, the mage shouted that here he is, and the MC asked that where the boss was. Watching the creature, she said that Sister and Juan had already been eaten. Let him save them quickly. It seemed that he wanted to relieve himself. The ball with the young man's head was falling down. With her eyes wide open, she said that he had squeezed out the swallowed Niliang. Could it be that Sister and the others would be there too? The monster stretched out its arms to the sides. It was said that the Soul Eater is a servant of the ancient god of gluttony. He indiscriminately eats all the living. He makes sounds, causing the players to enter a state of gluttony. The more the players eat, the fatter they become, and then he eats the fat players, absorbing their lives. The girl put her hand to her face when she heard that the only way to resist the influence of the sounds was to eat his excrement. Although it was disgusting, but they said the taste was not bad, she did not enter a state of gluttony. Really? To which she replied that she should not remind. Sitting on the ground, she said that she should save them. Chin grabbed onto the young man's body. He rushed towards the monster. The hero struck the boss. Drool flew out of the creature's mouth. The players flew out. The protagonist's eyes suddenly lit up. He dealt many blows to the monster. Looking to the side, the MC thought that the indicator was full. I could try. Stretching his hand forward, he used the Scarlet Fury blade. The priest looked at her in amazement, and shouted that the damage of millions was just madness. There was a notification that the shadow player had killed an emerald boss for the first time in the world, received 30 reputation points. The young man looked up and said that everything was lost. Daxia had a shadow. The future was changing, to which he was told that who said that the shadow was from there. They checked, the ancestors of the shadow from their great country of Hangdu. Bright rays flew around the hero, and notifications about rewards appeared. Standing at attention, he reflected on the fact that blood is a special system in the game. Some monsters leave their blood after being destroyed. he needs to find blood that suits his profession in order to greatly increase his combat power. Frowning, Qin spoke about activation. Purple rays appeared around him. 2 skill cards appeared. The hero looked at his hand, hearing that the devouring skill was receiving an additional stat boost. It seemed that the distribution of skill points appeared. The idea arose that stat enhancement is the numbers that one stat point gives. For example, 1 point of strength is 3 points of physical attack. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist reflected that fortunately, the boss had dropped a bronze-level weapon, a poison blade. Now you can apply poison to the weapon, they will try. He clenched his fist. Reports emerged that he had used the poison blade devouring weapon. Frowning, MC thought that the increase from the bronze level of only 0.3 was too little. The absorbed skill became passive, so it could be improved. He looked down at his palm. Clenching his fist, Qin thought that if he continued to absorb until the middle and late stages, then his collection of attributes would exceed the aliens by hundreds and thousands of times, become invincible again. On his knees, the guy said that he had saved them, and the captain added that if it hadn't been for him, they would have ended up just like him. Hugging her, the magician said that she should not worry, she was still just as beautiful. Beauty did not depend on looking at them. The hero heard that unfortunately, they don't have the money to pay him right now, to which he replied that it's okay, just let them help him find some books of assassin skills. He teleported, saying that he should leave it to them, to which the girl replied that she thought the mission was accomplished, it was time to return, raising her hand, and said that they should not dare to tell anyone about what had happened today. A view of a falling magic tower opened up. The boss's eyes lit up. Stretching her hand to the side, the woman said that the boss had only a third of his health left. Let him activate the Tree of Life. The mage raised her hand up and shouted that the portal was destroyed. They must survive. Go ahead, they will win. The players rushed forward. The monster was hit by blows. Smiling, Juan said that thanks to her, they were able to seize this hideout. The guy was hit. A yellow glow appeared around him. The creature closed its eyes. Suddenly they lit up brightly. A blow flew in front of the girls. A powerful light flashed behind the monster. An explosion thundered at the top of the tower. Players began to be consumed by flames. Bright rays scattered to the sides. Around the egg were loot orbs. The boss pressed his head to his knees. People moved to another place. The young man looked at him in amazement and shouted what had happened. Why was everyone dead? They were fighting the boss. Gritting her teeth, the woman replied that no, they were able to destroy her. But suddenly, all of her life energy was suddenly restored and she turned into a huge egg. After that, she used some incredibly powerful skill and literally incinerated them all. Raising her eyebrows, she added that the vital energy had been restored. After all, this only happens when the level increases, really. Suddenly, the priest opened her eyes in amazement. Gritting her teeth, she thought that the shadow knew about this, so he warned that her tactics would fail. The platinum boss had turned into an emerald boss. They couldn't defeat a boss of this rank. They had no choice. They would have to turn to the shadow for help. The hero looked at a huge egg. Frowning, he said that an emerald rank boss was an egg of despair. Strangely, he had never seen the shape change so much when upgrading to emerald rank. The boss was sitting in the dome. A phrase flashed by that there was no feeling that this egg had any powerful attacking abilities. Maybe it was a transitional phase. The protagonist used the shadow cut skill. The egg was hit. The health bar has decreased slightly. Lowering his head, MC said that 10 million HP, almost like an epic boss. This thing is very strange. It is impossible for this egg to hatch into an even more deadly thing. Waving his hand, he thought that even though he already had a lot of HP, it was quite easy to destroy it. Lightning rushed towards the egg. The thought arose that it did not have anti-stealth skills, so it could not detect it. You just had to keep attacking and wait for stronger skills to recharge. A crimson blade flew across the dome. Cracks appeared on it. Qin launched another attack. Standing in front of the broken egg, he thought that no matter how much HP he had, it was only a matter of time before that egg was destroyed. Suddenly the hero shuddered in surprise. The girl was lying on the ground. She was unconscious. Looking at her, the protagonist said that this is the Princess of Despair. Could it be that the legend of the princess cursed by the white dragon turned out to be true? She has only 10 HP. He has to kill her to defeat the boss. He stretched out his hand in front of him. MC stared down silently. Blue lightning struck in the sky. Suddenly, a dragon crawled out of the portal. He was rapidly flying down.